Producer who murdered his wife and producer who murdered his wife and daughter before taking his own life.
But the murder-suicide a year ago was far from cut and dry. Tonight, new and disturbing details we've never heard before. Tom Lydon of the Fox 9 Investigators has been given unprecedented access, and he's here to tell us what he's learned. And Tom, some of this will be very difficult to hear.
You know, some of it will be, but I think you're going to see that it's important at this point to really get all the facts out on the table. I think that's the most important thing here. For the last year, this case has become the subject of much speculation and plenty of theories on the internet, most of it completely wrong. The reality is the truth of what happened to David Crowley and his family is stranger and sadder than anyone imagined.
45S41, I'm in the area.
To the right of the RP sees dead bodies inside the house, dog inside, sees a gun in the house on the floor.
To look at the three of them through the Instagram filter of life, it's hard to imagine how it all went so wrong. David Crowley, a talented, promising young filmmaker, his smart and beautiful wife, Kamel, a dietitian, and their adorable 5-year-old daughter, Rania, living on a quiet street in Apple Valley, in a home that contained their many dreams and one horrific nightmare.
This is the ideal family, seemingly, and everything went terribly wrong.
My impression is it was very intense in the early days of this investigation.
Apple Valley Police recently closed their exhaustive year-long investigation, and for the first time are sharing their findings with the Fox 9 Investigators.
As you sit here today, a year later, do you have an idea of what those final moments looked like?
It was horrifying. You have a tragic loss of an entire family. It looks like David snapped and took the lives of his wife and daughter, and then ultimately himself. And it was a very sad scene, you know, during the holidays, a beautiful family, and just tragically lost.
And from the start, it was a case wrapped in suspicion and mystery.
Here's the red flags.
With paranoid theories all over the internet.
Guys out here going after the truth get knocked off.
That the Crowleys were murdered as some kind of government conspiracy.
Did the government want to silence him and his film?
All because of a personal film project David Crowley had worked on obsessively for years, called Gray State. This is a concept trailer for Gray State, which imagines the U.S. government taking away all our liberties, FEMA turning into a militarized, occupying police force.
In short, the Gray State is the culminating manifestation of the darkest trends our negligence and malignancy have to offer.
Because I think at the tail end of it, he was living the Gray State.
Danny Mason was a co-producer on Gray State.
It almost embodied him, almost to the extent of where it would dictate a lot of his thoughts and his ideas and his, I guess, outlook in reality.
Investigators spent months sifting through 20 terabytes of video David Crowley had kept on more than a dozen hard drives, looking for clues.
How much of this do you think had to do with the film?
I think a great deal. From all accounts, he was consumed with producing this film, and it was a dark topic. Here you're talking about conspiracy theories and potentially the fall of society, and if you're focusing on that day in and day out, and those are materials you're working with, and you're filming exclusively on that topic, that can take you to a very bad place.
So you think he literally went down the rabbit hole of these conspiracy theories and just couldn't separate himself from it?
I believe so.
In the summer of 2014, Crowley traveled to Hollywood to meet with producers interested in Gray State. But by fall, the deal had fizzled, and the couple began withdrawing from friends and family. Kamel had told her family she was the sole breadwinner, that she was not physically or emotionally abused, but the financial struggles made her question the marriage.
He just lost his way, financially lost his way, life, stress.
When his friend Mason Hendricks stopped by to see him, it was like meeting someone he didn't know. David wouldn't even invite him in the home.
He looked like he literally was sleeping and breathing on his computer. Failure was not an option for him.
By October, the family was essentially cut off from the world. David and Kamel stopped talking to their families, asking everyone to stay away, even changing their phone numbers. David's brother left their Christmas presents on the front step to avoid a confrontation. And there the gifts stayed for 3 weeks, until January 17th last year. Concerned neighbors discovered the 3 bodies looking in the front window. A sliding back door was found slightly ajar, apparently for the family dog. But there were no footprints in the snow, no sign of forced entry. Inside, detectives would find a scene of domestic horror and normalcy. Teasing little love notes the couple left for each other around the house, an innocent child's room. Much of the crime scene itself we will not show you. All 3 bodies were found in the living room next to each other. They were badly decomposed and scavenged by the family dog. Judging by the mail piling up and a paper in the home, the murder-suicide took place the day after Christmas. David shooting Kamel twice in the head, Rania once, before shooting himself. Between their bodies, a Quran with pages torn out, opened to a traditional forgiveness prayer. And there on the wall, above the bodies, scrawled in blood, the words, Allah Akbar, God is the greatest.
Who wrote Allah Akbar on the wall?
He did.
In her blood?
Yes.
Why did he do that?
We believe that was just kind of a parting shot.
To who?
Probably at her for having a Muslim past.
David did not kill himself right away. He left a trail of footprints, tracking Kamel's blood through the house. In the living room, his bloody fingerprint is on a laptop, open to a text file with only a single sentence. I have loved you all with all of my heart. In the home office, on a notepad, more bloody fingerprints and the words, submit to Allah now.
This is a person that was not thinking clearly, committed a horrible act by taking those lives. And his mind at that point was deranged. He just was not in a normal state. He wasn't thinking rationally.
What do you make of him scrawling Allah Akbar?
That, I believe, that's David being sarcastic. That's him possibly throwing a jab.
A jab at Kamel's family?
Possibly.
Kamel, who was born and raised in Pakistan, had converted from Islam to Christianity when the couple married. He was in the army, she was in college, but religion never seemed to play a significant role in their lives, according to family and friends. Allah Akbar they see as a twisted riddle, like something from one of David's scripts. A plot twist without resolution. We may never know what made David Crowley finally snap. Certainly the conspiracy theorists will fill in some of those gaps. But we do know this, there are some 1,500 murder-suicides in the U.S. every year. They account for about 5% of all homicides, and their numbers seem to be increasing. And the Crowley case certainly fit the pattern of domestic violence.
Kamel was everything to David. And if there was no Kamel, there is no David.
According to hundreds of pages of police reports, no one ever saw David physically abuse his family. But that's also true with about half of all domestic homicides. There's no prior abuse. Hendricks also believes his friend had undiagnosed post-traumatic stress from his tours in Iraq and Afghanistan. There was certainly easy access to guns in the home. David had 10 weapons, all purchased legally. And there was apparently substance abuse. He regularly smoked marijuana and was known to drink absinthe.
but we have no idea what pushed him over the edge.
Right, we don't know what the trigger was, what was the breaking point.
But that is not the same as not knowing who pulled the trigger.
He did it. I mean, there's no denying it.
But the friends and family know the conspiracy theorists will find a way to deny just that. Apple Valley police also know that despite thousands of hours of forensic work, they'll be accused of a cover-up. If life can imitate art, so can death. David Crowley leaving behind a legacy of paranoia, revealing just how dark the gray state can be.
This has nothing to do with Islam, but everything to do with a man that lost his way and ultimately killed his wife, his daughter, and then himself.
As the Crowleys became increasingly isolated last year, their family made multiple attempts to reach out and help them emotionally and financially. Family members on both sides declined to talk on camera. Quite frankly, they're afraid they'll be harassed by some of these conspiracy theorists out there. But they want me to relay one painful lesson. If you see friends or family isolating themselves, maybe struggling with depression or mental illness, do not hesitate to reach out to them and to keep on trying. Don't stop. There are resources available, and we've placed some of those numbers at fox9.com.
Hello, my name is Dan Hennon. Today is July 11th, 2017. I'll be joined with guest host Greg Fernandez Jr., and between the both of us, we're going to review the movie documentary called A Gray State by Eric Nelson. This is the documentary that Eric Nelson and his team put together relating to the David Crowley and the family murders and the project called The Gray State. It was premiered at the Tribeca Film Festival. The film, once again, is a documentary called A Gray State, not to be confused with the Gray State project that David Crowley was working on, or Gray State: The Rise, the documentary that David Crowley did. But this is called A Gray State, which is really just a documentary based on this whole events of the deaths of the family of 3 in Apple Valley, Minnesota. Is that a good way to summarize it, Greg?
Yeah, it's basically a documentary of the documentary and of the life of David Crowley, and more so, not really his life, but his death is kind of what it seems to really be focused on. And this whole alt-right thing, the key word that I keep hearing is alt-right, right wing, you know? It's like, wait a minute.
Yeah, it's really pushing the envelope there on some of these reviews of the movie.
Yeah, and there's no facts to really back up any of this alt-right crap, so...
Yeah, and the movie was, the documentary that Eric Nelson directed was taking, I think it was up to 13,000 hours of different footage and audio and home movies and selfies, and, David awfully seemed to film a lot at home all the time. Anything that came up, it seemed to film. So once they got a hold of all of this footage and video and photographs and video, they really went to town on making this movie, and it really brought out some new things. Now, I haven't seen it myself, and neither have you, but it just came out. It was previewed in the Tribeca Film Festival. Now, lately, it was shown in the Nantucket Film Festival, and then I think next month it makes its premiere in the Australian Film Festival. Now, tonight's show topic will really be the reviews that we're seeing on this website called the Rotten Tomatoes movie review website, and the reason that we're dedicating this section tonight for this episode is there's only 5 reviews out there on this movie, and all I think were added in a 1 week time period, and they all say basically the same thing with a little different verbiage, and then nothing's been added since, and all the 5 reviewers give it 2 thumbs up, or in this case 100% really on the tomato meter. As this great documentary, but yet there's no poster on the movie, there's no information on it, the audience has it written in, there's no other comments, there's just 5 critics, and they say what a great movie it is. So tonight's episode will be basically on this, and what I'll do is I'll pull this up, Greg, and there's only the 5 reviews, and we're going to go through one at a time and basically bring them up. How does that sound for you?
Cool, sounds good. Yeah, I think people should, check out this site, and if they want to, start leaving comments. I think I might just leave a comment here in a day or two.
Yes, good idea. And the other thing too is reviewing these comments and reviewing these reviews. Keep in mind too is as many of us talk about the compromised media and the mass media as tools and slaves and basically working for the man, these reviews, as I read them, do not seem to be authentic reviews. They're still seem to be pushing a narrative. So, for the listeners out there, when you watch this, leave comments yourself below this video when we publish it, because hopefully it'll open your eyes and ears when you read reviews in the future. Right off the bat, we'll start with Frank Scheck. Frank Scheck wrote a Gray State film review for the Tribeca Film Festival. Although several self-identified citizen investigators, he's referring to us here, by the way, attempted to prove that the family was murdered, the quote, credibility means nothing to me, one of them ironically comments. And that's a shot towards you, Greg, there. I believe
I was wondering who that was about.
That was exactly, and I'll get to that too, because this is a good one to start with, because I know exactly what you meant when you said that, but he obviously took it the wrong way. It goes on to say the film makes its case methodically and persuasively. Nelson, who's produced such Werner Herzog documentaries such as Grizzly Man, Herzog returns the favor by serving as this film's executive producer, clearly knows his way around obsessive personalities, and in Crowley he's found a compelling textbook example of obsession descending into madness. And so right off the bat, Frank Scheck goes in and makes a couple, I wouldn't say condescending, but comments, and then really throws Crowley under the bus as an obsessive person here who has descended into madness. And that's a common theme on these reviews too, is painting, I would call this the David Crowley case, going down that path of the movie The Shining, the Stephen King movie The Shining is what I'm kind of referring to, is they're painting David Crowley into this person who's gone off the deep end. Werner Herzog is the executive producer of Eric Nelson's documentary about the mysterious deaths of an alt-right filmmaker and his family. So there we get the phrase alt-right right off the bat.
Right-wing media provocateur Alex Jones recently admitted in court that he's merely playing a character. We're already here talking about Alex Jones. All of a sudden, the focus, an article that is supposed to be about David Crowley and this alt-right filmmaker who killed his family, all of a sudden it turns to Alex Jones. And they call Alex Jones someone who is associated with the right wing. Well, I don't believe there's any proof that Alex Jones is associated with the right wing. I don't believe Alex Jones, really gets into that, to the Democrat-Republican thing. I think he's getting a lot of flack now because of his stance on Trump. But really, this has nothing to do with Alex Jones. It goes on again, talking about exploring the alt-right phenomenon through the prism of a conspiracy theory involving its subject's demise. A Gray State in which Jones makes a brief appearance provides timely political commentary along with a fascinating true-life crime tale. Here we are talking about an alt-right filmmaker, and then we move to Alex Jones. And I think that's a big problem, because what is the tie between Alex Jones and David Crowley? There are some, but they don't really go into that. They don't really mention how many times has Alex Jones had David Crowley on. I've only found maybe one, maybe two.
Yeah, I think it was,
maybe
I think
twice.
It was once or twice, but that was about it. And Jones supported it along with a bunch of other folks in the alternative media. But in working with the Gray State and the David Crowley, he was very prominent to ensure not to use Republican-Democrat paradigm in any of his work. I mean that, and now what we're getting in the reviews is that all over again. The shoving the left side, right side, divide and conquer, and that was not Crowley's aim. I think from being a libertarian standpoint on this project, is to mainly open up and open up their eyes and educate the people, not left-right paradigm, not left, alt-right and everything else. But the review right away goes into this Alex Jones connection and as a discrediting attempt.
Eric Nelson has also said he would consider David Crowley a libertarian. And I think we're going to find that too. It's like, well, where is this alt-right thing coming from? Like, why are these articles so slanted? I don't think that this movie is going to solve what really happened. But maybe I'm wrong. Wouldn't be the first time.
Now, the self-identified citizen investigators, I think he's referring to you and I.
Why do you think that's us? That's so funny.
That is exactly because one of your quotes on your exchange with Sean Wright right at the beginning on an instant message was, "You're going to lose all credibility if you go down this road." And you said back to him, "My credibility means nothing to me. I'm not out for how I'm viewed down the road. I'm out for the truth," is what you said.
Okay.
And that, I think, is what he's driving at here by saying how ironic it is. Now, I'd like to jump in here and opine personally that it's the same with me. So I agree with you, Greg, here that credibility for me on this case means nothing as far as I'm not trying to do research into this case to be credible on the street or to have street cred or to look good or to look bad. It's to get the truth out there, irrelevant of the credibility and how it makes me look as a person, sheds me in a good or bad light. That's what you were referring to there, and that's what Sean Wright was so concerned about by saying if you jump in this, you're going to lose street cred on the outside by delving into this case, and you said, I don't care about that.
Gotcha.
I want the truth to come out. So that's the whole point with investigators like what we have here on the Justice for David Crowley pages. It's the people that want the truth, irrelevant if they like it or not, if it sheds them in a good light or not, or if it sheds them in a positive or negative light. We don't care about that, is what this whole point is trying to be. We want the truth out there.
Right, and they're trying to kind of spin that by saying that the credibility, that I'm not worried about credibility because I don't have any, or I mean, I'm reading this, I've read this sentence like several times, and I still don't know what the crap this guy is saying. I might just have to ask him.
Yeah, you certainly could, but yeah, the two featured in the film is us on that Citizen Investigators is who he's driving at there, and that's kind of an underhanded shot there towards us as not knowing what's going on. Now the next one is Nick Shager. Nick Shager writes for the Daily Beast. He made a comment on his review here from 4/20/17. The title on his review, not his review, but the article that he wrote reviewing the movie, An Alt-Right Filmmaker's Descent into Madness, Paranoia, and Murder-Suicide, is the headline. A documentary at Gray State examines the story of David Crowley, an Iraq veteran and alt-right filmmaker whose paranoia consumed him. So, right, we get back to your favorite word there, the alt-right. They're trying to spin a political side of this story. Left-right paradigm again, using those key words, and basically someone who is consumed by paranoia. They use the word descent into madness. It's back to The Shining. It's a Jack Nicholson episode here from the Stephen King movie, The Shining. It's what it comes down to.
Yeah, here's David. Here we go.
And it says the comment, which brings us back to Alex Jones, who appears on multiple occasions throughout A Gray State, thanks to David's fandom.
Oh.
So it brings in Alex Jones on this one as well. They suggest here that David's uncompleted movie is a warning sign about the real horrific costs of promoting conspiracy theories to a gullible, volatile element of the public. As one friend remarks about the online criticism David received for not completing his project on time, whereas comic book fans might be nitpicky about superhero movies, Gray State's target audience was another level of obsessive. These people are actually legitimately insane, though. That's the difference. That's the article here from the Nick Shager, and that's just one paragraph. I think I've got another one here saved, but he mentions once again the Alex Jones, mentions the alt-right, and mentions conspiracy theories, selling it to a gullible, volatile element of the public.
Yeah, if you read the first paragraph It really has nothing. The whole first part has nothing to do with David Crowley. It's about Donald Trump, and it's about Alex Jones. It's about Sandy Hook. It's about all of these different theories that have nothing to do with this case, and hopefully have nothing to do with this film, because that's not the real story here. These guys are missing the whole point. They're missing the real story here, and to me, that is ironic. That these people are in these places where they can write these stories and they expect us to take them seriously, but they will not cover the actual story. And why do all of these reviews sound exactly the same? They're worded a little bit differently, but it's basically saying the same thing with the same cast of characters and with the same lies. I mean, there is no alt-right. The alt-right has nothing to do with this. Donald Trump has nothing to do with this. Alex Jones, they have nothing to do with this. It's not about that. It is about, did this guy kill his family and himself, or did he not? That's what I hope that this movie will focus on. I still have high hopes that it will focus on that. And after we watch this movie, that we will walk away wanting to do more research. That's what I hope it does.
Correct. It says here too that it does say that the movie employs an enormous amount of footage shot by David as he prepped his opus, as well as plentiful home movies and interviews with friends, relatives, and co-workers. Eric Nelson depicts his subject as a vet so disillusioned by his combat tours of duty that he became gripped with paranoia about the military-industrial complex's nefarious intentions. Expressing that through his film, he gave a voice to those on the nascent alt-right who spend their days and nights dreaming of violent rebellion in the name of liberty.
Oh, right.
So we get this vet now so disillusioned by his combat tours. Now they're hinting at PTSD, paranoia, and it mentions the alt-right. So it also goes on to say that the police deemed it a murder-suicide that was pre-planned by David, replete with an iTunes playlist soundtrack created just for the occasion. So it's just a very condescending note here written on in the review of a guy who went off the deep end. PTSD, military, paranoia. These words we're hearing is the paranoia types of phrases over and over again.
Yeah, and this guy is actually saying that the cops are saying that David created this iTunes playlist just for this, just so he could commit these crimes.
Specifically made
that doesn't make any sense.
And that's what he's alluding to here.
That's kind of what it sounds like. Yeah, I mean, if I'm reading this right,
and it says the word pre-planned. So a soundtrack created just for the occasion leads the reader once again to premeditated events and things that were done way in advance to come up with this murderous rampage.
Right.
So they're leaving they're alluding to, they're planting the seeds in the heads of the reader that this was premeditated, and it's a slam dunk, open and closed case. Once again, tying it all off in a nice bow for the reader to look at, rather than letting the person watch the movie and come up with their own conclusion.
Right, because they never take the time to explain why they think this was pre-planned, and yet at the same time, David snapped.
Correct.
How do they explain that? Well, they just don't talk about it and hope nobody asks about it. But, of course, people are going to ask about it. They know that a lot of people are asking. They have a responsibility. The police, from the beginning, had the responsibility to give the public as much facts as possible, so that way a lot of people wouldn't be jumping to conclusions and wouldn't, have all of these outlandish theories, blah, blah, blah. But it's just like... and then now it seems like this film is going to kind of, is it going to counter that? Is it going to really answer these questions, or is it just going to kind of gloss over some of these things that we've been very focused on? I'm kind of worried about that too, is that they're going to try to get everybody to focus on something else and not focus on the real story here and the real facts and the real questions.
Correct. I agree 100%. It's all meant to distract and derail the person watching watching it the film and coming up with these various preset conclusions rather than being open-minded and exploring and researching what really went on here behind the scenes. Now, Nick Shager goes on to say on his review on Rotten Tomatoes is a gray state slowly peels back the curtain on David's private life to reveal an increasingly unstable individual, one whose suspicions about institutional systems quickly blossomed into distrust of everything and everyone around him. So once again, we see the words, we see the suspicions, the unstable individual, leading here to the psycho, to the person who's lost touch with reality, a sociopath essentially, distrusting everything and everyone around him. So there are some other key words there from Nick Shager.
Did the police see this stuff? Or is there stuff that people withheld from the police or just didn't bother to tell them?
Well,
didn't think that it was relevant.
That's a good question because of this 13,000 hours of information. I don't believe the detectives and the investigators went through all that stuff. It sounds like Eric Nelson and his group got their hands on this information and grabbed all of these hard drives and went through them and came up with the good stuff that was gleaned and put it into a movie in the format of a documentary. So I think they went through and picked and chose the good items there and turned it into a movie that would sell, that would keep people entertained, but not really tell the story of what happened in that home relating to the murders.
Yeah, and this writer has got to be one of the worst. First of all, this was published on 4/20. I think he should have waited and sobered up.
Correct.
Because this whole article begins with Alex Jones and it ends with Alex Jones. Why is he trying to push so hard this tie between Alex Jones and David Crowley? Maybe because a lot of people know who Alex Jones is, or at least have some false sense of who Alex Jones is. And the readers of these websites, the ones who actually go there, doesn't sound like they're fans of Alex Jones. They actually might have some ill will, some hatred towards Alex Jones. So if the author can psychologically, tie David Crowley with Alex Jones, then the people that don't like Alex Jones, well, maybe they won't like David Crowley either, and maybe they won't really look into what happened with David Crowley and his family. They'll just write it off. And I think they've been trying to write this off since day one. I think a lot of people have been.
Yeah, it's more modus operandi, the MO of these critiques, trying to slam home the fact that David Crowley was a nut job who lost touch with reality. That's it. It's just that's what they're trying. It's a discredit campaign, I think, is what these articles are setting out to do.
I think the good thing is at least he doesn't talk about our credibility, right? So that's good.
Yes. Now, Anthony Kaufman is the next one. He writes for Screen International. Anthony writes, a tantalizing and fascinating real-life story. Now, keywords, real life, throw that out with the word truth, true, real life, trying to send the message home that the case is closed, it's a done deal. A highly topical and resonant trip down the alt-right rabbit hole produced by Werner Herzog. This is what Kaufman writes there. Alt-right comes up again, the word rabbit hole.
Only took them 2 sentences. That's it. And the alt-right is back.
And it's right on back.
Oh, boy. There it is. The alt-right rabbit hole. Okay, I don't know. I guess I'm going to have to figure out who is really a part of this alt-right and why are they connecting David Crowley to this alt-right thing.
Now, he writes on this article that I did a screenshot, says, but if the documentary begins as some kind of American movie for the alt-right, keyword, portraying a dedicated outsider, filmmaker's efforts to make his very own blockbuster, the story abruptly turns darker. In January 2015, Crowley was found dead along with his wife and daughter in their Minnesota home. Crowley's fans and devotees were quick to call foul play, suggesting that the U.S. government assassinated one of their would-be leaders. But the truth, as Eric Nelson reveals in his carefully plotted out and sympathetic investigation, is more tragic and sad than shadowy. What are some key words that jump out for you, Greg, on this one?
Well, so Eric Nelson has the truth. So basically they're saying this guy's saying this film is the truth. Everybody has their theories, and he's going to lump all of the fans, he's lumping them all into one small little box and saying this is what they all thought.
Correct.
Which is totally BS. I mean, there's so many different people that have so many different views or that don't have a conclusion. They haven't come to that point where they've said, okay, this is what happened. Yeah, there are many that have, but I think there are many more that have not. And this guy doesn't even address those. It's just, well, this is what the fans think. This is what these people think. And it's not true. And then he's going to actually use the keyword true in this. That's ironic too, to me. I mean, come on. Doesn't
Correct.
get any more ironic than that. And it always comes back down to the theory that the government killed him, which they know that is a key word for many people that are just going to go, that are going to roll their eyes, and they're not going to want to dig any deeper.
Yep, and what I see here, Greg, is the phrase Hegelian dialectic jumps right out at me. It's suggesting two sides, once again, on everything that this Anthony Kaufman writes. He
Sure.
says Crowley's fans and devotees were quick to call foul play. That, to me, shows that the only people, what he's subliminally messaging here is the only people that call foul play in this entire case were Crowley fans and devotees. Now, I myself am not a Crowley fan before this case happened. I never heard of David Crowley, and I wasn't devoted to his work and even never heard of the Gray State Project. But I, on day one, was quick to call foul play on this case. There's many others like me and and yourself out there that called foul play that were not fans and devotees. So the article shows that the only people calling foul play were his big fans and supporters, what it makes the reader assume. Then he goes on to say that those who called foul play suggested it was the U.S. government that did it. Once again, Hegelian dialectic, one way or the other. If someone did kill him, it was the U.S. government. That is not what many of us are suggesting, that it was a top-level assassination. It could certainly be an option, but there's lots of different scenarios here. But this article is really pushing down the reader's throat that there's two sides. You're either with them or you're not. You're a nut job like Crowley's fans, or you're not. Everything that he's presenting here in this carefully crafted article is suggesting we, they, us, them, good, bad, law, left, right paradigm. Now, he also goes on to say, but the truth, as director Eric Nelson reveals, is more tragic and sad than shadowy. So once again, it's bringing conclusion, it's bringing closure to this case, that Eric Nelson has done the work with his team, investigated all the scenarios, and has put the truth here in one nice documentary that someone could watch and solve this case. The word truth is used, and that's what jumped out at me after reading this one.
If I was a fan, I'd be pretty pissed off. It also says, it calls David a would-be leader, one of their would-be leaders, as if these people really need leaders. It wasn't really about leaders. I mean, I don't see anywhere where David, at least publicly, considered himself a leader, or where other people considered himself their leader. So it's always about, we need some type of a leader, Then he has to talk about truth. You don't know what the truth is. Eric Nelson will tell you he does not know what the truth is. I haven't seen this movie, and I can almost guarantee you that when you watch this movie, it will not be what the truth is. I think it'll be a lot more questions, as it should be, because there are a lot more questions that have not been answered. And I think we're right back to that same thing where the focus is what they want it to be. It's not about what really happened. And that's what's sad and shadowy here, is that they don't want to focus on the actual truth.
Correct. The leader, I remember reading one of the other reviews of this movie also, they called David Crowley a charismatic leader. They're trying to push that almost, I'm trying to think of the guy's name, James Jones, almost a Jim Jones concept is what they're trying to visualize that he was some off-the-rails leader that people were blindly following. And I think that they're trying to make, to discredit, part of this MO, to discredit David Crowley, that he was a David Koresh, Waco kind of a figure, is what they're trying to envision in people's heads because they can latch on to that. That's how I see these articles coming off, when they use the word leader, that is.
Yep, you're absolutely right.
All right, Jason Bailey is next.
He doesn't talk about alt-right too, right? He takes it a little easier on us.
Let's see what Jason writes. This is a harrowing portrait, how easily our own darkness can take us over if we let it. Jason Bailey, who writes for FlavorWire. Once again, darkness, this whole dark, it can easily take it over. It's called a harrowing portrait. Jason writes about that, and I got a clip here, and let's see what phrases he uses. On Christmas Day, 2014, an independent filmmaker named David Crowley killed his wife, 5-year-old, and himself.
On Christmas Day.
Right there, it's written as if it's a fact. It's written as truth and fact. And really, that's an opinion and a theory. But because of a cryptic clues that he left behind, and the fact that he was making a libertarian fringe thriller for the Alex Jones set, this horrible tragedy became fodder for conspiracy theorists who believe he was silenced for his anti-government leanings. Eric Nelson's sad and often chilling documentary argues that it was far less dramatic or extraordinary than that. Theirs was a sad story of a couple succumbing to despair and to the same kind of paranoia that infused his work. It's a hard movie to watch, as his private audio and video recordings serve as journals of a descent into madness.
Ooh, there's that word again.
But this is a harrowing portrait how easily our own darkness can take us over if we let it. So there's so many things on this phrase by Bailey here that it seems he got the script, tweaked it a little bit from what he was supposed to write, and then published his review. But once again, it's almost copy-paste items.
Yeah. It sounds like this.
It states the fact that he did the killing. He left clues behind. He uses the phrase libertarian as a fringe thriller, mentions Alex Jones again as an attempt at discrediting the fans, and then he uses the phrase conspiracy theorists who do believe he was silenced for his anti-government leanings. Now,
and fodder. Don't forget fodder.
The word fodder there is another belittling, bemeaning word here for those. But Hegelian dialectic, once again, if you do believe that he was silenced and someone did it, it was killed by the government because of his anti-government leanings.
Right. And that's it. That's all you get. It's either that or he's guilty.
It also mentions that the story is sad. It's a sad story of a couple succumbing to despair. And it goes on to say the word paranoia that was infused in his work. And they serve as journals. These audio and video recordings serve as journals of a descent into madness. It's back to The Shining. It's back to that Jack Nicholson character descending into madness. But is it him now, or is this review calling him and Kamel both descending into madness? You know, we've got this one theory where there's a pact that they both agreed to do this. There's people talking that David went mad and took Kamel with him. There's theories that David and Kamel both went mad at the same time. I mean, I can't even keep up with all these goofy scenarios going on here from what could have happened. All we know is that they had a descent into madness.
Oh boy, that was a tough 3 sentences. I think that's just like, yeah, that's really tough. First, he's telling us when they were killed, which nobody knows. Police don't even know that. And then he's talking about a libertarian fringe thriller. I've never even heard that term. I don't even know what that means.
Well, now they're talking thriller instead of it's talking that the movie was made to be sold as a thriller on the fringe. You know, this fringe group conspiracy theories once again
that are libertarians, right? That are within the libertarians.
There's a total of 5, and no one seemed to put any more reviews out there or comments on there for the last 2 months now. So it's been these 5 jokers right off the bat, and then it's kind of gone silent. Nothing out there. We get Chris Barsanti next. Barsanti writes for The Playlist, and he on April 27th writes on Rotten Tomatoes, a stingingly emotional portrait of an outwardly confident and well-rounded man who is actually descending into madness. Keywords, look for the keywords now. Madness, descent. It's all a little more of the same here with this one. Now, Barsanti writes, here's the headline he used for the Tribeca Review: When Fantasies Kill, the murderous madness of an alt-right paranoiac in a gray state. There's our same words again here. We're throwing in the alt-right, paranoid, and the word madness.
And check out the first sentence and see how accurate this sounds to you. Discussing a December 2015 murder-suicide.
There we go. Not long into Eric Nelson's tightly packed and disturbing documentary, A Gray State, discussing a December 2015 murder-suicide in a Minneapolis suburb that left filmmaker David Crowley, his wife Kamel, and their 5-year-old daughter Rania dead. Local journalist Corey Zarowski noted that it was catnip for conspiracy theorists, unquote. Why? Because for several years, Crowley had been trying to make a feature film called Gray State that looked like something cooked up by a room full of Alex Jones fans after a 3-day Red Bull and Googling marathon.
What is that? Sorry, go ahead. Please continue.
It only gets better. The idea that Crowley, an Army veteran, habitué of alt-right sites, would murder his family and write Allah Akbar in blood on the walls of their home before turning the gun on himself just wouldn't compute. So this is, now we get into some very condescending conspiracy theorists as considered morons, nerds, and geeks. They throw everything together here, even using the Corey Zarowski. Zarowski had the article in the City Pages that talked about the case that actually was pretty good, pretty well-rounded, I should say, not too good, but a well-rounded article in the City Pages in the Minneapolis, St. Paul area. But he did throw the word in that he said that he thought that this story was catnip for conspiracy theorists. And so it also goes on to mention here that the feature film Gray State that looks something cooked up by a room full of Alex Jones fans after a 3-day Red Bull and Googling marathon. And so this is just giving the reader the visual of nerds in their parents' basement, surfing the web all night long, using
that are Alex Jones fans.
Red Bull, yeah, and this is all to discredit.
Do these people not know that David Crowley was not an Alex Jones fan? I mean, do they not understand the vast differences between, Alex Jones? Do they not care about David Crowley's quote where he said, he didn't like the way Alex Jones was peddling merchandise to his fans and all that? It's every article has mentioned Alex Jones.
I think they all got a nice little paycheck for writing the review and probably didn't do much thinking of after watching the movie at all. These are I think these script for these reviews are written by the propaganda unit, the propaganda arm of the CIA, and then these authors came in and tweaked a little bit to make them look authentic, and that was it. It made the press. It's sitting there now on the World to Read on the Rotten Tomatoes website, which a lot of people do use. Good, honest people do use that site for regular movies, but they're going to come here, read this, and say, I'm not interested in watching some Looney Tunes dude kill his family.
This article does mention as a self-proclaimed citizen investigators. Again, okay. Dismiss the notion that the crime scene was what it appeared to be. Again, it's like, no, that's not. They're missing so many things. There's so much that is missing here from what. If you're gonna mention citizen investigators, at least be accurate in mentioning what they're investigating.
Correct.
Not that they're investigating that the bodies were moved or this or that. We're investigating the whole thing. We're doing what they should be doing. We're doing their job for them, and we're not getting paid for this.
Correct.
That really kind of bothered me. And then they talk about Alex Jones again and how they're clear not to mention Alex Jones. He's only mentioned once or twice. It's like, so at least they do go there. And it's just too bad that they had to spend a whole first paragraph on Alex Jones first, and then say, well, but it's not really about Alex Jones. If you get past that.
Yep, they're all very, very cut from the same cloth, all these articles and reviews written by the experts, and the documentary was done by experts, and we've got the facts, we've got the truth, the case is closed. No need to do anything more of the research. You just pop in this movie for 93 minutes and you've got your answers and you can move on with your life, is what the intention of these reviews are setting. Once again, I got the Rotten Tomatoes front page here pulled up. It's showing 100% on the tomato meter for A Gray State 2017. There's no poster even for it. Hopefully we can encourage you to go out and make a comment on the Rotten Tomatoes site if you'd like to, but for certain, try to leave a comment here on this YouTube video, and we'll see if other people are noticing the same kinds of things, or if you could leave comments underneath this video here for anything that we have missed here tonight. But this is just the 5 reviews that are out there, and once again, it's just to help the reader look for keywords and key phrases and things like this when you look at things like this from a different set of eyes, being awake, being open to the truth. Some of these things I think seem to jump out at us when you start looking at it from that mindset. What other things have you gotten, Greg, on these 5 reviews? Anything else from a top level that you've seen on these reviews that you want to mention?
Well, I think we covered it. We basically covered it all. It's to connect the alt-right with Alex Jones somehow, and then with Donald Trump, and then with David Crowley. And in this last one by Chris Barsanti, it goes into the soldiers, how David, it focuses on the fact that David Crowley was a soldier. It talks about Black Hawk Down. It talks about PTSD. It really has a lot of code words in there that kind of make you feel sorry for this guy, and it's trying to tell you a story. And I think a lot of the problem that I see now, and a lot of the problem with a lot of the kids that are growing up now in this social media age, is that they want a quick answer, they want a quick fix, they want it solved. They think that they know everything. They think that, they can look at a couple of these posts and figure out what really happened. I think these guys that are writing these things, these 5 pieces, these 5 people that wrote these 5 pieces, they're going to move on to other things. They're going to move on to other topics. They don't care about this case. This is just another piece that they're writing. That's all it is. And that's what I truly think based on the way that they've written these things. They haven't written them with depth. They haven't written them with heart. And most importantly, they haven't written them with truth. And I think that's what's going to stand the test of time, is what those real facts are. And unfortunately, I think 5-10 years from now, people are still going to be asking a lot of questions about this case. It's sad.
The other thing I'd like to add that I just thought about now, Greg, is for the listeners out there that haven't read the article in the New Yorker magazine written by Alec Wilkinson that came out, I believe, in March of 2017, is to get a full flavor of these reviews. Read that entire article and then read these 5 reviews. And when you put those things together, these phrases and keywords and things jump right out at you as all being done, I believe, in concert with each other to send a message, to tell a story, like you said, to leave the reader with, I've got the answers now, everything's done, it's all solved, it's a true life story, it's complete, and now I've got my answers, I can move on and move on with my life now, because this has evidently been a case closed. So, and what we're here to say for Greg and I, if I can speak for you, Greg, is that this case is not closed officially. We don't know the answers. We don't have the truth. The people who have seen the movie, it does sound like there's just a lot of video footage and some interviews that were done, but it doesn't really solve anything regarding this case, is what I think. It doesn't solve, it doesn't answer anything. It's just a documentary filled with some video footage and home movies and interviews with the family. But I don't think it brings closure to anything. But I have not seen it and neither have you, so I can't put the disclaimer on it officially.
Right, but I can guarantee that after we do get to see it, I'm sure we'll have a lot more to really say on this topic. I'm curious about the family and the friends who have seen this. What do you think? Are you satisfied? Does this answer everything? Does this give you closure? I spoke with one friend of the Crowley family, and I asked him if it gave him closure, and he said that he already had closure. It's like, well, then why are you making this movie then? Why are you being a part of this film? What is the whole purpose?
Correct.
Is that the whole purpose of this movie? So that way, then maybe they can actually get this Gray State movie where somebody will purchase it and where they can make it a $30 million Hollywood film. Is that the real goal here?
Correct.
Or is it truth? Because if it's truth, then I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing that.
Gotcha. All right. Any final words to wrap up, Greg? And I'll just like to remind the viewers of this to please leave your comments below if there's anything that we missed or anything we overlooked. Hopefully, you'll leave some comments down there below. Any last comments, Greg?
No, I think that's it.
All right. Thanks for listening in. Today is July 11th, 2017. For Greg Fernandez Jr., this is Dan Hennon.
Death of a Dystopian by Alec Wilkinson. He writes a 7-page article in The New Yorker, and I find it fascinating what was missed in this article, all the different things that were not covered, yet what he chose to actually cover in this. Now, in speaking with Alec Wilkinson, it took me probably about 30 seconds to realize that this guy did not know very much about this case. Didn't know about the bullet hole in the living room that the police missed for 1 month. In this article, you're pretty much given two choices, okay? You can either believe that David Crowley is guilty or that the government killed him. That's pretty much all of the choices we're given here. How a libertarian's film project and his fate fueled the alt-right's deepest fears. I don't know what this guy is talking about here. I don't know what this guy is talking about here when he's talking about this alt-right crap. What does the alt-right have to do with any of this? Alright, this is not about alt-right, this is not about left, this is not about right, it's not about any of that. It's just about truth. First of all, has he read the police reports? Has he looked at the crime scene photos? Because I can tell you, when the people came out, when the documentary film came out to film me, the guy that I spoke with had no interest in looking at those photos. Well, if you're not going to look at those photos, if you're not going to look at the 94 pages, of course you're not going to understand where we're coming from. But if you're not willing to do that, don't write an article and don't make a fucking documentary. This is serious stuff. Now, if you have looked at these photos, and if you have looked at the 94 pages and you still don't understand where a person like me is coming from, I don't know what to tell you. Here's what I can tell you. I don't know what happened. This article continually tells me what happened based on the documentary that I have yet to see. That also is going to tell me what happened. Well, I had many people from the very beginning trying to tell me what happened. And it all comes back to the same thing, the broken record of Greg Fernandez Jr. Where is your proof? So let's go through this article that fueled the alt-right deepest fears. I mean, what kind of crap is that? It all goes back to this secret knowledge that these people have, and this is why David Crowley is guilty. But we can't share it with you yet. First, we gotta go and go to every film festival that we could possibly get it into. Then we gotta sell it to somebody. So again, where does it come down to? It comes down to money. Yes, it is an interesting story. To me, the interesting thing is not just what David Crowley did, it's how the police reacted to what David Crowley did, to what they claim he did. So to me, there's many stories here. It isn't just, is David Crowley innocent or guilty? It's also, what did the police do to come to their theory? This article really doesn't cover that. Okay, it kind of glosses over that. Here's what I think really happened. I think Alec Wilkinson wrote a shitty article, 7-page article. I think there was a lot of things that he did not cover, and a lot of things he chose not to cover. Okay, but this alt-right crap is really bothering me, so I keep going back to that. Alright, so the journal was a life report, since I suspect my feelings right now in nostalgia and reflection might be of value. The timing of this article matching up with the documentary is not a coincidence. It's not an accident. Like I told the people that showed up at the house when they interviewed me, I told the guy later on, man, you guys did not have to be so secretive. If you're going to try to set out to find the truth, then be truthful. We didn't know who was making this film. We didn't know what this film was for, and we didn't care, because that's how strongly we believe in what we say. But on Facebook, there is a page called Justice for David Crowley and Family, which says that its purpose is to, quote, help to clear the good name of David Crowley. The page is overseen by an accountant in Minnesota named Dan Hinnon. He and Greg Fernandez Jr., a tech worker in California, conduct long discussions on YouTube in which they find fault with the police investigation and ask why someone whose future seems so promising would kill himself. I don't know if that's what we're discussing. We discuss more of how the police messed this whole thing up and how certain people jumped to the conclusion that David Crowley was guilty and totally ignored or totally just glossed over all of the things that the police did wrong. That's what we're talking about. To say that the reason why the police missed the bullet hole is because of the Christmas tree, where the Christmas tree was, is bull. Because we can see exactly where the Christmas tree was. It was not that close to the ceiling. There is no way that the police would have missed it. The police moved the Christmas tree at least once, so there's no reason for them not to have seen this large bullet hole in the living room. Alec goes on to say the journal is dominated by Crowley's notes as he wrote Gray State. What he wished for it to be, his anxieties about whether he could manage it, and the audience he imagined it would reach. He also wrote about his ambitions in general, to have a screenplay produced by 2016, to be a millionaire by 2017, his feelings for Kamel. And here's a quote from David. God, I love that woman, strong, beautiful, ferocious, and deadly intelligent. And his determination to be a good father. So he's writing about his determination to be a good father, and then he goes ahead and kills his daughter. So as the entries go on, I guess, it starts to get darker now, okay? Where David Crowley writes, I'm expecting to wake up somebody else. Vast personality changes are happening too fast to write about every day. I am being prepped for some slide into oblivion or destiny. This is what it comes down to. And this is what Alec Wilkinson says. David Crowley was losing his mind, and he didn't seem to know it. Somebody's feeding that to Alec. This guy does not know David Crowley, okay? This guy, I mean, that's a huge statement to really say. Somebody is feeding him information that will lead to that conclusion. Journals of people overtaken by psychosis are rare. That's the very next sentence. So David Crowley was losing his mind and he didn't seem to know it, and this is a rare case. It's pretty much what the guy is saying. I hope this guy's not a journalist. This guy cannot be a journalist. I mean, I took 2 high school journalism classes, and I know there's certain things you do and certain things that you don't do if you are a journalist. I'm not a journalist, but I don't know if this guy, I don't think this guy is either, so guess we're in the same boat. He goes on to say David Crowley owned a number of self-hypnosis recordings meant to overcome his insecurities. Again, somebody's feeding him that. The reason I say this, somebody's feeding Alec this, is because the guy obviously has not done a lot of research on this case. He thought that the convulsive things that were happening to him were the result of his endeavor to become more confident, poised, and commanding. He thought he was developing a new self. Where are all of these strange things? Where are all of the conclusions, the rush to judgment? Where is that in this article? It's missing. The only one who knows for sure is God. And that's good enough for me. Okay, in 2007, David was transferred to Fort Hood in Texas, and in 2008, he met Kamel at a bar in Waco. The next day, he introduced her to another soldier as his girlfriend. Kamel, who was a senior at Baylor University, lived with her mother and father, Nyla and Anja Malam, and her younger sister, Sidra. 3 years earlier, they had come from Pakistan. There, the girls and their mother had each had a driver, and the house was run by servants. In the U.S., they had to learn to manage for themselves. Within weeks of meeting Kamel, David found out that he was being stop-lossed. That is, his service was being extended without his consent. Furthermore, he was being sent to Afghanistan. He immediately asked Kamel to marry him. Kamel told her father that she was serious about David. So this is what Anjem Alam, Kamel's father, told Alec Wilkinson for this article. While I was talking to her, meaning Kamel, David comes to the house for the first time. He came in and he was ready to fight with me. So Kamel told Anjem that they were getting married in 2 days and that David was leaving in 2 weeks. Anjem said, I was completely in shock. Finally, I said, fine, if you guys love each other, who the hell am I to come between you? So even though David came in there ready to fight, Anjem goes on, and it seems like he and David eventually are on good terms. So David so resented being stop-loss that he told his commanding officer in Afghanistan that he couldn't be responsible for another soldier's life, and he was assigned to deliver mail. Kamel got pregnant in late 2008 during one of David's leaves. When he was finally discharged in June of 2009, he was disgruntled, and he told Kamel not to come to the ceremony for returning soldiers. Instead, he had her wait outside in the car. I don't want the army controlling how I reunite with my wife, he told another soldier. Rania was born in August of 2009. In September, the family moved from Waco to Minnesota, where Kamel knew no one. For the first 6 months, she was miserable, her sister said. She would call crying, "It's so depressing here and it's always cold." Okay, the Gray State began in the summer of 2010 when Danny Mason, whom David had met through a professor at film school, sent David an email with links to websites devoted to conspiracies and suppressed information. Conspiracies and suppressed information. Very similar to the case that we're dealing with now. How ironic. According to Mason, he came back in 36 hours, having stayed up for 24 hours, and said, "You're on to something. Let's see where this goes." Before writing a first draft, David and Danny Mason wrote scenes for the trailer, which they shot with Mitch Heil in 2011. It is 2 minutes 40 seconds long, and it cost $6,000. Over the summer, Kamel's mother received a diagnosis of cervical cancer. Kamel and her father argued over the phone about treatments, and afterwards she and David decided that her family was trying to manipulate her and that she could no longer speak to them. The following day, though, David heard Kamel on the phone talking heatedly in Urdu and became angry. After they argued, she wrote, "I expected him to show me a little more compassion." She told herself that she would feel better in the morning, but she had nightmares. "I started to experience degrees of separation between David and I," she wrote. "I guess I forgot we were two different people in two different bodies." Alright, now here we go, and Alec then goes on to say, a psychosis can overwhelm and disable a person, or it can appear episodically in the form of disordered thoughts that are themselves an attempt to ward off a collapse. At the end of July, David suffered a psychic crisis that involved a deep understanding stretching my mind past what my body can tolerate. He went on to write that he had undergone, quote, a 20-minute physical episode of visions of pure deep horror, long insight stretching unbroken like a panorama. The vision subsided, however, and he returned to his regular life, taking Rania to their sitter, having family dinners, reading and writing, and working out in the backyard with Kamel. The moment of my purpose has arrived, and if the universe awaits my consent for the go-ahead, then I say, do your worst, you filthy, sticky bitch. I know you're going to reward and seduce me before killing off what I love and burying what I build and destroying me as awfully as possible in horrible retribution for having thrust my abilities so far into your black void that generations hence will still be expanding on what I started, settling the void, conquering the dark, until the greater objective is served. Very interesting quote there. It's as if the writing and making of the Gray State were a means to containing the violent fantasies within him. I'm going to read that again. It is as if the writing and making of Gray State were a means of containing the violent fantasies within him. And when the project faltered, they swamped him. So again, very similar to what Mitch Heil said, the Gray State killed him. The mics reacted as producers do, by considering the script's merits and difficulties. My first pass from story content was, "This is kind of a roadmap for the next American Revolution," Michael O'Donnell told Alec Wilkinson. My second pass was breaking it down to what it costs. When David finally heard from them on September 26, he said that Gray State might be better as a TV series. They did not offer him a contract he had counted on. David was devastated. Making Gray State was his whole world, Sidra said. David began to have trouble sleeping, and for an hour one night he lay awake and cried. "I guess the big wait created a lot of anxiety that needed a resolution the situation couldn't provide," he wrote. "Hence the bad weather. I'm serious. Moment by moment for a long time the weather has been following my mood." He stopped saying that he was going to be famous. He didn't say that they were moving to California anymore either, a friend named Chris Peck told Alec Wilkinson. All he said was that was a pipe dream. As if to salvage years of work, David put aside Gray State for a documentary that he called Gray State: The Rise, which he assembled from interviews with himself, friends, and internet commentators, news footage, and a brief interview he had once filmed with Alex Jones. It expresses the belief that the Gray State has arrived. Working on it possessed him as entirely as writing Gray State had. And here we go. To further the brand, he planned to make the documentary available free. So working on this, quote, possessed him as entirely as writing Gray State had. So now David was possessed. He's possessed with, first he was possessed with making this film. Now he's possessed with a documentary. Possession, control, keywords, lots of keywords here. Alright, so here we go. Meanwhile, he and Kamel stopped returning phone calls and texts and emails. Anjem sent Kamel a photograph of her mother, Nyla, in the hospital, hoping to provoke her into speaking to him. Immediately, he received a call from David, who said that he and Kamel wanted nothing more to do with him or the rest of the family. Sidra and her fiancé drove from Waco to Minnesota to check up on Kamel. A few months earlier, Anjem had lent David and Kamel a car as a pretext. Sidra planned to tell them that he needed it back. She would leave her own car for them. So Sidra and her boyfriend at the time, now her husband, drove from Waco to Minnesota on October 16th. They drove for 16 hours, and they arrived at around 7 that evening. They knocked on the door, and Sidra said, "I'm here to see my sister." David apparently told her, "We want nothing to do with you. I thought I made that clear," and he shut that door. She knocked again. David said, "Go sit in the car." Vincent, the boyfriend, saw a shadow on the wall behind David and felt sure that it was Kamel's. When David came out to the car, he said that there was no way Sidra could see her sister. Sidra said that they had come to exchange cars. Sidra said that he needed an hour to get the car ready, but he would return it only if they took both cars, which meant Sidra would have to drive 16 hours to Waco by herself. She said she couldn't. "Fine," David said. "Deal's off." Then he went back in the house. Vinny and I looked at each other like, "What now?" Sidra told Alec Wilkinson. Vincent knocked on the door again, and David came out. Vincent extended his hand, and David hesitated, then shook it. "Her mom needs her daughter," Vincent said. "You said an hour, right?" When they returned, Sidra saw David watching them from a picture window beside the front door. The car was on the street, and on the dashboard there was a photograph of Kamel, Sidra, and Nyla. Kamel had written on the back of it, "I have always loved you and Mom, and always will." Sidra and Vincent decided to leave their car for Kamel in case she ever needed to flee. Sidra wrote, "I love you too" on the back of the photograph and left it on the dashboard, and they drove away quickly. Alright, so now we're going to get into the article where it talks about this pact, alright? You ready for this? A mania shared by two people, one of whom appears to be dominant, is called a delusion by proxy, and is rare. Again, this is a rare case. But hey, let's not worry about too much facts. Let's just call it rare and create a story that we want to present to the public that will conveniently match the documentary film that's coming out that's going to say about the same thing. But hey, two different sources, right? Wrong. Okay, the treatment begins by separating the people sharing the delusions. David's entry for October 30th, 2014 cryptically says, "Kamel got raptured today. She's still here." That morning he had gone to Home Depot, and when he returned, Kamel came into the kitchen and asked him to hold her. She said something was very wrong, something about "do not fear, sweet body, for we have felt this pain together," David said in a recording that he made immediately afterwards on his phone. He went on, paraphrasing her, quote, "Don't worry about the pain because you do not know how to feel pain. You will return to the dust in your dark slumber, and I will be gone. I have my mission, she had told David. She said she had heard a woman's scary voice and asked if he had heard it. Sounding distraught, she reproduced the voice. I've warned you. I've warned you. Then I want you. Please come with me. Please come with me. Your place won't come to me. There's nothing left here. David went into his office and shut the door. This took a lot out of her, he said into his phone. He had held her while she began to shake and weep and howl, and then she said, "This is what rapture is." Kamel came into the room then and lay down on the couch. You said you were Egyptian, David told her. You said you'd come from very far to find me and Rainey, and I need to come with you, and there's not much time. The primary emotion was that of desperate love, like hopeless love, he continued. And on some level, your soul has committed to mine, and we're going to go somewhere, and Rainey is coming with. Those were the last words, Kamel said, her voice pitched just high above a whisper. Demons don't just show up on your front door. You have to let them in. So that's where the occultist thing, where the spirituality thing, where the Bohemian Grove owl thing, that's where all that comes into play. And a very interesting quote where David mentions the Antichrist and having a soft spot for the Antichrist. These are not normal things. The week before Christmas, David and Kamel visited their friend Chris Peck. They were uncontrollably, zealously happy. David gave me some books, one about how to succeed in Hollywood, one about writing, and then he handed me a bunch of notes for a screenplay I was writing, and he gave me back video games I had lent him. He gave me back everything I had ever lent him. Kamel wished me Merry Christmas, and as quickly as they were in, they were out. High spirits, everything looks good, but somehow all of this is again leading to their downfall. This is 1 week before Christmas. They tell him Merry Christmas. They're celebrating Christmas. They're obviously celebrating Christmas. There's no doubt. All right, and Alec writes again, high spirits are characteristic of people resolved on suicide. Even though they won't leave a suicide note, you won't leave any indication of a suicide. Here they are talking about a pact. Okay, this guy is being very sneaky about his writing here, because they're talking about a pact. But he's very clear. He's very careful about what he says. But we know what he's saying. It is why so many stories of suicide include someone saying, "We thought we had got better." The decision often gives people a feeling of being released from their troubles. Dan Luttrell served with David in Afghanistan, but he hadn't spoken with him in a while. Then late one night, a few days before Christmas, quote, "I was sitting on the computer," Dan said, "drinking, and I got a message from him. They discussed the Army and their lives in Gray State. Quote, he was drinking absinthe, and I was drinking whiskey and beer. After about 2 hours, Luttrell said that he was ready for bed, and David asked him to delete their exchange. His exact words, this is a quote from Dan Luttrell, his exact words were, "If you're truly my brother and my friend, you'll do it. I promise you'll understand soon." The last entry in the journal reads, "I am no one. It is everyone else who is someone." On Christmas morning, he makes a list of plans for the coming year. Christmas 6-day countdown meme. It will be a new year, he wrote, and he reminded himself that December 30th was the last day to crowdfund. Planning for the future. More planning for the future. How much evidence do we have that David was planning for the future and not necessarily planning to kill himself? Then with the pistol that he kept in his safe in the bedroom, he shot Kamel and Rainey. So all of a sudden, right? So here he is. He's talking about the last day for the crowdfunding on December 30th. Then he goes and he decides to shoot his wife and his daughter as they lay on the living room floor. Sometime later, he sat down beside them and shot himself. No mention of the bullet, no mention of anything. It's just, okay, that's it. So here we go from David writing his last entry. And all of a sudden, then, with a pistol he kept in his safe in the bedroom, he shot Kamel and Renya as they lay on the living room floor. That's a quick jump. The next morning, Dan Jr. left presents for David and Kamel and Rania on the doorsteps. In the living room, David had done something that the police omitted from their incident report and waited months before telling the families. Months. In his hands, covered in his wife's blood, he stood on the couch and wrote on the wall, Allahu Akbar, which means God is great. On the floor by Kamel, he had placed a Quran open to a prayer of forgiveness. A few days after the bodies were discovered, David's father and sister went into the house. Apparently they went into that. Everybody goes into this house and nobody sees the bullet in the living room ceiling. Got it. Now, if it's a few days later that they go into this house, they obviously would see the writing on the wall, right? No, because the police had painted that wall white, so they painted over it. Cleaners had to cut out the floorboards where the blood had warped them, so it was clear where the bodies had lain. And then there was questions if some of that blood had seeped down into the basement walls, because on one of the basement walls, it does look like there is blood. There is a reason why Allahu Akbar was written in blood on that wall. And yes, it does make sense to me that it is a satanic angle, that it is a demonic angle, an occultist angle. But that doesn't make it true. That doesn't make it fact. Mason Hendricks was also in the house and when he looked up and saw that there was a bullet hole in the living room. Again, not mentioned in this article. I told Alec Wilkinson about that. He found it strange. I told his fact checker. She found it strange. Mason Hendricks found it strange. Everybody finds it strange, but nobody wants to talk about it. That's even more strange. Danny Mason maintains David's Gray State Facebook page, posting videos and remarks every few weeks, usually critical of the government. He and Dan Sr. own the rights to the concept, and while David Sr. is uncertain what outcome he prefers, Danny Mason still hopes to make Gray State. So even after the guy dies, even after the guy allegedly kills his family, you're really going to move forward with this movie? You must not be thinking clearly. Because if you really think you're going to make this movie and you're going to make money off of this, that's pretty sick to me. So I will debate Danny Mason on this anytime. Alright, so there's the article there. Just wanted to cover that and get that off of my chest. Feel a lot better now. Might be one of the only times I ever am forced to read an article from the New Yorker. Hopefully I never have to do it again. See you next time.
What I've seen after the New Yorker article came out, and then what I've seen in the interviews relating to the documentary that Eric Nelson directed, called A Gray State, is the common theme that I'm seeing in both of these things is the concept that David Crowley came back from the war, started understanding how things work from the big picture, and then the theme that I'm seeing is that they're pushing that he saw a niche market that he could exploit. It sounds to me that the narrative they're going with is that he found this conspiracy theory group out there that he could exploit and make money off by making a movie about these crazy nut jobs. I don't buy that at all. In fact, I think that he was 100% following his heart with the script and everything that he was working on in the Gray State. He was not using it to exploit anybody, but he wanted the truth to be out there, and would go so far as to release some of the stuff for free, the documentary. He was more, I would look at it as educating and giving people information that they could judge for themselves, but helping educate the American public, not something that he could exploit for a quick buck because he was trying to hustle someone. And that's the feeling I got after reading the article and watching the several of the interviews for the documentary, that they're trying to put a spin that he was trying to make a quick buck, is what it sounded like to me.
What do you think about the demonic angle that they're going to try to push?
Well, I think that it's with what happened in that house and what we've seen, it certainly seems plausible that if there was something behind that angle, it could have been the case. We know that David Crowley would not do this, any normal person would not do this in their right mind if they were clearly thinking. Now, if he was under some kind of hold, under some kind of possession, perhaps he was, and perhaps he did this. But if that's the case, you still have to get around the angle that if a silencer was used to carry out the killings, why would you need a silencer if you were under this demonic possession of some entity so no one would hear the shots? That's the one thing people have to remember about this case. The homes are close together. In the wintertime, shots of that caliber weapon that David allegedly used without any kind of suppressor or silencer would have rang through that neighborhood. So if you want to play the demonic possession card in this situation, although it's plausible, you still have to get around that fact that a silencer or something was used as no one in the neighborhood heard anything. We've heard that neighbors heard something, but it didn't line up with the dates and times that this obviously happened in. So you still got to explain that scenario, because that still has to be dealt with, and that hasn't been yet to this day, a silencer or a suppressor.
Any final thoughts here before we go?
No, I think just to summarize, I think that once that documentary comes out, we'll be able to see that, whether it goes on to Netflix, whether it goes on to, I think it's A&E. A&E Films owns it. They're going to try to, I think, submit it. Some other people have requested it for some various film festivals to get it entered here. But I think after 6 to 12 months, whether it gets accepted or not, they'll start airing that on Netflix, maybe free for download, free movie to view. It might be on cable release after that. But it would be interesting to see what was all contained in that video footage of David doing those home videos. And I believe all that was legit and true. But to tie it into why he allegedly did this, that's a pretty giant leap, I think. The video footage that he had obviously happened, but the Eric Nelson and the film crew here took that footage, those 1,300 hours or 1,300 photographs, along with hours of documentation, and they basically needled it down to certain things that happened, and then tried to then make the viewer of the movie make the leap that he indeed did carry out this crime.
Right, because that's what we keep hearing, all of these things. Oh, it was strange, but this is where they prove, this is how they're going to prove that David Crowley is guilty. To me, that always seemed very, very strange. Yet, at the same time, they're like, well, anybody else's theory is just as good as ours. So.
Yeah, and that I agree 100% right there. This doesn't prove anything. If this is just homemade videos and pictures taken by David on his cell phone, you know, the things that he did obviously happened because it was videotaped. But to make that giant leap that this was the reason he did it, and now this proves that he did it, is nothing less than I wouldn't say a joke, but you cannot make that conclusion.
Okay. All right. So we'll just wait for the documentary to come out, and then hopefully we'll do another show, maybe a few shows on it. Who knows, depending on how bad or how good it is.
Alle guten, alle bösen, folgen
coming out because, as you know, this is an independent project. We have a quadcopter drone. We're going to be doing aerials. We're going to have you guys busting up these houses, sicking attack dogs on children. You know, it's going to get nasty. Yeah. And just thank you guys for being a part of it. I hope you have the presence of mind to remain professional and not take it too far. It's just, I don't know what too far really is at this point. So just impress me, make it real. You're here for a reason, right? You're part of the Gray State team? Yes. Show it to me. Big family. Show it to me. Big family. Anything else?
I think we're covered.
Squad leader, I want to hear you yelling to your guys. Execute commands. If they're doing something wrong, get them into play. That's your target house. High value individual in there, very dangerous, he's armed. Get there, get your squad up there.
Oh, get there. So David had saying all the time, he screamed, get there, get there. And David only showed you one time how to do something, and he hated if you had to go back and ask questions about it.
Action! Hit it! Go, 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 go! Okay, cut!
42 people watching so far.
How many?
42.
43.
Oh, 43.
Hey guys, how's it going? I'm losing my voice, so I'll make this quick. Right now, we're getting to the fun stuff. This is the actual Gray State, so you guys have seen the trailer, obviously, you know. This is just a quick jump into the future. Can you do a loop of the house?
Okay.
Okay, I'm watching.
Watch this, Daddy.
I'm right here watching.
Even in the midst of it, David always took time to acknowledge his daughter.
You're a goofball.
Say Gray State. Gray State.
It's interesting being here on this set because this set here, where we're shooting this interview, is where we did a lot of the shooting for Gray State.
Action.
If you are receiving this message, then you've been recruited. Welcome to the fight, Patriot.
Okay, a little bit less on the happy.
Less, okay.
What is Gray State?
Gray State is less a movie than it is a warning. We do not live in a dictatorship, but we do live in a police state. What we're going to see is the unveiling of this Gray State foisted upon America. The thing that you have to begin to understand about conspiracy theory is that at some point, it's no longer theory. You talk about peak oil, you talk about FEMA camps, you talk about global warming, you talk about the UN, you talk about the NWO. They're prepping for megadeath. Once the red carpet gets rolled out for this New World Order program, everything is free game. The bastard of it all is that you've heard of everything. Americans believe that they can't do anything. And day by day, they're becoming correct. It's a game of numbers, and we're losing.
I want to salute everybody that came out to address the real elite, the robber barons that have taken over our society. These are cowardly scum. All right, get down there, folks. Mike's down there. Get them. Come on. We're going to get the other people.
Hey, Alex, can we lock in a time with you tomorrow for...
I'll be out here like 9 in the morning. What are you guys doing with Ted?
You know that dystopian movie you're always talking about on air?
Yeah.
We're the only ones doing it. So it's what happens if these guys win. And it's the dystopian near future reality we're looking at if we don't embrace liberty.
Oh, that's what's called Gray State.
Yeah.
David didn't want to be leader for anything. He didn't want the glamour, the glory of the millions of dollars. You know, he saw a vision, he wanted to make it work, and he wanted to get it out.
The Gray State Movie. Go to graystatemovie.com. We're on Facebook. We're on YouTube. The word is getting out, and the war is coming.
David Crowley was a voice for a movement that believed that a government shutdown was imminent, that the oligarchy and these corporate powers, the corporatocracy, could overtake our civilization, our society, and in turn our citizens, and take away all of our civil liberties and human rights.
If you look around, this reminds me of Iraq. You've got the gradual decline of freedom and liberty. That's the Gray State.
He was a genius. He was a genius. I had never met anybody so analytical, so decisive, and so strategic.
Thanks for coming. It's important to note that without the volunteered participation of people like you to give the project scale, all of the best ideas and loftiest ambitions would never be realized. This is not just a movie. Today we're all part of something much bigger.
So a lot of people, when they look at David, they could think, why does he make everything so difficult, so challenging, and so tough? And probably the easiest answer is because he was a perfectionist.
What the f is this wall, and how does it work?
So the wall is just a writing tool. The wall is something that every writer probably does. I don't know how extensive they get. Maybe they're better at synthesizing story than I am. So, I mean, if you want to look at it physically, you have the story here, beginning to end, also up, or top to bottom. So in constructing a story, you'll find out that it works on several levels. There's mythological storytelling, so it's the hero's journey as described by Joseph Campbell.
Well, this whole thing has sort of taken on a mind of its own. We're still pretty new to this whole gig, but you know, it is developing. This project has developed momentum that I can't even describe. It has run away from us.
Action! Okay, so head in your crotch. Bloody head in your crotch. Hi, Chris Peck. Nice to meet you. Slate.
Speed.
Action!
I think what made David a good leader was probably what he picked up through his experience of the Army.
Cameras are rolling!
He would lead his crew like we were going into war and, you know, we might not come out alive. Who else could walk up to a group of 20 people and say, hey, you want to be actors in this scene? People with no experience at all. David would make them into actors.
And you're going to be leaning forward more? Shoot this arm back. Just start there, yeah. Okay, cool. Here we go, here we go. If you guys want to be in the scene, Chief Weinzettel told me that I can do whatever I want with you guys as long as you're cool with it. So if you want to jump out and join the squads and make a show of it, I'm cool with that if you are. I want to get away with as much as I can. So if I can have a snarling dog attack a family safely, I'm going to do that. And you guys have to tell me no.
David very much had a vision when it came to making Gray State.
Action!
He knew how to be a businessman. He knew how to get people together. They were not filmmakers.
All right, cut.
And Dan gets up and says, Kelly, I can't. You might die. Like, we've talked about this.
Yeah.
Everybody dies.
Which is good, because I think it's like repeating the conversation that would have.
But what's Kelly's motivation to get it taken out? Because she knows that Josh kept her off the radar, right?
David and Kamel were always one unit. I mean, they were incredible. I mean, they were a relationship you wish for.
And I have a bear in there, a bear figurine.
He's got too many figurines.
Cherub figurines.
They always had their own interesting way to express how much they loved each other.
Yeah, that's better.
I was just,
You're fidgeting over there. I can
well, no, I'm not. I'm just laughing. I'm glad this isn't being narrated because, like, Daniel feels a lump in his pocket from the expo. It can mean a lot of things. So I'm glad no one's narrating it.
Ooh. Hold on, let me touch my lump.
Tell me about Kamel a little bit.
Sorry.
Well, you can't help but think about it every time you drive past it, or just coming out in the backyard and looking over. And the people I have talked to, we would all just be happy if someone came and tore it down and built something new. We had my sister-in-law living with us for the month of December. And we took her home in the first part of January. And as we were driving to the airport that morning, I looked at the steps and I noticed there were still Christmas gifts out there. And we had assumed that they went to Texas.
Well, I went over to pick up the presents, and then I heard the dog bark. And I hadn't heard the dog bark for a long time, so I thought, well, they must be home. And since I was in the front, I went to ring the doorbell. Well, then the dog came and jumped up by the front window and was barking, and I thought, well, they're not home. I haven't seen the dog or heard the dog before. Maybe there might be something wrong. And that's when I stepped off the stoop and went over to the window and I looked inside. I saw one body that was probably, maybe about 6 to 8 feet away from the window. And then I noticed that there was another body, maybe 6 to 7 feet away from the first one. And I noticed that there was a little body that looked like it was almost in the second body's arms.
1055 Ramsdale Drive. Cop reporting suspicious behavior next door. Went over to the home to the right of the RP, sees dead bodies inside the house, dog inside, sees a gun in the house on the floor.
To look at the three of them through the Instagram filter of life, it's hard to imagine how it all went so wrong. David Crowley, a talented, promising young filmmaker, his smart and beautiful wife, Kamel, a dietitian, and their adorable 5-year-old daughter, Rania.
The reality is, the truth of what happened to David Crowley and his family is stranger and sadder than anyone imagined.
So this is the home in Apple Valley. I mean, this is a total middle-class neighborhood. And this was mid-January when police made the discovery. You can still see the Christmas presents on the front porch. But what a horrific crime to walk into and try to piece together. Physical evidence scattered all over by the dog. I mean, horrific. Investigators found about 22 terabytes of information, all strung together on hard drives, kind of daisy-chained all together. And you had to think that when they're looking at all this, they're like, okay, maybe the answer is in one of these hard drives. We find the why. So I took the case file. It was about 1,500 pages. And I went through it. And all of a sudden, I came through a picture that they did not have in the crime scene photos that they provided. And I said, oh my God, what is this?
And there on the wall, above the bodies, scrawled in blood, the words, Allah Akbar, God is the greatest. Between their bodies, a Quran with pages torn out, opened to a traditional forgiveness prayer. In the home office, on a notepad, submit to Allah now.
How do you try to explain 3 deaths, you know, a husband and a wife and their little girl? And you can't come up with answers, right? I mean, talk about the various parts of it, you just can't come up with answers. And there's something about it that just kind of gets on you and you just can't wash it off. There's a Quran laying amongst the bodies. There's blood on the wall. David Crowley's right on the verge of making it big, shall we say, or at least taking a really big step in getting beyond YouTube and actually getting to a movie, to theaters everywhere. No wonder it was catnip for conspiracy theorists.
Hello, this is Dan Hennon, along with Greg Fernandez Jr. for another installment of the Crowley Case Updates. Today is June 4th, 2016, and we've got some updates on the case. So how are you doing today, Greg?
I'm doing good. It's hot, but that's okay.
Good, good.
I don't give a crap about credibility at all. Credibility means nothing to me. What I care about is truth.
I'm not in law enforcement. I don't have a background in detective work, but how it happened, I would say it's undetermined. You've got no suicide note. There's no motive. And they said that out of their way to say that the blood test on the wall written Allah Akbar was the blood of Comel Crowley.
Right.
Well, who wrote the blood? Once you get into this wrong territory, once you start treading into these waters, there is a backlash against you by some shadow entity, who knows what it is, but you start pushing the wrong buttons to the elite, so to say, and there is payback.
And I think one of the big problems with the people who think that David Crowley is guilty is they don't even want us asking questions now. They don't decide when we get to stop asking questions. We get to decide that.
Did the government want to silence him and his film?
Guys out here going after the truth get knocked off.
This particular video really shows why the criminal establishment murdered not only him, but his family as well.
As the admin and creator of the justice pages on the Facebook accounts, I allow all theories to come into play. I don't want to censor narratives. There are certain people out there that certainly believe that these things did happen. They ruled it a double murder followed by a suicide at the hands of David without any real investigation. There was no signs of domestic violence. There was no evidence of a violent household. There was no evidence of PTSD. There was no evidence of mental illness, no depression, nothing.
There are certain points in every story that you can recognize that this is what happens to the character at this point in the story. For example, after Act 2 begins, eventually the midpoint is created, which is the metaphorical inmost cave. So the hero enters the labyrinth to fight the Minotaur, and he emerges with the secret, but the fight isn't over. And that applies to other stories, like the character doesn't have the right idea yet, and is still kind of struggling, but he achieves progress through proactivity and all these things. And then eventually there's the supreme ordeal, which is like the ultimate fight to death.
You know, he had a whole album for her that he made while he was in Afghanistan. He's like picking away here, you know, like he's played guitar his whole life, so. Well, David was good at whatever he decided was worth being good at. He was good at being a father. He was good at being a husband. He's good at school. You know, he did things differently, he thought differently, and he worked harder, and he was more driven.
This is Crowley. Testing out the Spartan 8-footers.
It's not quite 8 feet.
Well, it's a little 6-footer, kinda.
Yeah, well, maybe like 5'10".
Yeah, whatever. Oh, weak.
I need the tape.
Hey.
All right.
Yes.
Ha! Again.
Finish him.
Give me my second spear.
Awesome.
Everything he did it to his utmost ability. He never half-assed anything. He saw what he wanted, and he went and he took it.
We never needed to join the military, but like we were playing airsoft, kind of like paintball or whatever. We tried to make it as realistic as possible, I guess. So we're trying to wear accurate uniforms and trying to do, you know, military type movements and military type things. And for me, and I think for him too, it was just a natural progression of, I like the military, I like guns, I like, you know, that type of thing. So I'm like, I would like to progress from playing it to being it.
I can't ever remember deciding to join the Army, but of course we were all inundated with the whole glory aspect of it, having seen Black Hawk Down, which came out around the time that we were in 10th grade. And so at some point it became obvious to us that we were joining the military.
Well, this is fun.
Turn around and we're gonna go back up that way.
I served in Ramadi, Iraq in 2006, and I witnessed directly what we're doing there, the good and the bad.
This? Put in the water? You drank it all. You drank it all. Here, give it to old boy right there. Look, put this in the water, dude.
9/11 obviously generated a lot of emotion. You see 3,000 of your fellow Americans incinerated. You think, that sucks. So when they say we need to go to Iraq because of this, you're going to Iraq, buddy. I've seen people shot in the head, I've seen people killed, I've seen people blown up. I've been in combat, I've shot people, I know how combat goes. You die like animals. We die like animals. You bleed out and then you leave a corpse that looks surprised. And that's just how it is. And I witnessed directly how the mentality of the American soldier is being used, and directly how the mentality of the American public is being used. I mean, when you follow a flag, you're going to be manipulated. It's not like following a person or following an idea. You're following a country. And whenever that country says to follow, you're going to do. It is morally reprehensible what we're doing in the Middle East. And if you don't understand that yet, you need to open your eyes, because you are a slave for the most insidious global agenda mankind has ever known, and you are directly responsible for that. At some point, you've got to realize that you're just a dog jumping through hoops for the government.
David called me and said, hey, I met this girl and we're getting married. I'm like, what? He goes, yeah, we're getting married in 2 weeks. I said, I heard you were seeing somebody for a couple months, but wow.
David, would you have this woman, Kamel, to be your lawfully wedded wife? Will you love, honor, and keep her in sickness and in health, and forsaking all others, keep you only unto her so long as you both shall live?
I will.
I first heard he was having problems and he went, to Afghanistan, and he was really struggling because he's now afraid. He was never afraid before, but now that he's met Kamel, he really has a reason to live. He really doesn't want to get killed.
He has a wife and a daughter on the way, and he thought he was going back to civilian life and he'd done his time, and Uncle Sam said thank you, and now all of a sudden he is being thrown into what he feels to be a corrupt war. What the stop loss did to his worldview and how he described it to me was that he had a breakdown.
I was stop lost. I was involuntarily held by the military for 15 months. I was forced to deploy against my will, had to leave my brand new wife at home. And I come back from that very disgruntled, to say the least. Nothing good ever comes out of a deployment except for, well, a body count.
After today. Why are you making more me?
Because you're pretty.
Get out of here.
Pretty.
Hey, Ronnie.
Kamel was very devoted and attached to Ronnie. Ronnie was her world. She and Ronnie had a very special relationship, always hugging and happy and joking around, and she was a very attentive mother.
What did you have for lunch today? You ate a peanut butter and jelly sandwich?
Yeah. She was just what I thought every parent would want in a daughter, you know? She likes pink. She's adorable. She has goofy features, and, you know, there's just so much to love about her.
You like cookies, huh? Okay, say goodbye to Uncle Danny. Bye-bye. Big smile.
She'd have been my dream girl, you know, as a dad.
Not sure what kind of sadism this is. Because you know he's never going to get that stick. And I think that's the whole point. Let's hope no one loses an eye. Because then I got to deal with it.
Kamel would make a lot of comments on the fact that David was very clear he did not want any more children, which at the time I thought was weird because they were so young. So to be that final about that decision at such a young age surprised me.
Hey, so what you looking at?
This one.
Are you gonna kill?
No, we're not.
You're not gonna kill? Why?
Because I'm not gonna kill him.
Well, that's nice. That's good.
He's a baby.
Ugly baby. And we definitely don't kill babies, do we?
No.
No, no.
But when I had a baby, when I had a baby, we don't kill my baby.
Nope. That's why you're still alive, and it's your 4th birthday tomorrow.
When I'm a baby, we don't kill my. When I was a baby, and then you don't kill me when I was a baby.
Nope, no one killed you. We couldn't pull it off.
Now, if a character has a desire, that means he often has a competing internal desire, which often comes from a past trauma that usually is explained at the midpoint. It becomes very scientific and very methodical, but that doesn't mean it's any easier to create. So I'll have certain colors that represent when the character will acknowledge his inner trauma.
Gray State is shot everywhere, but mostly it's shot in a studio. But you'd never know looking at the footage. All this buzz that people have for Gray State, we didn't start it. The story is, I mean, the farther down you go, the story becomes bigger and it involves more people. It involves generations and generations of Americans and everyone else playing their part leading up to this moment. So yes, I mean, once you begin to connect these dots, there's no way you can't tell a story about it.
he was introduced to the idea, it started out as a fun little fantasy, and then I think it kind of snowballed and got bigger than he had imagined it would.
Okay, Mitch. Yeah. Put a mark down.
He had a very take control personality, and I think I almost got like submissive of it. After I had seen the results, I'm like, well, I didn't agree with you, but holy this looks good, so I'm gonna go with it.
Okay, I'm gonna be frank. This is a public execution. Gunshot to the back of the head. Who wants it?
Gunshot to the back of the head. Bill. Going once, going twice. 3 times. Sold. Yes, I want to. Bill.
So this was, in the trailer, this would have been preparing for one of the execution scenes where one of the militia people basically executes 4 people in a row. So we were prepping for that spot.
Didn't this strike you as kind of creepy?
Yeah, very creepy.
It's like this. Yeah, you can even like give a little bit of a cock and if you want. Just bang, 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 and even like don't even walk up to the 4th guy. Just kind of do it from a distance. Bang. Okay, just listen for the pop, guys, and it's got to be instant. And guys, this is the grossest thing about this movie is that it comes home like this. All right. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Adam, first mark. Camera's rolling. Action. Here it comes, guys. Breathing. Breathing. Here it comes. Good. Cut. Cut. That's gross. That's just gross, you guys.
We spent days and hours with each other. That's kind of how we became the whole little band of brothers, or the Crawleyan Knights, as I would call it.
Adam, do you know what's going on?
Absolutely not. I just listen to you.
We only hired the finest people here.
Okay, Adam, you ready?
I never felt like David was necessarily the alpha dog. It was more of David was the type of person that would literally give his shirt for you, or off his back for you.
Anyone who's not packing should be.
He turned into a pit bull when he was directing, but set that aside, I mean, he was a sweetheart.
Awesome. Yeah? Awesome. What's next? What are we doing next? Same thing? Yeah, you're my AD, okay? Okay. So, if it's gonna be down to a situation where we get the cameras over here and the
I think Kumail's role with Gray State is she was literally David's cheerleader, like just always there at his beck and call, night and day, to get this project pushed and done. You know, because David's success would ultimately mean their success.
We got to like him, otherwise we do not care. And when he comes in at the end, like, oh, that guy again.
I don't think you're supposed to care. It's not about him. Tried to save Kelly, and then he throws his beautiful funeral for this girl, which I like. And, you know, there's just something mysterious about him, and I'd like to leave it there. I don't want to know him yet, because I'm trying to figure Daniel out.
Kumail still is a mystery. I mean, the vibe that I always got was free-thinking, independent woman. So the idea that she somehow becomes a puppet of her husband, just, that's the question that's still there, right?
Kumail was definitely intelligent. She was definitely very good at anything that she put her mind to. But I think what made her so good was that she was intelligent, but also extremely passionate.
Come on, baby, get it. I'm gonna run with you.
She was easy to talk to and was a quick thinker when you would ask her questions. She was intellectually curious and jumped on whatever she thought she should be pursuing. If it was the paleo diet, she was all on board with that. They named their dog Paleo. You know, I think she was trying to find her place.
I just wish I could watch it rather than read. That's what I hated about it. And I hope you make it better than what I'm imagining. You will.
So David Crawley, Bucksall Convention, he self-funds a trailer for a movie that doesn't exist. He's gonna use that trailer as a marketing tool to get money to pay himself in order so he can write the script. Then he's gonna take that script, take it to Hollywood, get 30 million bucks to make the movie that he wants to make. It's an improbable dream. I mean, it's a guy in Apple Valley, he's unemployed, He's got a young family, and he's doing it in reverse order. I don't believe that even he could have foresaw how successful that was going to be.
Watch this, Daddy.
Okay, parents, once we get everyone together. You know how the police typically view us, peasants in situations where they get to use their weapons. They have no regard for your rights, okay? So what's gonna happen? This is a 3 a.m. raid, okay? You're all asleep, so you're all in your pajamas. If you feel like you're warm enough, I want you barefoot. You're getting pulled out of your bed in the middle of the night by these armed goons. They're gonna take you out. They're gonna force you into the ground.
He's basically telling all these little kids that we're essentially going to, rip you out of this house and.
Okay, so listen up. I'm gonna instruct my squad leaders. If it gets too scary, too intense, the safety word is banana, okay? So you can scream, don't hurt me, stop hurting me, and stuff, and they're not gonna listen. If you say banana,
they will hands off.
They'll stop.
It's funny. He could even get kids to do what he wanted.
And action. Cut. That was it. Great job.
Hey, what does dangerous mean?
Dangerous means scary monster. That's what dangerous means.
Okay.
When you push the red one, then the monsters are gonna get you and they're bloody. No, when you're a little girl, and then you get an owl here.
Bloody monster's coming.
No, it's gonna get Mommy Como, and then when she's a little girl, and then she got blood on her face, and then monster's gonna get her, and when she's a little girl, and then she got blood in her ears and her earrings, and then she.
What are all her dramatic effects?
And then you got bloody. And then
She really thinks about these
blood everywhere, and then this room, and then this room is bloody, and then this room is a floor, and then lots of bleeding, and then the red man's gonna get you and raw you, and it's gonna get everywhere when you're a little girl.
Yeah, I mean, okay, let's face it. You can, there's a red rum quality to it. It's like The Shining, right? A premonition that the girl is prescient. I mean, the way she's talking about this stuff is scary. But she has been exposed enough to some very dark things that this is what she knows, and this is what a little girl is now talking about. I mean, she's 5 years old.
Oh, very nice.
Who wants to watch?
We all do.
We're morally adrift. We have no common goals. We're just a bunch of individuals in a collective state, and we don't support each other. And so once I identified that, I'm like, that's my villain. And so a person watching this film can be like, they subconsciously recognize that this scene is where there's supposed to be a meeting between the hero and the villain.
I think for us, shooting the concept trailer, raising the money that we did, setting the goal and crushing the goal that we set for, back then we thought it was totally feasible to do what we were going to do.
We're very, very fortunate to have the crew from Gray State here today. Woo!
Yeah! I think the fans had a great expectation of David. I think they saw the Gray State as the potential voice for this message and this story to be told.
This is David Crowley, the brains behind the madness. These guys are working very hard to put out this incredible film. It's big time stuff.
So to hold David to that standard of excellence that he set himself up for, this amazing concept trailer that he put together, and this movement of videos and social media and press attention, they expected an incredible movie.
Obviously, the things that we're showing, the things that we're saying are appealing to people, and it's making it a very popular idea. So this project started as sort of like, what am I going to do this spring? But it's developed into this beast that we can't even keep up with.
So in the fall of 2012, the trailer comes out, and it very quickly just explodes online. He becomes a YouTube sensation. It's shared everywhere on social media, Facebook, Twitter, whatever it may be, and conspiracy theorists believe that this guy is perhaps a messenger.
It's a near future collapse of society under martial law.
They've ordained him in some special way, and they're wanting him to deliver.
Communist China. You understand? Now they're doing it on a mass scale in the U.S., England, Canada, and Europe. Are we going to put up with communist Chinese style or worse censorship of the sites? It's happening.
No! We're not going to do it!
Comcast, Time Warner, others are doing it right here in Texas. Comcast is doing it in New York. Other major, the two major companies.
That's what I've been saying!
In Canada.
Hey Alex, good to talk to you again. I'm David Crowley. I'm the writer and director of Gray State. What will happen in the film is, the reason we call it Gray State, or one of the reasons, is that it's a division of reality. So we have people who are living in the Alex Jones world who know what's going on, and the people who simply don't.
My role in this whole thing was not just to be there and assist David with whatever he wanted, because he knew he already had my commitment, but I was, of course, David's personal Rolodex. I'd been doing the work in the trenches with the revolution for years, and so I knew everybody already.
What camera you want me to look at?
Look right. You're talking to Sean. Talk to Sean.
Okay.
Hit it. Roll.
Okay. I got it, guys.
Cool.
We see a giant arms race against the American people, but not just here in the United States, worldwide. We see the globalists building a giant police state control grid and calling themselves technocrats. A technocrat is a group of dictators who use technology to control people. We are already beginning to fall to the Gray State. We will not bow! We will not bow! This fight is for the future of humanity, and we are in the fight. And it's now time for humanity to restore the Republic and restore freedom and the Bill of Rights and Constitution. It's just that simple.
Anything else? I don't want to take up too much of your time, but can we have verbal consent to use this footage?
Yeah, you can use this. Go ahead.
Your name?
I'm Alex Jones.
There was already this movement that was right at its peak when David was coming along with the Gray State Project. So it wasn't corralling. There was already a big audience. And then the rest of the audience came once they saw what was being put out.
Has anyone heard of Gray State? The film explores trends like RFID, bio, and nanotechnology. These represent the fusion of authoritarian control and human flesh. And these trends are no longer science fiction.
David Crowley is the warrior, right? He's the warrior, though, that is the artist. And in that, they see a guy who can be a leader of this movement. He's the guy that's going to take it beyond just chat rooms to a bigger discussion.
While I make no claim that my efforts as an artist best exemplify the thoughts and feelings of every person in this room, I do assert that as far as expressions of freedom go, this is one we can all get behind. And through our united effort, we can keep this film in the fiction section. Thank you.
Once you get into this information, there really is no end to it. It just leads into the next conspiracy, the next conspiracy. For example, you want to ask why veterans are on the watch list. Now this is coming out. Police agencies are being trained to watch veterans. So veterans, gun owners, patriots, these sort of people who are independent of the system or can be, are they really a threat to the New World Order? You're fucking right they are. That's why they're being targeted. I guess I'm rambling. I got nothing. What's the next thing?
I think he had an element of paranoia to him. Like, whatever you told him, it's just he wasn't trusting it. He had gone through this transformation on that deployment. You know, it shocks the system, and you start looking at the world differently.
Hey guys, David Crowley from the Gray State Project. Tonight I'm going to be shooting a little bit for the documentary Gray State: The Rise. It's something that I've been picturing for the awakening moment, that is the eyes opening to appreciate the truth about our surroundings and our reality. Shh, shh, shh. So I'm using my wife Kamel as the main subject. She ends up being in most of my projects.
Should I look at her at all? Like,
No.
Oh, I'm so concerned for your life.
He always had to be in control of everything, every variable, and there was no collaborating with him. That was the problem. So
I think I should lean into her. Moms do that, like holding their child closer.
Well, it looks a little bit cliche and stupid.
Okay, you want to hit play?
I never saw them argue. I never saw anything like that. They did it. They had a bad spell back in 2013. I think David was on the road so much and doing this Gray State stuff. I think Kamel felt she was holding the family together financially and filling in while David was gone so much that they had a rough spot for a while.
Meow, meow. Did you guys have a surprise at school? Because that's what the paper said. Meow, meow.
Kamel and I both worked in a clinic where we saw clients with eating disorders. The business that we created together was for nutrition around people with autoimmune diseases. I would say Kamel and David were definitely both at a point in their life that I think they both had pretty strong passions for separate things. Kamel, the nutrition, David more the film. She did not have many other friends outside of myself. She made a lot of comments that she would have loved to have more friends and that she was looking for ways to do so. It was just kind of, oh, David is a little different, so, you know, it just doesn't work out. But I could tell she was always very disappointed.
Kamel's behavior didn't add up. He was involved in everything, and she always made it seem like it's exactly what she wanted.
All right, Rodney, say hi, Mommy.
Hi, Mommy.
Okay, now we're gonna do the spin, okay? Okay, let's spin. Ready? Set. Go! Ah, so spinny. Oh. You don't like it as much as last time, huh?
It's fun, Daddy.
You like it? Is it fun? Yeah?
Ah.
Oh. It's too spinny.
So less than 2 years after the trailer comes out, he's made his way to Hollywood. He has script in hand. He makes contacts with legitimate Hollywood insiders who believe and tell David that they're gonna go out there and raise the money for a $30 million movie.
The way I would pitch this thing is America's finally had enough. It's the population of this country has had enough of the corrupt government, and they make a stand. I think to this day, there's still a built-in audience for a film like this.
David did a phenomenal job
grassrooting this project. You know, we see all that from our aspect, and everything that David put into this was phenomenal in our eyes, just because of how this thing grew. It took on its own legs and grew and grew and grew and grew. So this is our June 29th meeting. We're sitting at a pub on Sunset Boulevard in Hollywood. We all did a celebratory shot and to conduct new business. David was very laid back, very, very calm. In that meeting, it was just very, very, very professional.
No sense of just, you know, hitting his lines or, you know.
No, I never got that impression at all. If he was acting, he was one of the best actors I've ever seen.
I was just gonna say the same thing.
Pen, we hate you. Mike's meeting 2. The outline. Projecting power, confidence. Talk fast, easy, and project. Como's right. You're wearing something black. You got to show some arm veins. Watch on the left wrist. Bracelets on the right. A necklace that's long enough to be tucked in, nothing too flashy. Just enough to indicate that you're confident with your personality. Right. I'm not a fleece, you know. I'm not just a quick fleece. You're talking to me because this is my project. That transition's weak. I had 4,000, first of all, I had 4,000 fans before there was even a concept trailer. And I dropped it to those people, and it ballooned to 32,000 that you see today. These are the proverbial fish in a barrel that every time you say New World Order, they get out their wallets. So, how are the rewrites? This will probably start it. How are the rewrites? First thing you're going to do is see what they do to each other. If they look at each other, are they measuring me right now? All right. Mike, I see just one producer credit on your IMDb. This tells me that this is either MEG's first production or you guys have something else in mind. Remember, you're achieving a dominant position by matching their experience with your enthusiasm. So let them answer, but your wrap up now. Here's the sunset on your beautiful day with your partnership with the Mikes.
It's hard to express it. I got chills, actually.
It's the most divisive bull I've ever heard in my life. It's not the David who I met.
Not at all.
This is manipulative. This is psychotic.
Yeah.
I'm very insulted by it. Because what he's doing, he's taking an adversarial position towards us and playing us for chumps from day one. And yet, from day one, it was a collaboration and a collaborative effort for the project. This is the complete opposite of that. This is, I am, controlling the project. I am going to work out exactly what words to say to elicit what response. This is craziness.
I don't even have to write it. I just have to have the idea, and people will start to do things. And I will make money off of it. Because this thing exists in my head. Whatever comes out of this first deal, I don't know what'll happen afterwards. Because we're creating this thing that exists outside of all of us.
You were given this thing, told, like, you're David, you have a task, you're a god.
We worked so hard and stuck together, and
everything. We've stuck together through everything.
I'm so happy I understand you better. I love the bitch in you.
Passion, intensity, love is a lot of things, and love can turn into hatred too. It can turn into something negative if you put too much passion into it.
I just was concerned for him, because you go from hanging out with a person religiously to getting cut off. I mean, he withdrew from all of us so hard. Like, I'd text him, and it would take a couple days for him to get back to us. And it's like, well, what's going on, man? He's like, I'm writing. I promise I'll, you know, da-da-da-da. And then when he emerged from that, that's when he said to all of us, like, you know, if you ever see me doing that again, say something and tell me, because I went to a dark place. So if I ever go back to my dark place, please tell me.
This is a journal entry. It's been a busy week writing Gray State, polishing it up. By the time you read this again, this whole nightmare will be over. David started journaling in day one. It's a program for journaling where he'd put pictures in every entry. They were random pictures, I think, but then he just journaled what was going on in his life at the time, mostly. He liked his dog a lot. I think his dog was one of his best friends. May 31st of 2014, journal entry. You will perform a ritual, a prayer for wisdom, love, empathy. These are the keys to unlock your ideal future, and you don't have an hour to waste.
So he's searching, right? He's a guy that is trying to bring a greater truth or truths or things that are hidden from us. He brings the spotlight to himself. David starts to feel pressure. I mean, it's not just about him anymore. It's not just about what he's bringing to the table. He's got all these other people at the buffet, and they want his product. They want what he said he was going to do.
David got to a point where he got so upset with his fans that if they wrote something negative, he would ban them from the page. He didn't want to hear the negative anymore. He was like, I'm making a movie. It's gonna take time. It's not easy. You can take it or leave it. I don't have to listen to your
And I think when you have a target audience of that nature, they're going to respond the way they always do. They're going to not believe anything they're going to dig. You know, kind of like comic book movies. If you get something wrong, the die-hard comic book fans are going to attack you for this or attack you for that. These people are just actually legitimately insane, though. That's the difference.
I mean, the guy's more libertarian than anything, but he realizes that suspicions and wanting less government or questioning your government's motives or why there's wars or why are we, you know, in Afghanistan or Iraq like that, is way different than these other people who hate. And he wasn't talking about hate.
August 5th, 2014. David and Kamel are preparing for Ranya's birthday party. His quote was, "Unveiling from the distance everyone has perceived in us, ridding ourselves of dysfunctional relationships, friends, family."
So pretty. Thank you.
At the birthday party, the only thing that stood out to me was that they weren't talking at all. She had nothing bad to say about him. They had the closest relationship, and I just expected that they would flirt or kid around a little bit, but no, she was just really tense the whole time.
I'd say it was during Ranya's birthday party where I noticed such a disconnect between him and Kamel, and it was just really weird. It wasn't like any other time I've ever been in that household. It was stale, stagnant air. It just was bad.
This is where you see the occult influence in the story, and you'll see almost nothing until it spikes. But then a hint starts to rise. But if the hint is rising, where does the hint come from? And have I planted it appropriately in the past? And able to see, like, when the bad guy is introduced, is there enough of the occult hint? Has it been properly set up in the inciting incident? So I can ultimately bring it from nowhere and create this emotionally charged climax that it's loaded with meaning that you didn't see coming.
I moved back to Minneapolis in 2014 and linked back up with David. He was talking to me a lot about spiritualism. At this point, him and Kamel had converted, in a sense. They were no longer talking about Christianity. They were talking about and the resonance of the universe and transcendental philosophy and connecting to higher levels of consciousness. And whatever that was, David tapped into it.
Just for us. It's August 29th. Ronnie came home with a fever, and you were connecting and playing.
Yeah, we were painting nails, and the door's right here to her room. I was sitting on the floor, and she was sitting facing me. And I had my back towards her bed. Mm. And then the painting, and then we both felt something come through the door.
David never really got into a lot of details of what was going on with Kamel spiritually or what would actually take place. He would more propose questions of, so if a some kind of spiritual attack, what would that look like?
And then, okay, cool. And then as I'm going back to painting my nails, I know where her voice is because I've been talking to her, a voice higher than that. So I just feel like the height was higher than where she was at the bed. No, you didn't like the song. I just froze. I'm like, Ronnie, did you say something? And just quiet. And I looked to see if she's awake or where it came from. She's like, what? No, I didn't say anything. I'm like, did you hear that? She's like, no, no, I didn't hear anything. And I came out and told you.
You want to know what I really think?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. I think people lean on the supernatural when they can't understand things that they're experiencing and feeling. And it's easier to believe that they were being chased by some kind of metaphysical spirit than they were being chased by their own problems.
Blue helmet.
After his daughter's birthday party, he starts just shutting down.
The only way out. The only way out is in.
Guy who was on social media all the time stops returning phone calls of the very important people who he needs in order for his dream to be realized. And nobody really knows why.
So after the birthday party, me and David's communication became very sporadic. He was looking much more to be the sole controller of Gray State. He was looking for me to sign away my rights as being the creator and one of the actors in it. And I wouldn't budge on it.
September 8th, 2014, there was a journal entry. The universe may want me to destroy Danny Mason since he has given indication that he wants to stand in my way. What a fool. Convert him to my cause or destroy him. His next actions will decide. Sounds worse than it was. It was just David being creative, I think.
They were in it together. Like the disconnecting, which was weird. Because here they are disconnected at the birthday party. But yet, they as a couple are disconnected from all of us. And then it starts just going downhill from there.
It was a very drastic change. She became very isolated. Nobody would really see her. You wouldn't even know if she was at work, except for the fact that she was seeing her patients. She would take the back ways in and the back ways out.
If there would have been any little clue. If I just would have known even about what it looks like for a woman to be nervous or whatever, like I didn't know.
September 30th, 2014, a journal entry. Utterly bewildered and spent. I think a part of me is broken. People are just creatures to tolerate and get around so I can be on my way.
I was going to babysit for him, and that fell through. After that, I would send him a text here and there offhandedly, and nothing, just didn't hear anything back. And that wasn't out of the ordinary. He gets busy, he does his writing, he gets buried in his work, so I wasn't concerned. I did notice that he wasn't responding. Then it became more of, I don't want to say pleading, but then I began to think something was wrong.
According to the police report, Kumail's sister drives 17 hours from Texas, pretty much as a desperate intervention. Her sister's not returning phone calls, they can't get in contact with David, and so she takes it upon herself to drive 17 hours from Texas and show up in Apple Valley. She gets to the door, rings the doorbell, and Kumail is home, and who appears in the door? It's David, who ends up telling her, no, you can't see your sister. And she never does.
She came in late October? That's insane. Why wouldn't you let her in the house?
I mean, what possible motivation, what possible reason could you have to explain that?
Oh my God.
And so, the third plot twist, the third act twist. There has to be a little bit of willingness to be killed at the end. She's basically becoming a martyr. Don't resist by taking out a gun, resist by letting him do it. But when she dies, he lets her go, spiritually understanding that she got out and that he will too.
I remember saying to her in her office one day, Kumail, I feel like I'm speaking to David, not you. I want to speak to Kumail. And her response was, why? Do you think I'm not intelligent enough to come up with these things?
October 30th, 2014, there was a journal entry. It said, Kumail got raptured today, period. She's still here. It was hard to hear when I first listened because there was some background noise in the room. I didn't realize there was anything on here.
1:48 p.m., 30 October 2014. I was just getting back from Home Depot with a bunch of wood to build the compost bin. Had lunch with Coma, and suddenly she began to shake and weep and howl, as if like someone had died. And she sat down. She said, "This is what rapture is." You gotta give me some time.
Can I just lay here?
Yeah. Do you want? I was just trying to remember everything. If you want to contribute, you can help me remember.
Okay.
You said you've come very far to find me, and Ronnie and I need to come with you, and there's not much time. Time is not time is not of our world, and on some level, your soul has committed to mine, and we're gonna go somewhere, and Ronnie's coming with.
I was kind of skeptical, you know, like trying to make sure the source from whence it came was real. I don't know. My skeptical side right now, my scientific side, my brain's questioning where it came from. I was like, oh, was it something to confuse us? Am I crazy?
Sid and Nancy. I think what happened was Sid and Nancy. I don't mean this to speak ill of Kamel, rest her soul. I don't mean this to speak ill of David, rest his soul, and their daughter. But something was planned.
I think Kamel was in a hopeless situation and was just pretty much isolated with him. No friends, no family. And I think that she was hopeless.
The last time I was at his house, I went and brought him some lenses back. And that was in early November. And I remember looking at David and thinking, wow, you look like
November 2nd of 2014, a journal entry. The world is an inverse perversion of light. We are made of it and its weakness, a flashlight in the mind of Satan. But I am darkness.
I mean, hindsight 2020, but at the same time, when you're locked off from this person for months at a time and they're not they literally cut himself off from everyone, like deactivated his Facebook, wasn't answering phone calls, wasn't doing anything, wasn't seeing his family. What do you do?
The last time I saw him was late November. I've been over there a few times where he's in the middle of something he's working on and just, whoop, don't talk. I'll be present a little bit. Just don't disturb. I need my time. Don't really need anybody in there now. So it was more of kind of putting up a wall. But, yeah. Hold on. What? Just emotions, man. So, off for a second.
December 7th of 2014. The last pictures David took on his cell phone were of Kamel. She seemed happy in the pictures, and David used one of those pictures on his phone as the background.
Kamel was on edge. He was on edge. He was thin. Eyes were sunken in. I mean, and that's when I approached him. I said, you know what, David? You told me to speak up whenever I noticed you start going into your dark place again. I said, Danny's worried about you. I'm worried about you. What's going on, man? And he literally looked at me and said, you and Danny have nothing to fucking worry about. I'm fine.
When Kamel met me around Thanksgiving, she looked sad. She looked uncomfortable. I didn't know what to ask her. I was just trying to keep her there. I don't want to start crying right now, though. So I don't want to talk about that anymore.
December 19th, 2014. David and Kamel pick up their daughter, Rania, from their last day of school before the Christmas holidays. That was the last time they were seen by anyone that we know.
Driving to his house on Christmas Eve, there was a voice in my head. I don't know if I want to talk about this. So when I was driving to his house on Christmas Eve, I had a feeling like that I needed to go to his house and just tell him that I loved him. And by the time I got close enough, I had talked myself out of it, and I said, I'll just stop by another time. So, yeah, I wonder.
December 25th, 2014. David's up early in the morning as usual and was planning his gray state future. And he writes, Christmas, 6-day countdown, meme, it will be a new year. And he proceeded to make a plan for every day until the new year. And he also made a plan that went way beyond that. Later that morning, David kills his family and then himself. That's it.
It's an idea going throughout, like, how can life keep emerging? How can it keep cropping up in new forms, especially with the way things are? But life has that sort of that nature of resilience and persistence. It's always popping up, even in the worst circumstances, and it's through that that changes are inevitable.
I got a call from my dad, and he asked if I was sitting down. He says, David. And then I was like, oh. And then he goes, Kamel, and I was like, oh. And Ronnie, and I just, I've never been stabbed, but it felt like something was going into my stomach with each name. And I couldn't breathe. And I just thought, this is like scripted almost.
Apple Valley Police recently closed their exhaustive year-long investigation, and for the first time are sharing their findings with the Fox 9 investigators.
It looks like David snapped and took the lives of his wife and daughter, and then ultimately himself.
Who wrote Allah Akbar on the wall?
He did.
In her blood?
Yes.
Why did he do that?
We believe that was just kind of a parting shot.
David Crowley seemed like he was very specific in how he wanted to be perceived to the outside world. It was almost like David gave us this plot twist at the end of Allah Akbar. You know, this plot twist that wasn't going to have any resolution, but that people would continue talking about.
Who walks into a house and sees Allah Akbar written on a wall and goes, oh yeah, David Crowley, someone who is not a Muslim, all of a sudden now he's writing it, and that somehow proves that he's guilty?
David Crowley would not write Allah Akbar in his wife's blood on the wall and leave a Quran open. He never brought up that issue once.
So what does it mean? To me, it was, my thinking is that it was throwing off the chains of pressure from delivering this movie, pressure from people telling me he had to make this movie, pressure as a man who has to provide for his family. And I think he was emancipating himself from all of it.
David planned ahead. David was 10 steps ahead, 12 steps ahead. And his military training, if it taught me the same thing, I guarantee it taught him the same thing. You have alternate courses of action for every event that occurs.
You guys say, woo!
I don't think you're missing anything. I mean, you're coming up with a good, solid timeline for everything. You're interviewing all of us. The only thing you're missing is why. And you're never gonna know why. I'm not, you're not, Danny, everybody, family, nobody's gonna know why. That's the only thing that you're not gonna have there.
And this is the strange thing. It's almost like he created a soundtrack to the murder-suicide. You know, something called Ascent. This music probably played for hours, maybe days after they were dead. Was he imagining these 53 songs as the songs that he would play while he's committing a murder-suicide? It's hard to know. I mean, this was on a loop. Who plans a soundtrack for the murder of their family? I don't know. I don't know.
Creeping around the bend, death illuminates the lines we live within. Like a black sunrise, reality takes shape and form and fills the sky. Some questions will fade, these will remain. Are you gonna fall behind? I know you lay tired in pools of tears. Don't fade out, it's almost here. If I know how. Are you?
Ready?
Oh, Billy, you need some encouragement. What? Need a free bite? A free one? You can't even have it.
1 minute in.
1 minute?
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna show this to you at your graduation. You'll see.
You like the dog more than most people. Well, except for his family. He probably likes the dog more than every person.
I told you, buddy. I told you.
Yeah, this is cute. I want the dog now back.
Hello, my name is Dan Hennon. Today's March 23rd, 2016, and I'll be doing a live update here with the latest on the David Crowley family murder case. I'll be joined here shortly by Greg Fernandez Jr., who will be calling in on the line here as well. Today, the latest update from the City Pages came out. Front page article on the David Crowley case entitled "The Final Cut: The Strange and Tragic Demise of a Minnesota Filmmaker and His Family." And that just hit the it'll hit the newsstands here tomorrow. It's on the internet here today, getting a lot of hits. The author of the article is Corey Zarowski, and I think he did a very balanced and fair look at this case. Somewhat still leading the way that I interpreted this article as more of David Crowley having delusions of grandeur, breaking with reality, not living in a reality state, getting up in over his head. And the article's basically written that he's just kind of lost touch and went off the deep end. So the article isn't at the same time agreeing with the official narrative from the investigation, but it's kind of leading down that path. It's getting, it has some quotes with with family, friends, neighbors, and others following the case. So it's pretty balanced as far as that's concerned. I'm going to go to three topics, points of information here on this case that weren't included in the article. Corey Zarowski's article, I think, missed a whole host of things that he could have covered, but he also covered a lot of good things as well. Now, in the parameters of what would have or what could have fit in the story, there's a mountain of information out there. So I think he had to write this article probably in the parameters of a certain word count or column length space or something to that effect. But nothing about the deleted posts on Facebook were brought up in this article, and I think that's an important piece to bring up. The posts that were deleted off of David Crowley's personal Facebook page, not brought up in the article. I think that's a very important point, as once someone dies on Facebook, for instance, they are given three options from Facebook. A family member can call and have their page of the deceased turned into a tribute page, and what that will do is basically people can send their condolences and leave information out there as far as sharing good stories and times they've had with the person. The other option is they can shut it down and delete it altogether. So what you get with that case is the page shut down and gone and actually removed. And I think the last option that there is to keep it going just the way it was, wide open. And what that will do is Facebook freezes or locks in the time of that request, and people can only post things going forward. Stories, articles, pictures, updates, whatever they want to post to the wall. It's a wide open wall, not a tribute page for that person, but it's locked as far as older things cannot be updated, edited, or deleted. Now, in David Crowley's case, he had posts from his personal page deleted after his death. Now, that doesn't fall under any of the categories that Facebook offers as far as options for someone who, a user account who dies while having a live active account on Facebook. So we still think that's an important piece for the investigators to look at. Let me go to the next thing. Kate's death. Now, Kate's death wasn't involved in this article at all. As far as David Crowley's mother, Kate Crowley, died 8 months later after this death. David Crowley's mother died. There was no information on her death, no cause of death, nothing explained in the police reports, nothing in the local paper, nothing in the obituary at all. She just died, and it was strange. Now, being the fact that she's 51 at the time and healthy, working 2 jobs and physically fit with no health ailments to note, it seems odd that she just randomly died out of the blue. The question in looking over the police reports from this case is the only person who didn't go along with the official narrative in this case with the family was his mother, Kate. She had a hard time accepting it, hard time believing the official version, and didn't really seem to buy into this whole suicide case with her son David Crowley. So what has many people questioning or creating some skepticism is why, of all the people, the only person who doubted this case winds up dead and under very suspicious circumstances. So that was not brought up, maybe not space for that in the article. Let me see if I can get Greg here back again on as well.
Hey, Dan, can you see me?
The other thing.
Can you see me or hear me? No.
is item number 3 is the people in the house. People in the house are referring to when the case was closed, murder case was, the house was clean, for instance. The investigators cleared out the home, got the evidence, got the pictures. BCA did their testing analysis and got everything squared away. Got the information, did their fingerprint testing, removed the bodies, did the analysis and the forensic work, and then they cleared the home for others to, for the crime scene really to be cleared. After that point, there was a scheduled appointment for the professional cleaners to come in on, I believe, the 20th of January, that following Monday. Hello, Greg.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now.
All right.
Yeah, welcome, Greg. Just going over here with the listeners, the article that came out from the city pages today, and one of the things that I saw that was not in the article, and we can get your viewpoint on this then as well. I just started talking about the things that were not included. Number 1 was the deleted post off Facebook. That was, in my mind, it still is a very important piece of the case. Number 2 is Kate's death. David Crowley's mother, Kate, died under suspicious circumstances. And then I was just touching on item number 3 that wasn't in the article that I think is very important. Is and I want to get your input on this. The people in the house after the house's crime scene was cleared, but before the professional cleaners began or started or even attempted to start their cleaning of this house, the folks were in the house. Now that piece also wasn't brought up in the article, and I think that's an important piece for those following. What is your viewpoint on that?
Yeah, I mean, there's just so much to it that I guess it's hard to cover everything, you know. So that's why it's good to have people looking at it from different points, you know, and that is probably still my biggest question. So I'm still waiting to hear back from Gummert. Haven't heard from him. I sent him a message Wednesday. So right now it's been 1 full week. So
what was the Greg? What was the contents of that question, or what was the circumstances around reaching out to Detective Gummert?
Just to ask him questions. I gave him a short list. Well, I thought it was a short list. It's 21 questions, and it just dealt with some of the questions that we still had after reading these 94 pages and going through these 464 photographs, and then looking at everything else that we've been trying to follow and keep up on for a whole year. And it's just like, okay, 1 year later, we should know a lot more. We shouldn't have to dig for these answers and try to speculate on some things just to find out what is true and what is not true. This should be a very simple case. And to me, it is a very simple case. It just comes down to the fact that, well, the cops can't prove their theory. That's very, very simple. So that's where I've been starting.
And we have been in communication with Officer Gummert from the beginning, and he was actually fairly easy to work with, answered our questions and was cordial along the way. But you had very early on at the beginning asked if he would be willing to answer some questions on the case. And then when this whole investigation wrapped up and everything kind of shut down, you've got a basically response back from him saying police are no longer discussing the case. It's now closed. And then what you did was, I think, in a very nice way and polite way, saying you did bring up the fact that you did had basically promised earlier to answer some questions, and then he wrote back and says, you know what, my mistake. I did promise you that I'll answer some of these questions. So what you did was forward a very fair question list that he could review. And did he say when he was going to get back to you, or at all, or just basically said that he would entertain the thought of answering some of these questions?
Yeah, he basically didn't say. I didn't ask. Maybe I should have asked to say, hey, you know, but I figured 21 questions, and they're very, you know, there are some questions that could be answered yes or no, but I'm hoping that many of those questions will be answered
very thoroughly, but we'll have to just wait and see. So,
would Officer Gumbert entertain a thought of doing a conference call or a video recording, or he turned that down?
He never turned it down. He never really, said, well, let me think about it or anything. He just pretty much brushed off that question, just with many of the questions. And he didn't want to answer any of my questions until I had read the whole 94 pages and gone through these photos too, which is fair. But it was like, okay, now that I've done that, okay, now let's talk. And it's like, it's just more of me giving him 21 written questions, and then hopefully he's gonna write us back and answer those questions. So,
and they're nothing, like you said, nothing in depth, nothing inappropriate. They're just basic surface level questions that would like to get answers on, and they shouldn't have to be anything that would take a lot of his time to investigate or research or pull up. It could be many of these are just yes or no questions. So it's and how many did you have? 21?
Yep. I actually cut it down to 21.
I think that's fair. So we'll wait to hear back from him on that. The article written by Corey Zarowski that came out in the newspaper today, I think I was telling listeners when I began the broadcast, I believe it was fair, well balanced and fair. After reading it twice, it's slanted somewhat going down the path of David Crowley having delusions of grandeur, and kind of bigger than he was. I kind of had thoughts, is how I read the article, that he kind of had a lost touch with reality to some extent. It also talks a little bit about PTSD again, which doesn't relate to a break with reality or losing touch, but it kind of, I felt it went down that road. He did a good job, I think, of interviewing friends, family, and enough outsiders to keep it fair and balanced, and including Officer Gumbert himself. So I think it was a pretty balanced article. I did get the sense it was kind of heading down, not exactly the official narrative, but kind of going down the road of David slowly losing touch and not really grasping, to almost as if being a perfectionist. Was also in there several paragraphs, meaning everything had to be perfect, everything had to be right on the money for this script. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, and David wrote many different lists. It did seem like he did want everything to be right, to be perfect, and that's probably why he didn't just sign over his film, back in May or even in October, I think it was, right? So
September the 2nd.
Yeah. That second time too is really key, because this article makes it seem like that was also a failure too. Like, and he's probably right. It probably was, but and he doesn't speculate on that this didn't lead David down that dark path to murder his wife or murder his daughter. But it does kind of leave that door there. It does kind of leave those thoughts there that, well, okay, maybe that's possible. And that's good, because then it gives people a road to just travel on and see how far down that road goes. I don't think it goes very, very far, really, but because everything that we've seen shows that David was planning for the future. And the other thing is, like, you have a lot of people who talk about the trailer, and we've talked about how the trailer has strayed so far from what David was going to do with this project. And I also think that that's key too. If there was some type of foul play or something like that, I think that's a big thing. I like the article. I thought the article was really, really good, very well thought out. I love the background that just covers in a very simple way David's background, his wife's background, kind of. I thought it was very well done.
Yeah, I agree. I think it was well done, well laid out. And also for the first time initial person following this case, it wasn't too in depth. It gave good foundation of the case. I also picked up on the fact that I got in reading the article is a feeling that David was rejected by these contract offers over and over again, which led him down into that depression or into that spiral. But what we've said over and again, and there's what I believe is evidence that he was the one turning down these offers. He wasn't one being rejected and leaving in an upset fashion and being depressed because things weren't going his way, but he was conducting the negotiations on his terms essentially, and when it didn't come into the way that he wanted it to go, he walked, as he told his father on that text message. I walked away from it. It wasn't what I was looking to do. And we know that keeping the creative rights and ownership of the script was his of utmost importance. And a lot of these big money offer deals were involved giving that up. And I don't think that would have been a David Crowley's angle that he would have enjoyed. But that's the sense that I got. There was some discussion this past week on the Justice for David Crowley of Gray State Facebook page, the last 6 or 7 days, kind of to some extent heated with people saying no, he got rejected and this took its toll. And several of the members on that page are saying no, he was the one turning down these offers. He was proud. He had a pride level and didn't want to accept anything that was not on his terms. So that's a big difference. And in the whole article I read from Corey Zorowski, the feeling I got was the sense that he was rejected over and over and trying to do what he could to sell the script. And the only quote in the whole article was my own that says that David Crowley walked away from the offer. He walked. He did not get rejected. He turned them down. So what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think that's really clear. I think you made that very clear. I don't know why people are coming up with these theories that contradict what David Crowley said. And during those times when he said them, he was looking to do something with this film. He made it very clear, I think as early as September maybe, that if he couldn't find some big film people, if he couldn't find some Hollywood studio to actually make this film the way he actually wanted to, then he was just going to do it himself. I think that's a big key. I just wish he would have done it sooner, but that's woulda, shoulda, coulda. It doesn't matter now. But
correct. I think that the other thing that I noticed in reading the article is the way it was written is kind of shed David Crowley in a light of being a two-faced. He knew he wasn't going to get Hollywood to buy into this movie, but at the same time, he kept crawling back again and again to try to sell it to him. And what I think David Crowley was doing, and I'm no movie producer, but he had a gut feeling that the big studios in Hollywood were not going to buy this film, and he was already expected for that to fail. But he did know that it was going to get picked up or done by an independent label or an independent company or something much smaller, may or may not have been still in Hollywood, but not a top-level movie production company. So I think he already knew that wasn't going to fly, and that's a fair statement to make. Anyone pitching a movie he was delving into, the odds of that coming out from a high-level, big Hollywood production company is slim to none, and I think he knew that. And he was trying to pitch it, I think, first of all, to the big movie places.
Mm-hmm.
A couple times it didn't work. He figured that was the case, I believe, and then he was starting to pitch down to a smaller size to this producer named Jason Allen in the month of December, the same month as the deaths, and he said, I think you're the right kind of guy that could take this, and that was a much smaller production company than the big ones. But I think the article led to the point of, why was he going to Hollywood when he knows they weren't going to pick it up anyway? So I'm thinking in terms of big production houses, medium, and then small. And I think he was knowing he was going to zoom in and land at this level down here, but was going to give these guys a shot first. which didn't happen. And then he was settling in down here at the Jason Allen level. And if that didn't work, he could have gone independent or done it himself. But he had to give the options to try it to see if anyone would bite on this, like he called it, investor bait, to see if anyone was going to look at this. But so I don't think he's really two-faced at all. There was a comment too saying he wasn't in for the money, but he made a comment that he was going to be a millionaire by year's end. I think that could all be taken with a grain of salt. That was a fact. I think he would have been a millionaire at the end of the year, not necessarily that he was bragging that he wanted to become that. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, well, I mean, everything he told his dad is very key too, because first his dad is saying that while he's at Rainey's 5th birthday party, David tells him that he loves him. And he makes a very clear point to point this out and to point out that, but that was strange, almost as if that's something David wouldn't actually tell him, you know, like they didn't have that type of bond. And so it just kind of goes against the whole thought that David was distancing himself from his family. We don't really know what type of relationship he had with his family. This could have been going on for years. So there, you know, we can't just think that, well, in these last months, then he just all of a sudden, you know, didn't talk to anybody. He wasn't talking to people for a long time. And I think that's very, very clear. So go ahead. Well, I was just going to say, Corey, one of the last things that Corey does say in here is he talks about the pact between David and David's wife. Did you catch that in there?
I didn't. I looked at it a couple times, but I didn't see the pact mentioned.
It's one of the last things that he says, that the cops think that the wife played along because she bowed to David's untold emotional and psychological. What does that mean? Because
I did read that. I did have to read it twice because I think at the same time it wasn't alluding to a pact, but it alluded to the fact, I believe, that she was very submissive to him, and if this was the route he wanted to go, essentially holding himself up in the house to get this script done, she was going along with it. And I think and that way we don't want people to mistaken that for being a pact, which I think that maybe his mother first said. She said in the police report that, and I think this is where this all came from, this suicide pact. Kate Crowley made a comment in the police report by saying, I don't think that he would have done this unless there was some sort of agreement with his wife. And I think she just said that in passing. And I believe that the investigators, in talking with Sean Wright and Mason Hendricks down the road, suggested a pact was possibly in place, maybe just to get a gut feel for what their response was. And I think that's how that all came into play, because as of yet, we have seen no evidence to suggest a suicide pact at all. So I think Corey worded it, I think, good by not saying it was a pact, but worded it just vague enough that will lead some readers to think that maybe she went along with it. But I think that could leave room, like how you interpreted it. And you're a big follower of the case, and you potentially could have taken it the wrong way. Imagine the newbies coming in. So I had to read that twice. I did have to, because I thought, what exactly does that mean? But I think he meant it different than, and we know there was no suicide pact, but the fact that he said the words that she went along with it may lead readers to go down that avenue, which I don't. That's my opinion, but I don't buy that there was anything to do with an agreement or a pact whatsoever. So,
well, we don't even know if there was a suicide in this case. So of course, it's like, so anyone speculating on some type of a suicide pact is obviously speculating that David Crowley is guilty. Correct. So it's like they're speculation on top of speculation. Then they get into why, and they add a third layer of speculation. And pretty soon, all you have is speculation built upon other theories that have led to nowhere, that have not led to any truth, that have not led to any facts. And we're still at point one. And that's why I think we're just scratching the surface of this whole case, you know, just barely scratching it. I think this is going to be something, you know, a case that is going to linger for many, many years, just because how everything's played out.
I agree, because we're also dealing with many layers, I believe, as well. It's not just a clean cut kind of a whodunit kind of a case. It's a lot. It's very in depth, I think, and we don't want to, what I would call, oversimplify a case like this. As far as what we believe, I think, in my opinion and yours, that the police and the investigators oversimplified, looked to what they saw, came to a conclusion, which I called it in the article, you know, rushing to judgment, when there's a lot of complex things going on behind the scenes in a case like this. And like you said, if you start going after the pact, you're basing that on that there was a suicide. If you're assuming a suicide took place, it's a stretch, I think, when you don't have a suicide note and you don't have fingerprints on a weapon and you don't have a motive. Those are three things that you need for a suicide, I believe, to make it a slam dunk. And we don't have any of those things. So I'm more of a belief that it's still, in my book, the deaths of these three are undetermined. There are a lot of folks who come on these justice pages and Twitter and some of the comments on Facebook just to say, where's your evidence? Where's your proof that it's a cover-up? Where's your evidence, or where's there a proof that David didn't do this, that someone else did it? My answer, and it still is to this day, is we don't have evidence that anything took place. We don't have the suicide doesn't jive, because did someone murder them? I don't know. David's shotgun blast gunshot with the handgun was in the forehead like this. So
well, how do we know that if they didn't find any of his head either? How do they know where he was shot?
The only thing they know on the police report show that there's an exit wound in the back above his spine. Now, the back of his head was the exit hole. So they put two and two together and knew that the shot had to come from the front of the face somehow.
Okay.
But, so that to me is odd when you're looking at a suicide to shoot yourself in the forehead. But we don't have evidence yet, like you mentioned, of a suicide taking place. Now, is there evidence that someone came in and killed them? I don't believe so. I don't know if there ever will be that. Was it a hit? Was it any sort of combination of things? I think the point that you and I are trying to make, and the people on our page, is that we don't know, and we're just trying to get answers as far as this should be an open, and it should be fairly easy. Now, with police looking at what they have and ruling it a suicide, that's where I made the statement in that article that offends me as a citizen, that there wasn't any additional work done to come to that conclusion. Now, it looks like that was what happened, but anyone jumping into the case is going to assume that. So did the taxpayers and the tax provided funding of these police officers and detectives go to a full, wide-ranging investigation to find the truth, or did they know the odds were not going to be on their side to find a truth one way or the other, and this was the easy play because there was no other alternatives that came into play, which I think also could very easily be the case.
Yeah, and that also, you also have to think, well, were the FBI involved? Was there any other people involved in this? So that's also been key too, because I've wondered why it's kind of taking Gummert so long to answer those questions, and I'm wondering who he has to get clearance from, because I'm guessing that he has to get clearance from someone, and maybe that someone might not let him answer those questions either.
Well, and that would be key as well, because many times comments that I will say, sometimes is what you don't hear sometimes gives you more information than what you do hear. And things like that with repeated questions back, we're not getting answers back. You could be right on the money. That could be a nice, easy way of saying, you know what, we can't give it to you. Now, we haven't heard that anyone else was involved officially, but friends close to the case, at least two of them had said that both DHS and FBI have or are actively involved in this case. Do you think either of those two are, or the chances that those two agencies are involved in a case like this that's simply local?
I would hope not, but I didn't really see any reason for them to be involved in the Philip Marshall case either, but yet they were there. I mean, there was someone there. I'm not sure who exactly it was, but so I'm just wondering that same thing here. But I guess really it's really on us now. And I've talked about doing this, and I just haven't followed through on it yet, is contacting them and finding out. And I think that's the only way. So that's what I'm going to hopefully be able to do within the next day or two. So
would they, would local police like that be able to say, we can't comment because those other agencies are involved? Or can they come out and say they're simply not involved, and we find out later that they are? So what you might get here for us, Greg, is no answer just because of the fact that they're stuck. But
yeah, but they have to answer it in some type of way. Even by not giving us anything, it's still going to give us somewhere we can go. So it's just kind of, testing them and just seeing, well, okay, was there someone there? Was there not someone there? What did they say? Does it contradict what somebody else says? And I think that's kind of where, sadly, that's where we're basically at. I wouldn't say we're right back to square one, because we've come very, very far. And most of these theories, most of these things that we've been talking about, we've been able to really follow through with them and see how they line up with other people's theories. And I don't know about you, but the main thing that I'm finding out is many of the people who think that David Crowley is guilty, their stories are not adding up. They're all different. And that's been one of my biggest problems here, is that doesn't make sense. I mean, even if they were all lying, trying to tell the same lie, their stories would match up. But man, you have so many people with differing stories that it's just like, okay, there's something here. There's something here, and whatever the truth is, we're going to find that out.
Well, let's say, just for devil's advocate, say David pulled this off just as it was stated in the narrative and the official narrative. Let's say that he did do this. Now, the article also goes on to say, in the City Pages article, it updates the folks out there who are unaware of what happened to the bodies. It does say that the Connell's body was sent to Texas to be buried. It says David's body was cremated and his remains are in the Twin Cities. And the next piece of information is crucial. It says Ranny, the 5-year-old daughter, her body was cremated and half of her ashes went with the father and half with the mother. Now, if you were, let's say David did this, who would have their daughter buried in an urn with the killer? Who made that decision?
Well, they're not in the same urn, are they?
Well, they're buried together, maybe separate urns, same location.
Have to be separate urns for sure, but
separate urns.
But even
if my murderer, I wouldn't want to have someone making the decision to be me buried next to my murderer if the official statement was the murderer was my family member. Why on earth would that decision be made to be part of David's life at all? So for those who do buy the official story, that's a tough one to get their head around, because that's tough to explain why you'd want to have the remains in here with a psychopathic psycho.
Yeah, yeah. Well, yeah. There's many times where there's like double speak, where people will speak positively about David, but they also think that he killed his wife and killed his daughter. Okay, well that's it's a complete contradiction. I don't see how he could have been both, but that's a whole nother thing, I guess. I don't understand. So the wife was buried. Why wasn't the daughter buried? Why wasn't Rainey buried?
She was
even
cremated.
Cremate, because wasn't David supposed to be a Christian or something? Because I know, like, you're not supposed to do that either as Christians. So,
well, in Christianity, it's becoming more popular. It's still, I wouldn't say it's the preferred way to burial, but I'm seeing more and more of it as far as going the route of cremation. Now, for a Muslim of Muslim faith that Komel's parents were, and I believe her sister still is, that's one thing you would never do is cremate yourself. So that her being buried makes sense, that whether she was Christian or whether she was Muslim, because she never would have been cremated. David was cremated, maybe upon his wishes or without his wishes. I don't know who made that decision, but when I see cremation next to a suspicious death, it also raises the red flags, as well as far as getting rid of the body and getting rid of evidence. So but Ranny, it did say that she was cremated also. So there's no way then that she would have been Muslim if that would have been the case. So I think her remains now. If the family would have died in an automobile accident or any other way, just a normal accident, I could see her ashes being divvied up with both parents. But once again, it's hard to comprehend if you buy it and go along with the story, that you would actually go through and have your body there remains next to your very own killer who killed you in a violent manner.
Yeah, I mean, just thinking about it now, I do wonder if there was some type of problem that some of the family had with cremating this daughter, because I don't know, maybe it's not that big of a thing, but it just, to me, it seems, I don't know, it just seems weird. But
I think if you were to divvy up the remains, that's the only way, obviously you could do it, because the body would have to go one place or the other. So that would make sense. But now we've got this angle of the killer being the father. So it's hard to explain that away. But cremation, it's very popular here in the Twin Cities, regardless of your religion, I believe. I think it's very common.
Well, I think that the Muslims, when they talk about that, I think they're kind of coming somewhat from the same source, from some of parts of the scripture too. But so I don't know. I do wonder, is it cheaper too?
The whole process is cheaper, I believe, because you're not dealing with a large casket and a plot and a gravestone and whatever else there might be with it. So it will be a cheaper way to go, more inexpensive. That would be true. That would be the case. That's my opinion. I don't know. The other thing I saw not mentioned in the article is the GoFundMe, the campaign there for the Komel's mother, Naila Alam, with her battling cancer and the when she didn't have insurance for that. And the fundraiser was raised looking for $6 million.
Oh yeah,
8,000, and then that was canceled out. So that wasn't, and there probably wasn't room for that. But I do believe, from a true investigation, that's a key point in this case. Why that would be done and then swiftly stopped, and the whole thing surrounding that was quite odd. And I think that was all that I had for reading the article. That was my. Looks like I had a total of 6 things. The people in the house, Dan Crowley Jr. and David August, Danny August Mason, Mason Hendricks, David's buddy Adam, and Chris Klein all in the house, either before or during the house was being cleaned, and before it was professional, before the professional cleaners were done, or perhaps some have speculated before they even started, they were in that house and in the attic rummaging through things. What is your take on have the police adequately followed up with some of those leads? Have they done anything with that, or do they kind of let some of those anomalies slide?
Yeah, they haven't been clear on it. So I'm hoping that maybe Gummert will answer that question. That's one of the biggest ones. Why were these people there? If the I mean, I don't know. It seems like the whole crime scene, I think on the very first page, they say that they came at about 12, but they had cleared the whole crime scene, whatever cleared means. They had cleared it by like 5 that same day. So when were these cleaners there? Were the cleaners there on the 18th through the 19th and the 20th? And it's also, I'm also wondering, what time did Chris Klein and Mason and whoever else went there too? When did they actually go there? They probably went, my guess is that they went at night, because I don't know if you would necessarily call in a suspicious person during the day, but it kind of makes more sense maybe if it was at day, because how does the neighbor who calls the cops, how did they get a good visual to say that, oh yeah, that's Chris Klein there, and then call the cops and then tell them that. So it's just like we've just been given so very, very little. It seems like we were given many of the reports when they first came in, and if you just go by that, most of those reports in the 94 pages were made on January 20th or January 22nd. That's when most of them, it seems like they were kind of done, and they were basically wrapping everything up, and they don't tell you anything. They don't find anything in that house that says why David is guilty. They don't find anything in the house that for me would even lead them to speculate on any type of a theory about who did what. I mean, come on. First of all, their hands are missing. So why do we assume that it's their hands, that it's David's hands that are writing this blood on this wall? When they went into that house, how long did it take them to figure out that it was David's hand writing in his wife's blood? I mean, that takes time. There's no way that they could have figured all of this out by the time that all of these news articles first came out, that were basically saying that police were treating this as a double murder suicide, and that was it. Everything was like, okay, that's where we're starting from. It wasn't, we're starting from what happened. That's where our group, our Facebook group, that's where I see us starting from, is what happened. And it can go off into many different ways, but we're not starting with the theory that David Crowley is innocent, and we're not starting with the theory that David Crowley is guilty. You know, there can still be justice served if he's guilty. And there can be justice served if he's not guilty too. That's just my view on it.
That's correct. That's a good way to put it. Yeah, it's a tough call. I'd rather go from the angle of innocent until proven guilty, and if there's evidence there that David did this, then show us the evidence. We'll all move on with their lives. If there's no evidence to show that he did it, I believe that you'd be left with the only option is to classifying this as undetermined death and throwing out all the information you can and just say that we don't know. We believe it's him who did it. There's no evidence to conclude that he did it, but let's throw it as label it as an undetermined and move on. You certainly can do that. But I don't know. I think
is it possible for them to go back later, even if it's 10, 20 years from now, and get to where we can get them to put that on record to change it from a double murder suicide to undetermined. I mean, how realistic is that?
It's a stretch, but it can be done, and it has been done. A lot of times in a case like this, the people who think there's foul play involved will demand the case get reopened to get started again, and sometimes that's the harder thing to do, because you very rarely will anyone just start and open up a case again and open it up and redo the investigation and everything else. But if you just change the cause of death to undetermined, once that's done, it's easier then to get a case reopened to investigate in earnest. That's the next step. That's the next step. But what I would be interested in is not saying that the police did a good or a bad job or whatever kind of a job, because we're not here to point fingers. But it seems to me that the ruling of the deaths should be undetermined until we've got evidence to show that David did this. If he did it, show us the evidence now. We'll close it up. I've got better things to do with my time, and so do you. If there's no evidence that he did it, then why would you say then that why would they say that he did it? If you don't know, my point is, as far as starting the justice page, is you don't know. No one knows what happened here. If the investigators do, and they've got evidence to make this a slam dunk case, show us the evidence and we'll move on. So far, that hasn't been done. And in fact, it mentions in the article here with the last two paragraphs of the story, asking Officer Gumbert himself. And he says, I wish there was more evidence that we can show. I wish we could finalize and show people what happened to really prove this case. Basically saying he doesn't know himself. He doesn't know what else they can do to dig into finding this information. So what I'm saying is, and I think our group is under the persuasion of not admit it if you don't know it. It just kind of goes down that path. If you don't have the evidence, say we don't know, and we'll either keep looking into it or let the case go cold or whatever you need to do. But the fact that within 48 hours they slam dunked this case, and you've got writing on the wall written in blood that took days or weeks to do to find out that was Comel's blood, which it turned into, I believe, once they found it was her blood, they deduced the fact that she couldn't have been the one doing the writing. It must have been David, because it obviously wasn't Randy. So I think they backed into it that way. And when you start doing an investigation for a crime this big, when you start backing into results that you hope to get out of it, I think the intent is wrong.
Yeah, and it's just crazy. There's nothing that they found there that leads me to think, why would they think that David Crowley's guilty? I mean, the guy, they didn't know if he was right-handed or left-handed. They really don't mention it. It's like they didn't even check that out. They didn't see, well, was David right-handed or was he left-handed? Well, we found the gun next to his left hand. He must have been left-handed. His right hand wasn't there. It's just crazy. I really don't understand it. I think their biggest problem that they're going to have is that Chris Klein story, simply because there's a bullet right above your head, man. How do you, not a bullet, but a bullet hole right above your head in the most crucial area, because this is not only the area where the bodies were found, but this is the area where that big, Allah thing was actually written. I mean, everything is here and you don't look up and see it. There's something really wrong here. There's really something else has to be going on here, and I'm not sure what it is.
The one thing that I did also see in the article that I forgot to mention earlier is the article does say, and it almost appears to be going out of its way to say, when the cops opened the door, the stench of the bodies knocked them over to something. So I've got two issues with that. Number one, remember they entered in the back through this rear slider, so they didn't open any door. They slid that back door open and just simply went in. They didn't grab a knob and open a door to enter the house. And there was no mention in that police audio of anyone gagging or mentioning anything about how horrendous the smell was. This seems to be now another thing that's been planted in the subsequent stories of how bad the smell was after we brought it up. That police audio shows those first officers on scene waiting for the catch pole to come for the dog, going into the house, and first words out of their mouth were, "Is the main level's clear?" And 20 seconds later, it says the basement has been cleared. No one has mentioned once, "Oh, grab me a bat mask," or "Oh, is it awful?" Or you don't hear any gagging reflexes on that audio, or no one even mentioning how bad it was. But yet the story came out on today's press release, painting a very vivid picture of how awful the stench was before the first officers on the scene grabbed that doorknob and opened up that front door. Well, they went in through the back door and there was no gagging going on for the smell at all. So that may have been something to, once again, paint a clear picture, but no one, as that audio is going to, anyone who's listened to the audio, let me put it this way. If you haven't been familiar with the story for the first time readers, they're going to think, boy, that smell really knocked them over. Now, remember, bodies decomposing in that state are going to be the worst in the first week, then the second week, and by the third week, somewhat, it could be almost non-existent. It's going to smell, but not that bad as compared to the first 2 weeks. So the level of the smell, that story has changed all through the past year as well, from nothing to smell to how bad it was to the BCA people coming in were in full masks, in biohazard gear to clean that house, and to, so there's been stories that are not consistent, I think is the main word is consistency. The other thing with Chris Klein being in that house, he made a report directly to police saying he was there with Dan Sr. and Dan Crowley Jr. Now, some have mentioned perhaps there was a typo in the police report and they got the senior and junior mixed up. Well, with the police, but the statement says Dan Sr. and Dan Jr., he was in the house with both of them. Now, Dan...
Yeah, right, go ahead.
Dan Sr. says, I was never in that house with Chris Klein, ever.
Right.
So my question now to investigators, which I think was part of your 21 questions, is I'm assuming they follow up with that. That couldn't be taken too lightly to have someone outright lie to you during a murder investigation. But was Chris Klein brought in a third time? Was he questioned more heavily because of his inconsistencies, or do they just let it go? That to me is a very leading question by how they treated the lies in the testimony that was given in these statements. And I was in the attic, and I found we saw a bullet hole, and I was in the attic. Well, and then police find the second bullet fragment in late February, but then the cleaners are there the first week of the home, and a loose bullet fragment comes out from under the rug. So we want the other thing that's important to note for the first time readers to this article or following the case is that police were there 3 different times and found evidence 3 different times. So was it a thorough investigation or not when you roll up a piece of carpeting and a bullet fragment falls out and they said, oh, I guess we missed this earlier, or there's a bullet hole above the ceiling, I guess we missed this earlier. That to me is not saying the investigators did a good or bad job. That's just a fact that it was just plain and simple missed. And that to me, I find that offensive that you've got investigators as a career to do this detective work, and you miss 2 things as blatant as that would be a slam dunk, I'm guessing. So what are your thoughts there? Greg, you still with us? I think he cut out. So that's kind of an overview of not pointing fingers of who's doing a right job and who's doing a wrong job. It's who's doing an inadequate job is I think the point of a case like this. That's all that I've got. We were going to be trying to jump in with Robert Elliott here as well, but I believe he's running late. Greg, it appears, has jumped off the call, and we will go from there. But this is a good update here, I think, from this article. Get a chance to read it. It's on citypages.com. It's entitled "The Strange and Tragic Demise of a Minnesota Filmmaker and His Family," entitled Final cut. Today is March 23rd, 2016. Once again, this is Dan Hennon coming to you live with this update here on the David Crowley family deaths in the state of Minnesota. Good night.
So, this is Dan Hennon, along with Greg Fernandez Jr. for another installment of the Crowley Case Updates. Today is June 4th, 2016, and we've got some updates on the case here with the murder, double homicide, suicide case from January 2015 that took place in Apple Valley, Minnesota. We're going to run for about an hour and hopefully get some invites out and get some audio participation, audio and video from some of our listeners, and then we're going to go over also some of the updates, latest updates that we've just come out here this week and found out. So how are you doing today, Greg?
I'm doing good. It's hot, but that's okay.
Good. All right. So what we'll do for the first-time listeners here, for those tuning in for the first time, is to give a brief overview of the case. I myself, Greg, was not a follower of David Crowley or the Gray State before this crime took place. Were you?
No, I wasn't. I actually thought you were, though, so that's interesting. I didn't know that.
No, some of the others were, and a lot of people on the page were big fans and followers for several years of the project, and that's why they joined up. I just got a strange death close to home here that seemed odd, and I picked up on it. And once I got into it, things were not adding up, and turned out to be a guy. I think David Crowley would have been a guy I would have enjoyed hanging around with a lot. We have a lot in common, and so forth. So I was not a fan of his work, but I like what he did, and to me he was a good guy. Now, this justice page that was done was not to praise David Crowley or the Gray State Project or say how great of a guy he was, because we don't know that. We didn't know the man. The page is set up for justice because we don't believe that that these three justice has been served here as far as what happened in that house. Bodies were found on January 17th, 2015, and the bodies in the house were David Crowley, age 29 years old, his wife Kamel, age 28, and their 5-year-old daughter Granny, all with a gunshot bullet wound to the head, which to me is a triple murder, a triple homicide. Until we find out anything more. But when you start involving a 5-year-old girl in a murder like that, that's when the fear started perking up. This case started drawing some traction. What was it for you that triggered into it?
Well, it was you, basically. You're the one that got me. You got me hooked into all this stuff, man. But yeah, I think the fact that there was a child involved does have a big part to do with why I kind of stayed on this case. And I think some of the early pushback that I got also made me want to stay on this case, because I'm kind of stubborn like that. And sometimes people tell me, well, you shouldn't do this, then I'm gonna ask, well, why not? What's gonna happen if I do? So I was totally just dumbfounded. I just could not understand why police would come to this conclusion so early on. Let the case play out, let everything play out, and don't tell the media so early on that it's a double murder suicide and that's it. I think they were doing that because they didn't want to scare people, right? They didn't want people to think that possibly there was a killer out there still. And I don't know.
Yeah, that's a good point. And for the new listeners out there, within 48 hours of the bodies are being found, this family was laying in that house unnoticed for almost 4 weeks. After the Christmas holiday season into January, nobody stopped over to do a welfare check. None of the friends stopped over. The 5-year-old girl was in school, missed 10 straight days of classes, and the school didn't do a welfare check. May have called, but no one answered. But here in Minnesota, it's more common. I think it's not out of the ordinary for the teacher to stop by the house and knock on the door. It's common here to do that kind of a thing, and that appears never to have taken place. Then we get law enforcement to come in and come into the house and see a man who had a collection of guns, weapons, and ammunition, along with anti-police warfare kind of state militia type of things, and think, well, this guy just lost it, killed him, and let's wrap it up. So 48 hours into the case, law enforcement in the city of Apple Valley, which is a pretty big, it's here in Minnesota, it's over 40,000 population. It's a pretty good staff of detectives and officers. They ruled it a double murder followed by a suicide at the hands of David without any real investigation.
Yeah, but what did they see when they walk into that house, when they go into the house? What are they seeing that makes them think that this is a double murder suicide? That to me it was never clear, and it's still not clear. Who walks into a house and sees Allah Akbar written on a wall and goes, "Oh yeah, David Crowley, someone who is not a Muslim, who has never written Allah Akbar ever, that we know of, all of a sudden now he's writing it, and that somehow proves that he's guilty."
Well,
I mean,
for the first time listeners out there, it came to light 2 months later. This was March of 2014. The first time it came to light that officers announced to the families that blood was written on the wall in Komel's blood that said Allah Akbar. A Quran was laying on the living room floor, opened up to a alleged forgiveness prayer, and a note of paper with a pen next to it says, "Submit to Allah now," or allegedly that David wrote. Now, knowing David as we did, which wasn't in person at all, but David was a very open man who didn't talk about his religion. He was a Christian man. He married a Muslim woman and never brought that up. His family members said that he was open to their religion and open to her. She was open to his, and their relationship, once they first met, for dating and getting engaged and having a child after getting married, religion was never an issue. So once police brought up this Muslim angle, a lot of the crowd on our, we've got 1,100 followers on our page. In the 16 months we've been doing this, everyone at that point threw up their hands by saying, "No, none of this makes sense."
Right.
Now they're playing a Muslim Islamic hit as an angle, and the people that were on the fence who thought maybe he did it or maybe the government did it now threw up their hands and said, "We got something else here now, because this is obviously staged to look like some kind of, it's directing the focus elsewhere." And I took it as the same thing. I almost laughed when I saw the news when it hit that day on the article from Fox 9 News. I said, well, now we're on to something, because David Crowley would not write Allah Akbar in his wife's blood on the wall and leave a Quran open. He never brought up that issue once. Never once. Right. And that's pretty damning. That's pretty, now you're getting pretty low for whoever did stage this event. You're going pretty low there, as far as that's very distasteful, bringing this whole thing into the mix. What are your thoughts?
Well, yeah, and also it wasn't that this was just written on the wall. This was also written in a separate room where David wrote, "Submit to Allah now," which makes no sense at all. When so that, and they use that as a suicide note. Actually, Sidra, Komel's sister, told me that is a suicide note, and I told her it's not a suicide note. That is not a suicide note. You can speculate, and you can say that you think that it is a suicide note, and that's what she's basically saying. But to me, that is not a suicide note. And why would there be one note in an office bedroom, and then another note on a kitchen laptop, and then a big Allah Akbar in the living room wall? So
yeah, it reeks foul play, because none of this is what he would do. He's a man who writes in cursive, and as we saw on his notes, and we see this note with a pen that says "Bow to Allah," submit to Allah now in block letters. There's a word pad is up on his machine with a little minimize on the computer that says, "I've loved you all with all of my heart." To me, neither of those are suicide notes. They never were. Those are not a suicide note at all, but I think investigators believe that they were a suicide note. So I'm questioning begin with, because its suicide note has to have something signed and some declaration of what it is you're doing and some reason for what it is you're doing, not a note to say, open my video to a certain section and submit to Allah now, and I've loved you all. He could have had that written months ago. I've loved you all with all my heart. It could have been a song he was writing for all we know. How is that a suicide note?
Yeah, and that's the whole thing. Is it's not a suicide note, and the cops never call it a suicide note. They're very careful to make sure that they are not calling this a suicide note, but they also don't use that note or any of those writings to help prove their own case. And that would have helped prove their own case. That would have helped say, okay, well, maybe David Crowley did snap. All that, you know, I think some of the family and friends are saying, well, that was David's jab. That was his way of getting back at his wife's family. But he seemed to be very close to that family. He seemed to be very close to all of his family. And so a lot of it doesn't make sense. And I think a lot of the way that the family acted after these crimes happened, to me, also doesn't make sense. And that's just because I'm not a part of their family. I don't know anything about them. But all that I know is what I would do and what I would want my family to do in a situation like that. And I've expressed it many times to my family.
I have expressed it also to mine. If I was ever found murdered and my family went to police and says, okay, we buy everything you said, it sounds like he did this, it's a done deal, I would be ashamed of the fact that they would just go in and buy into that whole story without looking into it. So that's what got me going on this case as well. The other thing that kept me involved in the case is, we know a story like this isn't going to be followed by mainstream media, as it was for a couple days and dropped off the radar. A story like this would be followed by the alternative news. Alex Jones and all these cats, second-tier alternative news would have jumped all over this, and David Crowley and the Gray State were involved closely with Alex Jones and a lot of these players in the media.
Mm-hmm.
But what they did was they took off. They fled, took off, didn't touch the subject at all. Ben Swan covered it once, did a follow-up interview, and that was it. So I kind of took it upon myself to lead the charge in covering this, because I felt no one else was giving it the time it was deserved.
Right. And yeah, and I definitely thank you for that, because I think you're one of the biggest reasons why this case is still going, and why there's so many people that we see asking more questions. You know, and I think as time goes on, there's going to be a lot more people asking these same questions too. There's new people that are asking these questions, it seems, all the time. So I'm really happy with that.
Yeah, it was just a strange scenario, listening to the evidence, so-called evidence, unfold. The first thing I thought of when, police didn't say right away that rear patio slider door was open. It was someone who requested the police audio of the investigators entering that house that says rear slider ajar, unlocked and slightly ajar in the back. And one of the folks on our page posted right away, and they posted a link to the police audio on the police audio file that says, if you listen closely, that the rear slider was open. So the fact that investigators either downplayed that or hid it on purpose or didn't say anything about it, they knew we were going to come out and someone was going to jump on that with the investigators we've got on these pages here to come up with that. And sure enough, the day later, we found it. So, and each of the two press releases and information pieces that went out by the Apple Valley Police never mentioned once the rear slider. And that's, to me, it's your telltale sign number one. You've got no suicide note. There's no motive. You've got a rear slider that's ajar. You've got David making plans for the future with the various calendars and checklists that he had, with big plans for his movie and documentary coming out, upbeat about the future. And then they do the fingerprint test and they say there's no conclusive test on the gun, that David fired it. Well, to me right there, I'm not in law enforcement. I don't have a background in detective work, but I would say right now I would call these three murders the cause of death, the gunshot. But how it happened, I would say it's undetermined. Until we find out more, I would call it undetermined, because we have no proof that David Crowley did this. And I would respect, I guess, the department, Apple Valley Department, if they just came forward and says, you know what, we don't know. We know 3 people are dead. We know it's a sad case, it's horrendous, but we will put our top investigators out there and try to find what really did happen. And they basically said it's an open and shut case. And then when we pushed back and asked, well, is the BCA analysis done from the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, the forensics, is the testing done? Are the autopsies confirmed? Are the autopsies completed? Nope, they're still in process. So that's when you and I pushed back to say, well, how come you have an airtight case when you don't have the very basics done in an investigation? It almost looked like some sort of cover-up. Now, we're not saying that it's a cover-up today, but it led many people to believe that by the shoddy investigation. What's your take?
Yeah, and talk about the pushback. It wasn't just pushback from the family or from whoever. There was pushback, as we both know. Sean Wright was one of the first people to reach out to me and ask me not to continue to ask questions on this case, which is a ridiculous thing to ask someone. Now, and then he called me too and was basically saying the same thing. Why does he care? What does he care what I do, how I look at this case, how I look at any case? What is the whole thing? I mean, and I would have backed off. I would have backed off of this case if he would have just given me one piece of evidence, just one. But he said, I have the evidence, we've seen the evidence, but we can't share it with you. That is ridiculous. Okay, I mean, it is crazy to ask someone to back off of a case or to quit asking questions because you're raising more questions, and people might take those questions seriously. So some of his actions, his early actions, were very they really got me asking more questions. And I know Sean Wright had contacted you. Did he want you to back off of this thing too?
Well, they first I think it was the 21st of January, after we had the page up and running for some time, a couple days actually. Thomas Lapp, the other creator of the other Justice page, there's 2 of them for the new listeners out there. There's a Justice for David Crowley of Gray State, and there's a Justice for David Crowley and Family. So there's 2 of them out there. Thomas Lapp contacted me and says, hey, I see that you set one up as well. And I said, that was news to me. We had set it up the same day, unknowing of each other. And it was 2 days later, he says, a couple of guys are asking for administrative rights to my page. What's the deal with this? I said, I don't know. I'm not aware of that. Nothing's come my way yet. But that very same afternoon, he granted admin rights to Sean Wright and I believe Danny August Mason, the lead cast character of the movie. And within 2 hours, whole sections of comments and posts from that page were deleted. So this Thomas Lapp then called me back again and says, what's the deal? Why are they deleting stuff? I said, I don't know these guys. I don't know what the deal is. They've seemed nice to me. I've got no beef with them. He goes, well, just a heads up if it comes your way next. And sure enough, the next afternoon, email requests came in to say, we'd like to have admin rights to your page. I said, no, that's okay. There's some problems with the admin rights yesterday. And he said, well, you better give us admin rights because what you're doing is atrocious. So why do you care? Why do you want admin rights? I thought you're busy grieving the loss of your close friend. We want admin rights, and you're going to hand them over. I said, no, it's not going to happen. Well, then it comes back with threats, watch over your shoulder, put your head on a swivel. You're going to get yours, he said, and I don't want you coming to that memorial service. I said, what's any of this got to do with your Facebook page? Why do you care what we're posting? It's just information as it rolls in. Called me an idiot. He called me an idiot and a moron and says, you've disrespected the family. And then that's it. And then he went on and really became angry. And then I had a bunch of friends of his who came on the next following days to say, you better give other people admin rights because we don't want any conspiracy stories out about this case. I said, well, we're just kind of a think tank. We're just discussing the case with options here. We're not steering anyone down some path, and I'm certainly not going to start censoring things. So These guys got really upset right away. And then it was the day later that the Facebook posts on David Crowley's personal Facebook page were deleted. Now, David Crowley was dead at this point. Who has access to his personal page? Who's on it? Why are posts being deleted from his personal page? So I think it was at that point that I kind of got locked in to the whole case because it didn't smell right from the get-go.
Right.
Now, the thing with the law enforcement and investigators is we asked from right away, I think it was you and I, we said, well, let's hang tight before we draw any conclusions as to what type of the analysis. Once the analysis tests come back, then we can kind of lock this up and shut this away. I got better things to do than run this justice page. But they said, well, there was no gunshot residue test done, no ballistics, no test on the weapon to see if a silencer or a suppressor was in fact used. They never even conducted the test. They said they went out of their way to say that we believe that there was no forced entry in the home, which we don't care about, right? We know the slider was open. And they said that out of their way to say that the blood test on the wall written Allah Akbar was the blood of Comel Crowley. I don't think we cared who the blood. We want to know who wrote the blood. Oh, we never tested the fingerprints on of who wrote it. We never did the forensics, never did the bullet. We said that the bullets retrieved came from that weapon, which I think no one really had an issue with either, but they couldn't find the fingerprints. So right now I would call it a unsolved case. Would you not, with that information base on?
Oh yeah, sure. I mean, how do they know that David wrote that?
Yeah, you'd need to have, I imagine a child doing finger paints on the kitchen table after school, and every letter you finish is going to have your latent fingerprint on every single letter. Not where you start, not as you move it along, but where you finish and lift up. They said, no, we never did any of the testing on that. So that's where a lot of these folks came into play by saying there's got to be a cover-up. Or is the police detective force that inept? And we said, well, we don't know what the answer is, but it's got to be one of those two. In a normal detective case, you take that latent fingerprint and you'd get that tested to ensure it's done by David, tie it back, do the fingerprints on the gun, do the gunshot residue test from his left hand that he fired the weapon, and conclusively prove that there was no, on the lands and grooves on that bullet shell casing, on the fragment, that there's no silencer attached to that weapon. None of those tests were done. So then we got a lot of people on board saying that we're anti-law enforcement, anti-cops, that we're just trying to bash them. Well, I've got family, I've got friends in law enforcement. I'm not out to bash law enforcement. Do I believe they didn't do a thorough investigation? Yes. But I think if they were thoroughly investigated, all these things would have been done. So I don't know. To me, it just reeks of taking the short way out and quickly coming to a conclusion. What I've said before on prior episodes, and I think this is our 8th or 9th broadcast on YouTube that's been open to the public, is that I call it a rush to judgment by the officers. Their only thing that they failed here is that it was a rush to judgment. There's things I don't like that they did about the case. I'm not going to blame them for that, but in 48 hours with the evidence that we have, certainly couldn't have come to the case that it was David Crowley snapped and did this when there's no history of anything of him doing that.
Right.
Yeah, that was. Oh, okay. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. You're good.
At the end of the year, I don't know if you know, but because they traced the bodies back to being killed roughly December 26th, it fell into the calendar year of 2014. And as you know, I'm an advocate for domestic violence and eliminating that, and I do not like domestic violence at all, especially towards children and kids. Well, since the bodies were found, they went back and re-updated those statistics in the state of Minnesota to say, oh, we've got 2 more victims of domestic violence, and the pictures are Comel and Rani, because David was this vicious, violent man. So he is now rolled up into the stats as a violent abuser, and Comel and Rani are in the stats in the state of Minnesota for 2014 as victims of domestic abuse, which really rubs me the wrong way. How about yourself?
Well, yeah, and that also brings into question all of their cases. You know, I mean, come on, do a little research. But I guess it's because they're just going to just buy whatever the cops are telling them to. So if the cops say that that's what happened here, then they're going to say okay, and add it to their stats. So it's not only a bad investigative job, but it's really sad how many people are just trusting what the police say in this case, which I can understand for some people. But for some people that do not have any trust or any faith in their own government and question what the president is doing and question what all these other politicians are doing and Fox News is doing and everybody, but they won't question this. They won't touch this case. They're set. They're 100% sure that David Crowley is guilty. And it doesn't sound like they've seen anything that we haven't seen except for possibly some gruesome photos of those bodies, but it doesn't sound like they've seen or found anything else aside from that. So if we're all looking at basically the same facts that the police have, what does it tell us? So I think starting from the very beginning of when these bodies were found, how long it took 3 weeks for anybody to even notice that there were dead bodies in this house. That by itself, I think, raises many questions about how David was around his family in those later days and how he was around his friends in those later days, because there was a distance. It does seem like he was about to release the documentary film, The Gray State, The Rise, and he was about 2 weeks away from that. And then he decides to throw everything out and kill his wife and kill his daughter and kill himself. Why? Yeah. The whole money thing, you know, well, they were running out of cash. They didn't have money. That's BS. I'm not buying that, because they did have money in the bank, according to the police reports. And there was a $14,000 check that David's dad left on the porch. Well, David's dad didn't leave it there. David's dad gave him a check for $14,000. Dan Crowley Sr. was the one who actually left the check and the presents and some other mail on the Crowley porch on December 28th. So, but you would kind of notice if a $14,000 check hadn't been cashed in 3 weeks. At least I would hope so. But personally, I would never leave a $14,000 check on anybody's doorstep, no matter who they are.
And it appears that Christmas time in 2014, David and Kamel and Randy decided to do Christmas by themselves, and that was fine. They just moved into their house in Apple Valley the Christmas before, so they were just there for a year. They decided to do it alone, and then the rest of the Crowley family, who lives about an hour away in a town called Owatonna, they had celebrated, and on the way home, it appears that Dan Crowley Jr., the older brother, said, "Hey, on the way through, I'll drop off those presents at David's house and leave them there on the way. And along the way, I'll drop off that check, you know, from Dad." Dan Crowley Sr. left a $14,000 check. So you're right in the respect that media portrayed these financial issues in the family, with David coming out with a 2.5-hour documentary that he spent 2 years doing and changing it to say, you know what, I'm going to release it to free to YouTube for free to the public as an educational tool to learn things about our nation's history, and as a plug for the upcoming movie. He was going to give that away for free when he could have made good money on that. So I, along with you, don't buy that. I think that's disinformation, the whole financial hardship case. Him, David, and his wife Kamel were both active, worked at home, worked from the home, and were both successful in what they did. So that I don't buy. The fact that Dan Crowley Sr. writes a check and 3 weeks later it still hasn't cashed, it hasn't, you know, that to me is fishy, but that falls under the bucket of someone's behavior. I'm not here to judge how someone behaves. I would have not done it that way. but that's how he chose to, whatever. Dan Crowley Jr. says he dropped the gifts off on the 26th of December or the 27th. Can't remember the date. And later it comes out it's the 28th. Now, if my brother or someone close to me died and I was the last person to drop off gifts, I would go first thing back to that calendar and say, when was I there and how close was I to the actual event? You're going to know the date. It's going to be slam dunk when and what time you were there.
Right.
And so we get Dan the first days after the event, doesn't know when he was there. Comes out later that months later that it was wrong altogether. Because the only time it changed is when police put the date of the death. They thought it was the 25th at first. Later they did the investigation, moved it to the 26th. Well, in my mind, my opinion is Dan Crowley changed the date because if he still says he's there on the 26th of December, now you place yourself at the scene of the crime on the day of a triple homicide. So he said at that point going forward, he said he was there on the 28th. So that's about the time I started putting things together as far as keeping an eye on the activities of the brother is about that time, because things didn't start making sense with him at all. After the deaths, the bodies were found. Many people were coming to our page asking, hey, we haven't seen anything with the obituary. When's the obituary going to be published? And I responded back, I don't know, but a crime this big is going to be local newspaper here is the Pioneer Press and the Minneapolis Star Tribune. And a death of his caliber, that type of future star, future director of the future, they were calling him, the next Steven Spielberg he wanted to be, was never in the Star Tribune. In fact, an obituary was never published on all three of them. It was a week later that there was an online obituary done on a single person format that whoever filled it out lumped all three names together, whipped up a 1-paragraph summary and hit submit and just punched it out there. And so that looked goofy. That looked very strange. I was personally offended. I think on an obituary, I'm touchy that way, that little Ranny deserved to have her own obituary. Comel deserved to have her own professional, well-written obituary, and David did.
Sure.
Whoever put together these three and wrote a quick half-assed paragraph and hit submit really got people offended. And those who were close to the case think that it was Dan Crowley Jr. who put together that obituary. But at the same time, before the obituaries came out, there was a fundraising effort to make money for Comel's ailing mother, Nyla. So she had part of the problems with the family, going back for some of the new listeners and the first timers out there. July, before the bodies were found, Comel, her mother, was found out she had cervical cancer and was at a pretty advanced stage of it already and was not doing well in their house down in Texas. They had agreed to use chemo to treat it. Comel, she's a dietitian. She's kind of a holistic doctor, wants to treat things naturally. Said, I don't think you should go with the chemotherapy. I'm against that. And David chimed in too. Said, we'd rather have you try some other alternatives for your cancer treatment. She said, no, I'm locked into doing that. It caused a little spat, and they stopped texting, stopped making phone calls, and stopped communicating. Was it because of their use of chemo? I don't know, but there was a marked absence of communication at that point. So Dan Crowley Jr. takes it upon himself after, conveniently, the day after, he publicly went and retrieved the dog from the pound as a good guy effort. To me, that led to, why is this guy going out of his way to put in doing things in good faith? He posted on Facebook a picture of him and the puppy. I retrieved it from the pound. Don't worry, everybody, I'm feeding it, and he's gaining some weight. The very next day, I've created a GoFundMe campaign. We need to raise money for this poor woman in Texas. It's a GoFundMe. She's dying of cancer, and the medical bills are mounting. Astronomical, he said. I don't think Dan Crowley knows who Nyla Alam even is, and if he's even in fact met her. But the goal raised was $6 million. Now, $6 million really got people confused as to, did he mean 600,000? Did he mean 6,000? Did he mean 60,000? Well, I've set up GoFundMes. You type in the amount you want to raise, you hit next, and it asks you, please confirm this amount. There's no accident that he missed a decimal place. He confirmed it, and in fact didn't title it Nyla Alam Medical Fund. he titled it the Crowley Alam Medical Family Fund. I don't even know what that means. I don't think anyone in the Crowley family had medical needs at all. Anyone in the Crowley family needed money. It was really a fundraiser for Nyla. But he threw $6 million out there and it really caught people's attention. So it was at that time that things really didn't start adding up. And then I hear a comment from a cousin who went to the memorial service. I said, you know what, Dan Jr. was really acting strange. I said, well, what do you mean by that? What's some examples of that? He said, gathered the cousins together at the memorial and says, none of you talk to anyone. No cops, no friends, no media. Don't talk about this case at all. Something big is going down.
Which is
well, I don't know what he meant by that or why he even did it. Now, once again, that's how he chose to behave. I'm not criticizing his behavior. I wouldn't have certainly done that. I don't know why he would have said those things. Why would he even care how people react?
That's also what a family member told you, right?
A cousin told me that. Yep.
Right. So that's the other thing.
I can only believe that took place as far as if that story is true.
Right.
It ties in with your conversation with Sean Wright and Sean Wright's conversation to me to say when they were told on basically up front, leave this story alone, drop it, leave it alone, don't talk about the case. Now, once again, I have a hard time understanding someone's behavior to that extent. I'm not sure what Sean Wright would have cared if there's goofy conspiracy theories out there on the internet. What motivated him to get that upset? Now, I know he was going through tough times. He had his tax issues. He was going to make a lot of money on that documentary. Documentary was pulled, given away for free. And then it was only 3 months later that he's brought up on double felony charges in March 17th is when he was convicted. So I know he was looking for cash, making some money, and it didn't sit well with him that David Crowley was going to give away this documentary for free. But it relates back to the behavior of these so-called friends, the behavior of the inner circle of the Gray State, how they acted, and their emotions in the aftermath of this event. It struck me as very strange.
Well, right, and Sean Wright was also after David died. Sean Wright, I believe he posted it at least once, saying that they were gonna try to sell the documentary. Right? They were not. Even though David had said in December of 2014 that he was going to give it away for free after he dies, I believe Sean Wright and maybe others too had plans on selling it instead of doing what David wanted, which was to let the people have it. Now there is a version out there right now. It's a rough cut of that film, but it's not the final version. It's not right. It's not the
correct. Yeah, and just to clarify for those new to the case, in fact, just this week alone, we've added more members and more people are stumbling on this case because number one, no one else in the media is touching it. We seem to be limping along here with just a couple of us on our twice a month video shows, but for those brand new, David Crowley's project with the Gray State involved two main things: a movie, a blockbuster mainstream video movie that he was going to produce, and it's going to come out of Hollywood, and a documentary that was 2.5 hours long, interviewing various folks. So there was two things. The movie was never ever made, never ever produced, and they never even began filming on that. They were still looking for money and funding at the time. But he had spent several years on this documentary, and sometime in September or October timeframe, made the decision to give it away for free. And he made his wishes very clear, I think, on his Facebook post. David was very good on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, very active, Instagram. And he said, I'm going to give it away for free. It would be great. So with Sean Wright and some of the Gray State guys saying, we want to do his wishes. We want to, don't say things about David Wright because we want to, provide his legacy. Well, David made it very clear he wanted to give it out for free. Now, family bodies are found. Someone gets a hold of a rough cut of that YouTube documentary and releases it, and guess who's there to start pulling it down off YouTube because of, quote, copyright infringements? It's Sean Wright. He pulled it down as quick as people pulled it up. He pulled it down, and he did not want it out there. And like you said previously, in later talks with the current Great State staff or the people taking over Great State, they have made it well aware that they are going to sell the movie. They are going to sell for dollars, cha-ching, that documentary. Now, David clearly said he didn't want to have that. So what's your take on why would they be pulling that down, and why are they going to sell it now for big bucks? And who's going to reap the rewards? Who's going to reap the benefits of this documentary?
Well, whoever can make money off of it, I guess. I think that's the point of, for some of these people who were involved with this Gray State project as a whole, was to make money. And I think some people were involved because they understood that what David was talking about could really happen if it hasn't happened. You can see Gray State, you can see similar actions in other countries. And we do have some cases in this country where police do kick down doors. I've had my door kicked down, and police were looking for someone, and I looked like that person, and I was handcuffed and held at gunpoint, but they had the wrong person. So they do that. It does happen, but I don't know. I've just been trying to wrap my head around the actions of the Gray State team and this new Gray State Universe website that has come out and popped up and disappeared and is now back. I think that's also another big question, is how do you move forward with the Gray State project, knowing that the person who created it is accused of murdering his family and then killing himself? Why would you want to put a project like that out there when you could just as easily make a similar project that doesn't have the Gray State name? So I think at this point, we're going to see a lot of movies that are similar to what the Gray State was supposed to be. But now it's getting even worse, because now we're seeing the continuation of the Gray State project, which is something that personally I don't want to see. I'm not going to protest it. I'm not going to be like, no one should go see this movie because David, killed his family, blah, 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 or whatever. I just find the actions, strange of some of the family and friends who think David Crowley is guilty, but at the same time want to move forward with this project.
Yeah, the thing for the newer, that the history, the timeline I've put together has been evolving all these months here. 16 months later, there's a timeline, and it's pretty, if you read into it, what's really going on here from a business perspective, it's very disturbing. In the September timeframe, when David started cutting himself off, is what they said, is what he was doing, I believe, was pulling himself away from these, distancing himself from his inner circle of friends. Now, October 1st, an email went out per the police report. This is the Apple Valley Police Report that went out, 94 pages long. One of the pages talks about the interview with Danny August Mason. Danny August Mason received a email from David Crowley's attorney on October 1st, basically saying, we want you to relinquish your rights for the Gray State. We're moving forward, David said. We're moving forward without you. The script is going to change, and I'm coming up with a new leadership team. That's pretty harsh words there, and I don't think Danny August Mason would have taken that lightly. And what we see is no follow-up to that. And this is Danny August Mason's own words. There was no follow-up until he received a follow-up email from David Crowley on December 7th. December 7th says, hey, what's the update? What's the status? Are you going to fill out this form or not? Are you going to fill out this relinquish your rights? So He said, no, I'm going to run it by my attorney. Well, you had 6 weeks to do that, and you still haven't done it. So money was a big thing in the case, and in all cases like this, you follow the money and you can get to the root of what's probably going on behind the scenes. Sean Wright didn't have a job, had to end up finding one later, was going through debt from the state of Minnesota, child support, back taxes from the state, was in debt $36,000, I think, according to the State Department records. That's not me pulling it out of my head. And he was facing 2 felony charges. So he needed money too. Wasn't probably too happy with David Crowley giving away the documentary for free, because that was supposed to be his gravy train, I believe, his moneymaker, his bread and butter, that documentary. He was very active in that documentary, and in fact, later on, told people on Facebook that he was 90% involved as the owner, the creative owner of the documentary. So that's why he took it upon himself to start pulling it off the web, because that was his baby. He did not want it out there. Even though it was a rough cut, I watched it. It was very well done. I thought it was just fine. It could have gone out there, and it's very educational film. But he sat day in and day out and pulled it off YouTube whenever someone posted it up there, claiming copyright. I don't know what kind of copyright things Sean Wright has to do with anything. But you get to a point where there's December 9th, a post from David Crowley on Facebook saying, I'm 2 weeks away from finishing the documentary. I'm going to give it away for free. The deadline's set for 2 weeks. Well, 2 weeks, I think from the 9th, it came out to 28. December 28th was about the time frame that the deadline was set. And he also had, I think December 31st was a deadline. So he made, and even the photographic evidence from the police crime scene showed, I think it was Christmas Day, a note written on a Post-it note saying 6 more days to go till the new year. That's the deadline. I got to get this thing out. So he's referring to the documentary to release it on the 31st. So David knew 28th to the 31st, last 3 days of the year, he's going to release this thing for free, and it's going to be big. And once he made that public, I believe that his life was on a time clock. The clock was winding down because the Gray State guys, if indeed they had something to do with this, they needed to get him out of the way. He was going to lose everything for these guys on the team and on the staff. And so the clock was ticking, and whatever came to play, suspiciously enough, the bodies are found the 26th, 2 days before the due date of giving this thing out for free. So that's what piques my interest from a business perspective. And now they're going on January 1st of just this last year. New company, Gray State Universe, is formed. Guess who the proprietor is of Gray State Universe, Greg? It's Danny August Mason.
Danny August Mason. Why does that name keep coming back up?
So going from an actor to now, all of a sudden, I guess he's in the business of starting businesses here in the state of Minnesota. And it was a couple weeks after that he filed for a trademark of the name Gray State. He owns a trademark for Gray State right now. It got approved. There's a serial number on it. If you look it up in the legal case, he has the Gray State. So he's obviously taking the ball and moving it forward with the plans as of January 1st. The announcement was January 1st, big year for the Gray State Universe, with a upcoming movie and documentary in the works. So to me, people get upset because it's plagiarizing. Is he taking David's work? Is he going to give David credit? Is he taking the script? Who has the script? Did he take it and he's going to sell it now to Hollywood? Is he going to publish that documentary and sell it and make a bundle? Those are the questions that have people upset. What's your take on that?
Well, yeah, and you can understand why they would be a little worried about the future of the Gray State project. And it's just like, do we really need to do this? Do we really need to keep this project going? You know, is there any value towards it now? Or is it something that's just really tainted? And it seems very tainted, regardless of your view on the Gray State project. This whole situation has been tainted by the fact that there's 3 people dead here, and there's one who is accused of killing the other 2. So I would not want to see the Gray State project go forward. And I'm curious if there's a lot of people out there who feel the same way, or who think that I'm crazy, or I'm not one that matters because I never liked the project. So
I got a question for you, Greg. I agree with your comment. A project that's got a massive deranged killer behind it, would you want your name even associated with the project going forward? Wouldn't you want to run for the hills and say, I have nothing to do with that guy?
Yeah, I definitely would not want my name attached to that.
What do they do when you follow All Star Wrestling? Chris Benoit, similar thing happened to him. What was the fallout, and was it similar to what happened here?
I think so. I think this case is it was more similar to the Kurt Cobain case. But as far as the Chris Benoit case, that was another one that was quickly wrapped up. And it was just like, okay, he's guilty. But the difference is a lot of Chris Benoit's friends were saying, wait, they weren't saying that Chris Benoit didn't do it. They were just saying, this is not the person we knew. This is not something that he would do. It didn't make sense. Now, they found a lot of drugs, not drugs, but a lot of problems with Chris Benoit. His brain was basically mush. But at least they did that research. They took the time to understand why they believe Chris Benoit would do this. With this case, they didn't spend any time to kind of, figure out why would David Crowley do this? Why would he kill them? There was just like you said, there were no tests done. The ballistic tests, they weren't done. Well, what was done? Yeah. What did they do to help prove their case? And so I think a big part of this is to get the case reopened because it will shed light on that. And maybe we'll find an officer who will actually take the time to do a proper investigation on this case. And it's not too late. It's never too late. And especially right now, even though it has been 16 months, the case is still new. It's still fresh. There's still time right now for family members, for friends, for anybody to come forward and help us with this. Help us get the case reopened because we cannot do it. It's not going to happen by you or by me. Family and friends are going to be the biggest, the ones who can get this case reopened, or a good cop who is out there, or something needs to happen. And I'm not sure exactly what it is, but I do believe one day this case will be reopened. I do believe.
I agree. I think it'll have to be, and it will. It's going to take probably years to get to that point, but I can hang with it. Hey, Greg, just to know, can you post that link of our broadcast here? I see that we've got no one joining us yet. We put an invite out. If you can post it on both of those justice pages, and hopefully we can get some participants here. We're coming up on an hour here, but we can go a little longer if anyone else joins us. And while you're sending that out, I'll update the listeners here to some of the further latest development in the case.
Please do.
The case was ongoing. Whenever we discussed the case with law enforcement, for instance, we were hit back with the response of, the case is ongoing, we can't provide anything. We can't provide answers because the case is ongoing. But yet in 48 hours, they already had the answer. The case was wrapped up and it was a done deal in 48 hours. But none of the analysis was done till October, November, December timeframe. And while they get it packaged, ready to go, meet with the lawyers in the city of Apple Valley to approve it and distribute it to the press, it's now 51 weeks later. So 51 weeks later, the case is closed now, and Apple Valley Police is on record not going to talk about it any further because it doesn't add any value to anything, which is fine. Now, early on, Greg, you had taken the initiative to bounce some questions off of Officer Gummert, and he says, I will be glad to answer them once the case is closed. So this time comes around, and Officer Gummert says, I'll respond. I know it's after we're done talking about it, but I did promise you, send me the questions, make them easy, yes, no, to some extent, whatever you need to do, and I'll get back to you. So Greg put together with a group of us, collaborated and submitted to Officer Gummert 21 questions. And so we sent the questions, and 5 weeks later he responded. This was just recently now. This was just in the last couple of weeks that he gave back the questions. And Greg, you worded it easy enough for any officer to say yes, no, slam dunk. One of the questions that came up was, did you have any contact with Komel Alam's father, Anjum? And the reason we asked that question was, in talking, you and I both talked with Sidra, the sister, via instant message and email, and got some good information out of her. But what she had said all along was, you know, the police went through me. My mother's ill in the hospital. She's not doing well with cancer. In fact, she's still alive today, but
thank God.
Not doing well. She said, run everything through me because my dad's busy. Anjum is dealing with the mother, and this is too hard on him. So run everything through me. The police report that we said, don't know what page particularly it was, but it said when they were interviewing Sidra that she had recommended that the police work directly with her. Going forward, she could be the point person. So question number 16 to Officer Gummert was, did you contact Anjum Alam directly at all? Email, phone call, in-person visit? Did you even talk to him? The answer came back from Officer Gummert, no. And the question that I have a hard time with is, as a parent of a victim of this type of a crime, I would think that the parents want to be directly involved, not going through a 22-year-old college student for your information on the investigation. So I filed a Freedom of Information Request Act a couple of weeks ago. The gal at the office called and says, Dan, your disc is ready to be picked up. And I went to pick up my disc of information, and there was a note on it, little Post-it note for the gal working, and says, Officer Gummert, make sure you contact Dan and meet with him in person. So he said he wanted to meet me. Now remember, he's done talking about the case. I've never met the man. We agreed to disagree on some things, but no problem. I wait around. He comes down. We chat. One of my questions was, I said, it's confusing to me that dealing with the loss of a loved one for a family that you would deal directly with the sister of a victim instead of the father. The father's name is Anjum Alam. He's down in Texas. He's easily reachable. He's only 62 years old, I think. Wouldn't you want to get his information on the case like that? And Officer Gummert says, I was in constant communication with Anjum, the father. He said, I was in constant communication. I said, well, we just got, didn't the answers back say that he never communicated? No, I didn't say that. I talked to him primarily. I said, okay, once again, we're not pointing fingers of who's lying and who's not, and who's being deceptive and who's not. It's miscommunication. But this particular miscommunication, I would sense, is rather large.
Yeah.
You're being told point blank, have you ever conversed with this man? The answer is no. I don't think there's any room there to take the question wrong, write down the wrong answer. I guess I missed it. I don't know. But Sidra said they were talking to her the whole time. Now, there's people out there that you and I have to deal with, Greg, that are true conspiracy folks that are thinking that there's a cover-up, there's a government cover-up, this goes to the top level, the Apple Valley Police are in on it. I don't buy that. I'm not too receptive on that. But a question like this only feeds and only fuels the fire. Why would Officer Gummert say that I talk to him all the time when he just got done answering your questions the week before by saying, strictly, the answer was no. The answer was no, I never communicated with him. Do you think he did the answers, or did someone else in the office write those answers? And why? I think that's a fair question.
Yeah, it is. It is. And giving Detective Gummert the benefit of the doubt, yes, I would say that it was him that answered those questions. Now, only he knows if that's true. And if anybody else was involved, they would know that too. But what I do know is what he told you and what he told me were two completely different things. Two completely different things. And then when I asked him to clarify this, then he goes back and says, okay, yes, I did talk with him. And he messed up, basically. He's not trying to hide anything. He wants to be very clear. He's not hiding anything from anybody. It was just whatever, So I have a big problem with that, because then he calls into question everything else, every other question that I asked him, and how truthful were those other questions, or did he mess up on some of the other 21 questions too?
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to finish up by saying, so now what? I have to go back and ask him about the other 20 questions? Do I resubmit the 21 questions and say, just in case you messed up on these two, you know, let's talk a little more about this. But the one thing I did not like is that he said, yes, we're not going to talk about the case because it's active. Once it's closed, we'll talk with you. Once the case closed, then they said they're not talking about the case. How do you do that? Why? You can't, I mean, you can't. And then at the same time, Detective Gummert is talking about transparency. We want to be as transparent as possible, when he's done the exact opposite. Everything he's done is to not be transparent. It is basically to make us try to figure out how to phrase these questions to get some type of answers, to get some type of guidance on just saying, look, man, we just want to know what happened here. That's it. We're not accusing you. We're not accusing the government. We're not accusing the Crowleys. We're not accusing the Gray State team. We just want to know what happened here. And they say, no, you cannot know. It is not up to you to know. You have no right. You will not know unless you agree with us. Then we'll tell you. You know, because you disagree, we're not going to tell you. And because you created this group and because you're a part of this group, because of that, you will never know what the truth is. I've been told that point blank, but I will never know what the truth is. And I believe that those people who told me that, they have no idea what the truth is too. So,
it's very
I know.
I would feel bad if I lived in the city of Apple Valley knowing my taxpayer money was going to the police force there that can't seem to do basic things. I don't want to throw them under the bus, but Sidra did say that she did receive the cell phone back from Kamel as part of the evidence. And then she was quick to note that she says, I can't find the SIM card. The SIM card inside is missing. So
it was taken out.
So it was taken out. So once again, I don't believe whether it's the police department or the detectives are helping their cause. But it's because of the behavior. Once again, it doesn't add up. It's not professional behavior. I mean, it's just, I just can't imagine it being that goofy. So it's been frustrating. There's been a lot of things like that with the case. And once again, we don't want to point fingers and accuse, but we've got these pages opened up. The Justice for David Crowley and Gray State page has over 7,100 likes. It's being tracked from people from, I think it's 54 different countries. I think last I checked, it was 54 different countries are following this, the movement of this case. And David Crowley had a big name, had a big following worldwide. And that was the first thing that I wanted to tip off to. I was hoping that the investigators and detectives in this case knew. And then I talked to a family member too in law enforcement to say, I don't know if they have their head around the complexity of this case and what this all involves. And we never did ask the Apple Valley Police, but were they or do they feel that they were in over their head on this case? This is a big case with people following from all the states in the U.S. How many countries? I just mentioned 50-some countries are following this case around the world. It's huge, but the media will not touch it. The alternative media will not touch it. And that's our question. I think that's what our, if I would have a mission statement, so to say, is to keep this alive and keep the pulse on this case, because too many things don't add up.
Yeah, no, definitely. And that's the sad thing here, is there is so much that just does not add up, man. It really doesn't. And I think the more that we talk about this, the more that we create a dialogue where we can all just talk about this, depending, it doesn't matter what our view is on this, but we should be open to that. And I do hope that, you know, some other people one of these days will join us if they have something to say, if they have something to add to it, because we have been following this case from the very start. That is true. But, you know, so have other people too. And there's a lot of people that haven't been following this that can walk in at any point and just say, well, wait a minute, What about this? Well, let's talk about that. Well, okay, there's something strange happening here. And I think one of the big problems with the people who think that David Crowley is guilty is they don't even want us asking questions now. They want to move on. They want to just move on and have nobody ask any more questions. Well, it's not up to them. They don't decide when we get to stop asking questions. We get to decide that. And I'll stop asking questions when I get some damn answers. And I haven't gotten any yet. So here we are. And I'll be waiting. I hope 20, 30 years from now that Detective Gummert and I can sit down, have a cup of coffee, and talk about why he was wrong, and talk about why their investigation sucked, why it was just crap. It was garbage. I mean, come on. And that's okay, you know. But this is his job, and I'm not trying to get him in trouble or, you know, get him kicked out of his job or make him look bad or anything like that. But it's like, come on, man. You know, there's just so many simple things here. Even if we just talk about, you know, 2 or 3 of the basic things that Gummert did or didn't do or did or didn't see. How do you miss a bullet hole above your head? And then you don't know when you saw that bullet hole. Oh, yeah, I saw it, but I don't know the exact date. I mean, come on. Of course you know. How could you not know when you did or didn't see that? Obviously, you didn't see it on the 17th.
Let's touch base on that. Let's touch on for the newer viewers out there, and then we'll see if there's other people wanting to join in here too before we wrap up. But a very important piece of this case was police were there on the 17th of January and retrieved 2 bullets, one from Randy and one from Kamel, I'm assuming, and wrapped up the case and took off. 2 days later, the cleaners were there. And as they were vacuuming up the rug, a bullet, you know, fragment fell out of the bottom of the rug. They contacted police. Now it's the 19th of January, or the 20th, 19th or 20th, and they said, "Yep, this is a fragment of a bullet, 40 caliber. I guess we missed it, but thanks for giving us the heads up." Then the 19th.
You still don't see the bullet. Right? Okay, go ahead. Finish.
So then they've accounted for 3 of the alleged 4 gunshots, bullet fragments. So 911 gets a call on January 19th. Apple Valley Police get a 911 call for suspicious person in the home. This is the Crowley home now. 2 days after it's been cleaned up, after the bodies are found, a neighbor sees a person in the house sneaking around. So as if the story didn't get any more strange to begin with, they find out somehow the person's name was Chris Klein. Chris Klein was in the house on the 19th. What was he doing? I don't know. We know that the house wasn't finished being professionally cleaned. It may have been started, but why was he in the house? They go to his house. He wasn't there. They leave a business card and say, "Call the detectives. This is for Chris Klein. I believe he lives in South Minneapolis. Give us a call. We want to chat." He waits till February 18th to call back authorities, which raises my suspicion right away. I could never get away with that. It sounds like they didn't try to get in touch with him again. He goes, "Hey, I'm ready to talk about the case. It's February 18th. He goes, "I was there because we saw a bullet hole in the ceiling." Officers say, what do you mean a bullet hole in the ceiling? "Oh, above the front door, right where David's body was a bullet hole." We knew it went up into the attic, and so we opened up the attic door and crawled around looking for this fragment in the attic of the house. You should come by and take a look at it. They said, "Well, this is news to us. Where is it? We'll be out there right away." So officers come out now. This is February 18th. And folks, for listening, I'm not making this stuff up. This is right out of the police report. This is their words. The third time they go back, they look right above where they were standing, straight up, bullet hole, 40 caliber. They said, "We didn't see that." They crawl into the attic, fish around, and find what turns out to be evidence piece number 57 in the case. Little evidence table tent number 57. They added a fragment they found in the insulation of the attic. They did the testing on the DNA. David's blood was on that fragment. That was the kill shot of David Crowley. So a month later, we have 3 visits by police to find, by other people finding them, bullet fragments from the case that total up now to the 4 bullet fragments. Most important, I would think, would be the David Crowley one. The others, I think, are lower importance, but you certainly would find a bullet fragment in the carpeting. I don't think they looked too hard. But the one in the ceiling was literally, when you see the photographic evidence from the crime scene photos that were given to us, 464 photos show the officers right there where the body was of David Crowley near the entryway, and a picture taken of the doorknob to prove no forced entry once again, a picture of the wall, and a picture of the floor. Never once looked up. Now, what we see later, after the 18th, is new photographs that enter into the disc, the CD-ROM of photographs from the crime scene. All out of sequence, the naming convention, there's like 15 more photos of just the entryway taken on February 18th, of course, like they said in the picture in the police report. 18th, we went back. Sure enough, the camera evidence shows the camera was taking photographs on the 18th of February of the most important fragment around of the bullet hole right above their heads, with a fragment that some friends of David Crowley were messing around the house, and they saw this, and they went muddling around up in the attic trying to find this fragment. So I don't know where to even begin with that, but it's just, I just can't even imagine.
It's also not clear how police identified Chris Klein as that person who was in the house, because when Detective Gummert was asked, he just said unknown. So they don't know. Well, of course they know. Somebody knows. I mean, how does someone report a suspicious person? How does somebody know that that suspicious person is Chris Klein? And so that's always been another question that has never been answered. And we don't know who called 911 on January 18th.
We don't know.
We just know that
we don't know which neighbor called, but all they said was that they called in a report of a suspicious person in the home. Now, with the triple homicide or whatever went down in that house, I'd be sketchy as a neighbor too, looking out your window and finding someone. Obviously, they were either sneaking around or something in the house. So they called in. They found out it was him. How? You pose a great question, Greg. How do they know that person was Chris Klein in the house? Well, later we find out on the Facebook page, Mason Hendricks comes along and says, we know it was Chris Klein because we were there with him. 5 of us were there. We're all in the house.
So, okay, wait. So there's 5 people in the house, but the neighbor only calls about 1 person. Wouldn't the neighbor call about 5 people in this house?
Well, we don't know if it was day or nighttime. And if it was nighttime, they maybe just saw 1 person, and the other people could have been up in the attic or down in the basement and may not have been in that side of the house. But the call went in for just a suspicious person, not plural. Mason went on to say that he confirmed it was the 19th, which, remember now, the house wasn't professionally cleaned until the 20th or the 21st. Completed. It was, I think, started on Sunday, the 18th. Wrapped up on the 19th or 20th when the bullet was found, and then wrapped up, I think, on the 21st. So why were 5 guys in the house snooping around up in the attic, enough so to warrant a 911 call? And then they said, oh, it's Chris Klein. Well, who else did police investigate that further? Why was 5 people in the house? What were you doing in the house? And why was Chris Klein in the house? If it was Chris Klein, why did he take 4 weeks to return a phone call to authorities? So, not saying Chris did anything wrong here. I don't even know Chris Klein. But once again, it's the behavior. If I had a business card tucked in my door to say, call this officer about the case, I'd call him the next day or the same day or at worst a couple days later. This guy waits a month and say, oh, I'm ready to talk now.
Well, maybe.
Yeah, he finally did.
Well, we also don't.
It didn't sound like the officers were making multiple attempts, and it sounds like Chris Klein wasn't making multiple attempts to call back. It says when we contacted him on the 18th of February is when we finally touched base. So it didn't sound like it was too prudent of a high level of importance. But he goes, no, we're looking for a bullet. Well, which means the other 4 people in the house that were called for 911 never mentioned to police that they were indeed looking for a bullet. Only Chris does, which is a month later. So it's just it's a bizarre, very bizarre case, very strange. we'll keep on it. We'll keep providing updates to the listeners as we can move on with information. But it's hard when you don't get any answers, any straightforward answers on the case. What are your thoughts? We're going to wrap up in here in a couple minutes. Greg, any finishing thoughts?
No, I just think we're gonna keep on it, and I'm looking forward to talking about this more, and I would love to hear other people's views on this case, and I'd love for them to continue to reach out to us and help us understand why maybe we are wrong, why maybe David Crowley is guilty. And I'm totally open to that. I'm open to the possibility that David Crowley is guilty of what they say he is. But you got to show me some evidence, man. You can't. I'm just not going to trust you. I don't care who you are. I just don't work like that. And I think there's many people out there who kind of feel that same way.
Very good. Very good. Let's see if we got anyone else here joining us. We did send out the invite on a couple of the justice pages. So probably in the next 2 weeks, we'll do this again and do the updates. I know there's a couple of Freedom of Information requests out there in the hopper that we should have back here early next week, and we'll discuss those types of topics as well as any new things that come up. But thanks for your time again, Greg. And if you have any other closing thoughts, here we'll wrap it up.
Nope, that's it. And until we meet again.
All right, for Greg Fernandez Jr., this is Dan Hennon. Today's June 4th. We'll be wrapping up our broadcast here. We'll be posting this and the links onto YouTube. Until next time, thanks for listening. Hello, my name is Dan Hennon. Today is April 6th, 2017, and I'll be joined with Greg Fernandez Jr. Today we'll be talking about the most recent article in the New Yorker that came out called Death of a Dystopian, the article about the David Crowley family that just came out here this week. And we'll be discussing this. It's out on your newsstand on the April 10th, 2017 edition. And what we'll do tonight is go over some talk, discussion, and some questions we have relating to the article. Welcome to the program, Greg.
Thanks, Dan. Happy to be here.
Yeah, so what we've got is this long-awaited article by Alec Wilkinson, and it originally was due out in August or September of 2016 for the listeners out there that aren't aware of that, and now it just hit the bookshelves here on the newsstands here on Monday, April 3rd. So what we'll do, it's been out there 3-4 days now. We've each had a time to read it once, twice, 3 times and kind of digest some of this, but we'd like to get some of the information out regarding this. I'm not going to call it strange or odd article, but it's got a lot of things going on in this article, and hopefully you jotted down some notes, Greg, and we'll go through some of these items. What was your first thought when you saw the online article?
My first thought was, what is he talking about when he says death of a dystopian? So I was like, okay, what does that mean? He's calling him a dystopian. Can you explain what a dystopian is?
I think that in in the Gray State Project, each of the summaries of the project, the movie, the documentary, the project he was working on, they talked about David filming life in a dystopian world, and I think that's all. He's using that phrase because it's come up multiple times in the Gray State, and that may have been just a nice catchword there of calling, David Crowley the dystopian rather than the world we're living in. But
well, there's a other weird phrase where he talks about the alternative right conspiracy theorist. Now, this is a new term that I haven't really heard that much about. Have you heard anything about this alt-right?
I don't, and you know me well enough, I don't follow left, right, Democrat, Republican. I'm not following the paradigm there, but he's throwing around some phrases in this article to try to, almost seems like to try to pigeonhole people into different buckets. And we know that David Crowley was not the norm, was not the normal guy out there as far as these types of phrases, I would say. But he was out there trying to raise awareness. But there is phrases out there that he was using in this in this article. I'll look it up here. I've got it up on my screen, but I haven't found it here yet.
Well, I'm just asking because, you know, this whole project, this whole Gray State project started in 2010. So I'm just wondering how new of a term that really is.
Yeah, it says right on the lead on the article, says the alt-right conspiracy theorists think that the government killed the aspiring libertarian filmmaker David Crowley, but the truth is far stranger. That's the subtitle here of the article. So once again, it's writing it's calling David Crowley a libertarian, which is fair, but anyone who doubts the story is now an alt-right conspiracy theorist. And once again, not just that, not one theory, like you and I have mentioned many times, there's multiple theories out there. You and I still don't know what is true and what is not, but this is once again labeling all of us into one bucket, thinking that the government did this. And certainly there's people out there that do believe that, but the article's really painting, dropping everyone. It's painting with a very broad brush that we're all falling into this bucket.
And then it makes us wonder why they would do that. Well, it's a very easy setup, because then they can give you all these things and everybody rolls their eyes. Oh, it couldn't be the government. Why would the government do this? Blah, blah, blah. But it still puts the whole focus on, well, if we can disprove that the government did this, or show enough proof that, you know, no one has any proof or any facts that the government actually did do it, then that will also disprove every other theory. But I don't think that's what's gonna happen here. It's actually going to lead to more theories of, well, okay, if it wasn't the government, then who was it? And if it was David who is guilty of this, then why are we having so much trouble finding out what really happened here? Why is it all like a big game? It's like a big thing to these people, you know, having their own film and making their own version of what they think happened.
Correct.
Which is fine. Nothing wrong with that.
And that's a good point when you said that, what they think happened. After reading this entire article, I still haven't found any evidence or anything to support that new information was found that proved David Crowley did this. It comes with all new scenarios with this diary, once again, and two people becoming unhinged in a psychotic episode under a new type of psychosis. Mr. Wilkinson refers to it as that the two people really lost their touch with the real world, and all this happened. Now, all this diary, once again, the thing I read after reading this thing twice is Mr. Wilkinson does not mention an online diary. He does not mention this being an electronic diary, and he never uses the phrase written diary. So in reading articles like this, if it does appear to be planted or propaganda, articles like this to try to sway public opinion, you typically look for things that are not in the article. What's missing? There's a lot of things here missing in this article, a lot of important things that are missing in this article. And I just found interesting enough that never was the word written, electronic, or online diary. It just kept saying diary and or journal. You and I know both the police report in the 94 pages from the Apple Valley Police Department only mentioned one journal. It's an online journal that David created on September 1st of 2014. Only a few entries were made, and it goes on to talk about David writing paragraphs and small jotting entries in that journal of spending time with his daughter, doing things with his wife, working out, typical just day-to-day activities. Now, the chief of police went on to say, after reading that journal or those entries to that journal, that nothing stuck out, nothing came out to him in his mind that would lead someone to believe why David would do this. So to me, I interpret that as those are just everyday journal entries of what he was doing, day-to-day activities. The journal details that Alec Wilkinson here is writing about and giving quotes from actual, sounds like cell phone video footage, self-recordings, journal details, very in-depth of a person becoming unhinged and having a psychosis, psychological illness, mental illness, whatever this may be, but it goes very in-depth. So
He goes on to say that this journal started in April, ended in November, and showed a steady decline of a person's almost basically documenting his own mental decline, instability. So all we know from this article is that there's two definite diaries or journals. This is not the one the police report was talking about. The police report never mentions another one. So one thing we can put down as fact is that it seems to me it's very obvious that there are two distinct different journals, at least in this case. What are your thoughts?
I think we have to know when both journals started then, because the times do kind of seem, they kind of line up from what I'm seeing, because if you go from April of 2014 to actually, I don't know, we'll have to see when in the police reports, when do they say that David's journal ended? That's what I'm gonna look for. I know we have it somewhere, but
they said for sure it started in September, and this one on the New Yorker article says for sure it started in April.
Okay, well then yeah, I mean, yeah.
And then it went on for 7 months. The other one I think was just an entry, some various non-important journal entries that were just in this journal. I don't know when that ended, but we can look it up and find out. This one says it went on for 7 months, ending, I'm guessing, sometime in November.
And we basically don't know if that was a written or if that was a typed up journal.
We don't know.
The article does not state that, which seems to be something that they really should have. But
as much scrutiny that this article is going to come out with, you would think that the simple detail would be there, whether this is electronic or not. Now, the neighbor, Judy Prochnow, and husband Colin, on the talk with you and also on the Facebook pages, have always used a similar phrase, the online diary, the online journal. So I think that this one, if they did find it, it was an electronic typed journal or diary that David made entries into by typing on his computer in a Microsoft Word document, something to that effect. I don't believe it was online. The one that the police found specifically said the word online, which to me is a web-based journal that you log into by going to a URL address and typing on. So I don't know. I think we got two different journals here. This one seems, this is the first really time it's been mentioned. Others have mentioned it, but this goes into some very deep, in-depth details where this author is using quotes and various things. Now, the documentary that's coming out, for those listening, at the end of the month is the Tribeca Film Festival in New York City. A documentary called A Gray State by Eric Nelson will be, the world premiere will be at the end of the month. That's going to be, that sounds to me like it's very tied into this article and almost as a companion piece to market, to get out there to generate interest for the movie coming out. So it looked like the director of the movie and those involved with the documentary movie are working in concert here with Alec Wilkinson, it looks like, from the New Yorker, to kind of tie this together as a companion piece. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, because they all sound the same. You know, he says in one of these quotes here, David was losing his mind and he didn't seem to know it. I mean, of course, Alec doesn't know that, so he's speculating. First of all, the only question is, you know, who's feeding that to him? And I say it just like that, not, you know, what has he actually researched or anything, but, you know, a lot of this stuff seems like this guy, at least when he contacted me, he didn't know anything about this case. So why would you be writing this? I mean, come on. I mean, this is a very, very serious case, and if you don't know what you're talking about here, then you should not be writing anything on this case. That's just my own feeling. So, and to call David, you know, to say that David was losing his mind, that's a very serious thing. Now, of course, I hope, you know, it seems like he's a guy that wouldn't just say that unless he really had some proof or felt like there were some strong reasons why. But that's kind of what we're hearing, is David lost his mind. Yet in some in some ways this was pre-planned, and in some ways it was a pact, and in some ways they try to blame the wife kind of for this whole thing, that she was changing, and that she was going through some rapture, some very, very odd stuff. Some, one point here that says David had some visions of horror for 20 minutes. I mean, there's just a lot of weird stuff to me that looks like it's very similar to someone, when there's demons trying to get at someone. I mean, real demons. So, I mean, that's just, that's right now, that's just a very, very wild theory. But, I mean, how can you not at least look at some of that stuff with the whole blood writing? I hope they at least, I don't know, that to me is just strange.
It did seem strange, and after reading it, it left many to wonder, as I've seen other comments saying, it sounded to me like this family needed an exorcist in the home, for an exorcism, because of the demonic angle, the satanic angle that was being played in a lot of this stuff. Now, would Alec Wilkinson be one potentially paid to write an article like this by an outside agency to set a certain narrative instead of just writing an authentic article? When I spoke with him as well, he didn't seem well versed in the story. He didn't seem like you'd mentioned. He didn't know the story too in depth as far as a lot of the stuff that when I brought up to him, it seemed new to him. So, like you had just stated, that for someone writing an article this vast, this large, this much exposure in the New Yorker,
and given so much, he was given so much.
Yeah. It sounded like the recordings and everything else, the audio, the video. Maybe more will come out with the video of this information, but it certainly sounded like a young couple becoming mentally unhinged as the winter and the fall and the early winter started here. But surprisingly enough, he never brings up drugs, never brought up the fact that these are potential hallucinations after being on a bad trip, or on LSD or acid or something that would cause this kind of thing. Which I interpreted before with other conversations that people were saying that he was overusing drugs. He was increasing his absinthe. He was increasing his marijuana. He was doing marijuana with mushrooms with absinthe, and all this stuff caused from it. It doesn't make sense to me that these things would come. Now you're seeing a very different, almost not a demon possession, but something else. Nowhere in here does it sound like these are the results of recreational drug use. Now, if you're going to go down the mental road, which he kind of stopped shy of going down to say they were mentally ill. He just said that he's lost touch with reality. Right. One person going through this would be very strange, very rare, very odd. And what he's alluding to is that him and Kamel, David and Kamel, both around the same time of the year, both fell into this rut for the same number of months and ended up killing them both. To me, the likelihood of a couple both going down this same rabbit hole seems highly irregular, highly odd.
Yeah. Yeah, they also never mention the whole bullet hole in the living room either, which both Alec and his fact checker both found strange.
Yeah.
But that's not mentioned here. But they can mention all this other stuff, that is, first of all, it's like, okay, they must have the evidence that David Crowley actually wrote this. So it must be, hopefully it's, paper, something on paper. But I don't see anything from what they've written here that leads me to believe anything more about this pack theory. And I really think that's where this film, the documentary, I think it could be headed there.
Yeah, you're right. It never once does it mention a pact, a theory, an agreement of both David and Kamel agreeing to do this heinous crime. It seemed to me more like she was going down a dark and scary world, and so was he. And then it ended with the article saying that David sat down between after killing the daughter and wife that he killed himself. Well, it really leaps to some wild assumptions based on what they assume happened here, but it's really presented as fact. This article is really presented as fact, and it's got enough of the fluff built in with the strange psychotic episodes, which really is more of an indirect relation to anything. It doesn't prove anything. Now, keep in mind that on social media, David was making sane comments, very lucid conversations in posts. So if he was fading in and out, that may be one thing. But he certainly didn't lose his mind. He was making posts about excited for the future, working on his documentary and things like that, which clearly was not from a deranged man's holding himself up in the house. The article does go on to say that they cut off relationships with friends, family, everybody. They never left the house. They didn't do anything. Now keep in mind, the article does not mention the fact that David and Kamel were still dropping off Rani at school every morning together and picking her up every afternoon together. So they were leaving the house. They were out in public. They were being seen at the school every day. Nothing seemed strange, odd, or out of place by the teachers, various faculty, various other children's parents. Remember, they still came off as normal. So were they going through the switch being turned on and off at various points here in October, November, and December, and then flipping back to being normal? One can only speculate.
Yeah, but it just doesn't line up. It doesn't make sense. It seems like there's a lot that we're just not getting right now.
Yep. And so this documentary coming out, if it lines up with this, which I'm guessing it's going to line up and go down the same path, and I don't call it I call it the Shining theory, where the theory believes here that, like the movie The Shining, that David Crowley just became unhinged with no medication, no PTSD, no drugs, no prescription painkillers, no combination. He just slowly lost his mind. So they're going with the Shining theory here, that this all just happened. And now they're kind of bundling that with the fact that Kamel Crowley also went through a very similar incident, and they're kind of going through this together.
Yeah, she went through, what they said is she went through a rapture.
He used the word rapture, yep.
Yeah, on October 30th.
On October 30th, yep. He got home from making a trip to the Home Depot, and she was completing a bout with the rapture. Now, we heard earlier that David Crowley on his cell phone recorded Kamel during a bad trip, spacing out on drugs. Is this intended to be this same article? Because he just got home from Home Depot, and it says he held her in her arms and helped her get through her rapture. Is that implying now that she was on a bad trip relating to drugs, or did she just have a psychotic episode? He didn't sound like this article that he was filming it, or are these two separate incidences now?
Yeah, which is why a toxicology report is vital. I mean, I don't know if you can do that after 3 weeks, what value it would actually be, or if you could get anything. But it would be nice to know what type of medication that they were on, if any. And it is kind of strange that they don't really mention anything like that. So, I mean, okay, if it's not that, then what is it? I mean, Kamel got raptured, but she's still here. I mean, what does that mean? So there are some very, very weird quotes that, do not fear, sweet body, for we have felt this pain together. It's something that he recorded. This is something David said in a recording. So I don't know. I mean, it sounds like they were both tripping out. That's the way that I read a lot of these quotes when it's talking about stuff like that.
And tripping out, just as far as I understand you, just to make clear so there's no assumptions, that's a result of a drug, drug use is tripping out. But he never uses the phrase drugs or the result of a bad trip or a high. He keeps saying it's a psychosis that was just in their heads.
And so I'd like to get clarification on anyone else watching this video. Please feel free to comment below the video. But it sounds like these are bad trips, people tripping out here between David and Kamel, which to me means drug use. Now they were using recreational drugs. I'm not sure how that would relate to a bad trip with as far as illicit drugs. That would be something mind altering to that extent with these types of things. But the author never uses the word drugs in this article, and kind of alludes to the fact that they just lost it. But like I mentioned on the Justice for David Crowley page, it seems to be almost a the article seems to be, and might be, more of an, it's got the fingerprints and the feel to a Operation Mockingbird sense to it, back in the 50s and 60s when the CIA were hired and had over 3,000 members of the press on their payroll, under the table, with various high-level newspapers, radio, television, and TV and high places in the media to help sway people's opinions certain directions. Now they say that the Operation Mockingbird has since gone away. They're not using it. We all know that that's false, and that's clearly, if you read the news in today's world, most of the leading headlines in the nation and the world articles are very, very slanted and propagandized. This article has a feel of that to that. Like I said earlier, I'm not sure if Mr. Alec Wilkinson is on the payroll by someone other than the New Yorker, but this article has the feel of public sway, of changing the narrative, pushing an angle, without just simply writing a good article, being authentic. This has got too much that it's slanted to me. It seems like it's really pushing one angle. Now, the other thing when I read the article, now we know that the original article was set to go publish in September or August of last fall. This, when one reads it, it does seem disjointed. It doesn't seem to read. It doesn't seem to flow properly, and then it ends abruptly at the very end. And it seems like it was hacked through and reformatted, and a bunch of the content erased and edited. It just seems very heavily edited because it doesn't flow correctly. I know the big thing with you and I, Greg, is what we heard from the very beginning. This is really going to put us in our place, this article. And although it mentions our names in the second paragraph, it doesn't go on and follow back up with that. There's nothing in there negative about you or I or these conspiracy thinkers or with outside opinions. And then it just goes on to tell all these experiences with David. So it seems. What do you think about the article? How the flow?
It seems very choppy, like it's very chopped up, and it almost seems like maybe there was a lot that was taken out. That maybe one day this guy will write a book or something on this, because he was given a lot of data, a lot of things, and told a lot of things, second, third hand things. But it sounds like he's seen the actual journal that obviously a lot of people would also like to see. And he's seen a lot of this, I'll just say he's seen a lot of second and third hand things. So it's very, very choppy. It doesn't really flow. Not that any of my articles have ever really flowed. It does seem like someone who has a lot of. There's just a lot of different topics. There's a lot of different things that he covers and then just kind of lets go and doesn't really commentate on it, which is good. I mean, it's just kind of putting those quotes out there of what these people are saying. But I don't know how much time they spent on the phone with you, but it was like one little mention, one paragraph, maybe two, and I think that was just to kind of set up what kind of the alternative theory might really be. And the alternative theory is that, David Crowley might not be guilty. I think the whole theory that we have right now, at best, is that we think David Crowley is guilty. I think that's all that anyone who believes he's guilty can really say, because you don't know. You don't know. It's not a fact that David Crowley is guilty, at least from everything that I've seen so far, and I haven't from anyone that I've ever talked to who does believe that David Crowley is guilty, they never have facts. It's speculation. It's second, third-hand things. It's things that they were told. It's what they want to think, and that's fine, but it's not a fact.
Yeah, I also like the fact that the author here uses the various quotes that we can assume is taken from the journal, that is actually things that David wrote. But then we get a curious handful of other things that are mentioned that are all hearsay, second, third-hand information. One thing that caught me, that took me back, was a comment that the day before David left for his meeting with the producers in Los Angeles, he was on the floor curled up crying because he was so nervous to go on this trip. Now, that wasn't quoted. I'm pretty sure David wouldn't write that about himself in the journal, and it made it sound the way the author wrote it here in this article, that Commell wrote that Commell gave this description of David being really bad with his self-confidence, being very anxious and having low self-esteem, and these things kind of built up. But who's writing it? Commell didn't write it. Where did Alec Wilkinson get from this? Where did he get this information? And how do we know? And basically the question is, point blank, how do we know David was on the ground, curled up in the bathroom, crying before he left for L.A.? How did Alec Wilkinson, where did he get this from?
I think it came from Commell's sister.
And that could be true. That could be Commell's sister, Sidra, that the author got this information from. But once again, this is third-hand information that he's presenting as fact. How does Sidra know this? Is this something that she said that, Commell told me? Well, that could be true. It could also very well be not true. So how far do we take this information? And I'm not just playing devil's advocate here, but it seems, I don't know, it seems that there's a lot of quotes in here built up as fact. There are a lot of things mentioned or stated as fact that are speculation. Even on toward the end of the article, the author talks about the pistol that David kept in a safe in the bedroom, and that very pistol he used as he shot. As it says here, he shot Commell and Ranny as they lay on the living room floor. Sometime later, he sat down beside them and shot himself. This is taking pretty creative license here. This is really going the extra step as planting some information here as facts, whereas this author does not know that this happened that way, nor could he ever know this. That's a stretch, I think, by laying down a comment like that, and that's what makes me believe that there's other forces involved here with this article behind the scenes, I believe.
Yeah, he makes a lot of things like that, a lot of guesses, and it just seems like he was trying to tell, whatever he wanted to tell. He was telling his story of what he thought really, really happened. But for him to claim to me that the bullet hole in the living room doesn't really matter, it was almost like, what does it matter?
Yes, Greg, can you expand a little bit?
He told me that.
Can you expand on your email conversation with the author?
Yeah, that's basically what he said. Is he didn't understand why I would think that would even matter. He was saying that even without that, even if police had never found that bullet, that David Crowley is still guilty. And it's like, how do you know that? You don't know that. So why would you say that? And what is it based on? Because, I don't know. I was going to pull up some of the actual quotes.
Oh yeah, go ahead and find it. In the meantime, I'll talk about what is your thoughts also as far as if you were a member of the Apple Valley Police Department, for instance, and you read this article, what would you think? What would be your take on this? This is really shoving aside their theory and creating a new one and going public with it. So far as making a documentary, world premiere documentary coming up, saying really an entirely different scenario than the police came up with. I mean, how would you feel if that was you? This is really going to make that organization look bad when this movie comes out.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, there's no way that it can't. What I'm curious now to see is, since Eric didn't talk about this bullet hole in the living room, or not Eric,
Alec?
What's his name? Yeah, Alec. Since Alec didn't talk about the bullet hole in the living room, I'm curious now to see if this new documentary will actually mention that, because now I'm starting to think that it probably won't.
I don't think I'd bet that it wouldn't. It's not going to touch that because it's got an angle, and it's pushing a certain narrative, and that does not fit. So I would have a hard time believing that the failures of the investigation are going to make this article, this documentary at all.
And that's kind of what I was, that's kind of, I wouldn't say that's what I was told that this was gonna be, but it does seem like, how do you not go there? How do you talk about all this? You go there with David and all the stuff that he was supposed to have done, but then we're not going to talk about all of the different things that the cops didn't done. And the only reason why they don't want to talk about it is because they don't want us asking questions, which just leads people to ask more questions. So when I talked with him, or we had exchanged a few notes back and forth, and for Alec, he just basically said that he thought that I knew about the whole bullet hole and blah blah blah. Well, yeah, I did, but when I talked to him, I didn't feel like Alec knew about that, and it sounded like his fact checker also didn't know. But he's still going on and saying, this is what happened. He's rephrasing to me what happened, and he's not mentioning the bullet hole that the police missed for 1 month. And it just seemed like he didn't write it because it didn't fit whatever story he was trying to tell, which is true, because it would raise a lot more questions. And if he's trying to tell a certain story, then I can totally see why he didn't put that in there.
Correct. Yeah, I would agree with that. That it's not going to fit, and it'll not be in the article or the documentary. Any of that line of questioning. Yeah, I remember then the other article, the part of the article that I remember reading was the David's time in Iraq when he saw the 40 soldiers killed on that IED explosion along the roadside. It did go in some details that he wrote about in depth about seeing the carnage at that site, and then alluding to the fact that it can only lead the reader of the article down the path that, maybe he did have a little PTSD, and I think it's trying to introduce that concept again into the reader's mind. It's planting that seed that, once again, maybe it was a PTSD thing that of things he saw, and he flipped out. But that's no other reason, I don't think, to bring that up in the article. It's the only mention of anything PTSD related. But and then it says he got back from Germany, wasn't greeted by anybody, and decided to take his first and only prostitute in Germany. I don't know how that related to the article to bring up that comment.
Well, yeah, you have some people that are just searching kind of for anything, and it seems like a lot of the stuff that he's pulling out from these journals and from all of the information that he's got from all of the people that he talked to, from sitting in David's house. This is what he came up with. This is his story. This is the story Alec Wilkinson wants to tell. It's not the facts.
Correct.
It's not all of the facts. It's not what really happened. And so I think that's the and I think he did a really good job at towing that line and kind of balancing it out. Because like I was telling you, like I've read this about 3 times now, and each time it's I'm just like, after I read it, my views are like different, where it's just like, oh man, okay. Sometimes I like it, sometimes I don't. Sometimes I'm just like, why isn't he talking about this, or why is this even here? So I kind of do go back and forth on it. But I mean, it's still, there's a huge part that's mentioned about these things that David's wife is saying, and it's really weird when she says, you know, don't worry about the pain because you do not know how to feel pain, and you will return to the dust and your dark slumber, and I will be gone. To me, that sounds like a demon. To me, that sounds like, you know, you talk about some outside force. I mean, it's also it's the outside force.
Mm-hmm.
It's the source of evil. Where it's like she says, David is Kamel's telling David this, and it looks like this is in a recording. And so I'm wondering if this might actually make it into that film. I don't know. It sounds like some really scary stuff. She's like, I have my mission, and she heard a woman's scary voice. To me, that was kind of odd too. So I don't know if this is that same day, but and then, you know, she reproduced that voice for David saying, I've warned you, and then she says, I want you, please come with me, your place won't come to me, there's nothing left here. It sounds like a demon trying to like reel them in. And I mean, to a lot of people it might just be like, oh, this is just crazy, whatever, but there's a reason for everything, and there's a reason why these words were actually written. I just don't understand it yet. And every time that I read this, that's how I feel. It's like I need to read it again. It's like one of those movies you have to watch 3 or 4 times to really get everything.
Correct. And once again, it does not sound to me like the result of drug use. The comments that were made, the things that she was seeing, the visions and whatnot, seems like you said, it seemed more menacing. It had a very menacing feel to this entire thing. The one thing that if I was to believe the story, if I was to believe that David did this and read the story and say, you know what, I buy it, hook, line, and sinker, there's only one phrase that I've seen that leads me to go down that path of this being indeed a possibility. Now, David's friend Dan Luttrell served with him in Afghanistan, hadn't spoken to David in a while. Then, late one night a few days before Christmas, the article reads, I was sitting on the computer drinking and I got a message from him, Dan said. They discussed the Army, their lives, and Gray State. David was drinking absinthe. I was drinking whiskey and beer, said Luttrell. After about 2 hours, Luttrell said he's ready for bed, and David asks him to delete their exchange on the computer, delete the chat. He said, his exact words from David Crowley were, if you're truly my brother and friend, you'll do it. I promise, you'll understand soon. Now this, before Christmas, a couple nights before Christmas, is extremely close to the alleged killings that took place, and if David did this, that would basically that would make sense if he did this and had this planned and premeditated to do this. Now the offset to that is if David and his family were killed by outside hit squad, a hit team, then this message does not make sense. Why would he say something to this? Why would he say something to this effect? But once again, if David did do this, it still doesn't explain why hollow points were used, why nothing was left behind as far as the reasoning, why was the wife shot twice in the head, and why did no one hear the gunshots in the home. So it goes down you still got to account for all these strange oddities so far, with the sliding door being left open, random shots around the house, no one hearing anything, and that whole strangeness. But that would be the one thing that probably, if anything, would be leading to evidence of this actually taking place. That's the one strongest piece right there, where he's actually making a prediction to a friend online. Now, we don't know, once again, this is third-hand information of this, if this exchange took place. Now, if we actually had this article and this friend named Dan Luttrell was able to come back and undelete or go back and retrieve this message, this would be very interesting to read. But the rest of the article and the messages of this psychotic episodes here are a lot of I don't want to say fluff, but it's beefing up this psychotic story. It's reinforcing this psychotic story. It's reinforcing the reader's mind that this really did go down this way, and it's presented as fact.
Yeah, and it doesn't talk about why this journal stopped, and you still have at least another month, maybe 2, before David actually kills himself. Why do they think that he stopped writing in this journal? And there were still people in contact with him after that, and people are out there who have seen who have spoken with David, who had some type of online conversation with David in his last days. You people out there know exactly, at least how he was, what he was like then, and you can compare that to whenever you met him back in 2012 or whatever date. But those, are there any of those out there? Are there any crazy things that David said? Because everything that we've seen from people who have come forward and talked about David in those last days, there's nothing crazy out there. They don't say that he's saying anything crazy.
Correct.
So
it's a Jekyll and Hyde story is what we're getting here. We're seeing David post very lucid, sane writings and posts and comments on the internet, and right up until the Christmas day, focused on the documentary, getting things done. But then we get this kind of a manic person that's not really making sense as far as these quotes go. Besides, so now once again, I can believe that for one individual person going through these ups and downs, phases and stages. But when you get 2 going through the exact same kind of phases, the odds of that happening is very, very slim. I think for this to be this whole thing to be plausible, it's going to take a lot of coincidences to buy into this entire story. Now, what did you think, Greg, of the story with Chris Peck, David and Kamel arriving at the house to buy the marijuana December 19th in Minneapolis, and then that was out already. We knew this. This was information that was out there. But what was new here is that Chris Peck says that he started giving everything back. He started, David gave all these items back, books to read, things that he wasn't going to use. And this is really now selling the suicide story. It says it really talks about the decision often gives people a feeling of being released from their troubles. Once they make the decision in their head they're going to commit suicide, they start actually becoming manic, happy, a weight's been lifted. And Chris Peck alleges that that they were really happy. They were uncontrollably, jealously happy. And handed him a bunch of things that he didn't need. And he goes, I don't need this stuff back, you can have it. So is that another phrase that we're taking here from Chris Peck that may be just taken out of place? Or did David really do this and he just took it that way? Or was it premeditated? This is the 19th now. They haven't even picked up their daughter from school yet for the Christmas holidays. On the 19th from school. This is 1 in the afternoon, and it sounds like they're both acting this way. They were both had already pre-planned it. Was this pre-planned this far in advance? If they did indeed do this,
and that also shows that there is one more person, Chris Peck, who saw David in the last couple of days, didn't notice anything strange. So now we're talking about sometime between December 20th and December 25th or 26th, he snaps. All these other people were saying David's not talking to anybody, he's losing weight, he smells like crap, he looks skinny, blah, blah, blah. And here you have Chris Peck saying they were happy. I mean, unless he's saying they were too happy. If he's trying to say that they were happy because they had come to the conclusion that they were going to commit suicide and take their daughter with them, I mean, that's some pretty hardcore stuff. So I don't want to accuse him of saying that, but I hope that's not what he's saying. and only he knows that. But it doesn't sound like he noticed anything strange when he talked to them and gave them some weed.
Yeah, and that once again, that all we know is that David occasionally used recreational drugs. Nothing about Kamel, but the stuff we're getting into here is some serious drug use. If this is the case, it doesn't really tie, doesn't make sense. Now we're talking about serious psychological episodes, psychosis here. The author goes on to say, and then we've got the possession, potential of a demon possession spirit in that house that has taken over control of these two individuals. So once again, this is not the end-all story like it was portrayed to me, that once this article comes out, everyone will have their answers. Once the documentary comes out, everyone will have their answers. It'll give us a clean slate to finish on, and that's what really raises the red flag for me, is too many people predicting this. Too many people predicting this will finally shut you guys up. Well, this is a very odd article to read from this perspective, and I'm just assuming that the documentary will be much of the same, and I think next year at this time we'll be having the same discussions, and as we keep moving forward, because none of this is really putting the pieces into place. It's more distraction. It's more not derailing the conversation, distraction, but it's more redirection. It's getting the user to focus on something else, and it just, to me, it's too fishy.
Yeah, well, they definitely got me focused on it, on some things for sure. What about the last thing David wrote in his journal? Do you have that open?
Yeah, I haven't found. I gotta find it here yet, but go ahead.
He says, "I am no one. It is everyone else who is someone." Then in the same, then Alec writes, "On Christmas morning, David made a list of plans for the coming year. Christmas, 6-day countdown. It will be a new year," he wrote, and he reminded himself that December 30th was the last day to crowdfund. Then, with a pistol that he kept in a safe in the bedroom, he shot Kamel and Rania as they lay on the living room floor. Sometime later, he sat down beside them and shot himself. See, I mean, you just see how quickly it goes from this guy's planning for the future, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, so that to me was strange.
It jumps around. It just certainly jumps around with the
because. Yeah, because the last time he wrote, you said, was in November. So in the very next sentence, now we're on Christmas morning. I mean, it's just, they're trying to tell a certain story that it just seems choppy. It seems like eyes wide shut. Like there's just a lot more to this that was edited out or something. So maybe Alec is going to write a book on this someday.
Yeah, it could be. It does seem that there's pieces. It seems to me that there's chunks of paragraphs here that were wiped out, and then the reading doesn't flow from one section to the next. Especially that one article that you just read. That particular paragraph talks about David being happy, excited, talking about the future, and then it jumps right into grabbing the gun and killing himself. So
it's crazy.
It doesn't
do that.
It doesn't flow.
No.
Now, what about the when they first went in to look at the home, the cleaning company had maybe potentially painted a white rectangle over the blood. Is that something that a cleaning company would normally partake and do, or is that a special request? Or if their job is to clean the essential biohazard in that home, did they bring along their paint cans and decide to paint the wall? Because even when Mason Hendricks went there the very first time, he thought it was odd because he knew something was painted over, but it was just a rectangle of white paint. And that's why Allah Akbar was written on the wall. And I'm just, from a question from a standpoint of the cleaning service, is that something that they would do, or if they were asked to do, maybe they did it, or did the law enforcement do it, or did the neighbors or family do it? I'd like to know who did the painting and why. It was a crime scene. It was there. There was no really need to hide it. Not sure what painting white over it would do. Typically, you want to cover up something in paint, you're going to paint it much darker. Throw on a couple coats of black paint, and it's going to be covered up just like that. But they decided to use white, which I'm sure by the time the family got into that house, the red lettering bled right through anyway. So that whole thing confuses me.
Yeah, it does, because if Mason didn't know about that, and he was in the house a couple days after, there's got to be a lot of other things that he has to be open to the fact that there's probably a lot of other things he might not know about either. But getting back to the question there, I think obviously the Apple Valley Police Department had to have whoever they hired to do the actual painting. The order had to come from them, and then it's like, okay, who actually saw it? Who actually saw Allah
Akbar written on the wall?
Written on the wall. Who actually saw that? Only the police, because nobody else has really claimed to have seen it. I'm not saying that that wasn't there. I do think that was there. I have no reason to think that wasn't there. But it's like, okay, who saw it? Who ordered it to be painted? Who informed the family? And then why did they paint it? I mean, I can see why they would paint it. You don't want something like that just sitting there. I can totally get that. But I'm just wondering how long they kept that from the family, I guess, is really what I'm trying to say.
I think it sounds like it was March on the March 13th or 14th visit on my timeline. It shows that everyone showed up there and had a discussion with the Apple Valley Police, and they told them all at that time the Muslim angle that was going on with the Quran, the quotes, the writing in the notebook, and that's, I think, at the time that the Alam family in Texas had requested to the Apple Valley Police that if they could please redact that and keep that out of the press. It just would cause too many angles, uncomfortable situations, and it looks like they did that for some time. They were able to keep that under until the following January 2016, when Fox 9 News, the investigator report, came out and opened that whole ugly wound up to the dismay of the Alam family. Now, speaking of the Alam family, they were included in this article, and I'm assuming the documentary, so they may not have a problem with it anymore, or maybe the fact that it's out there, they decided just to go along with it, but they do not seem upset that now has since come out. What are your thoughts on the fact that they played an active role in this article as well, the father and the sister?
Well, I mean, you've talked with the father and sister too. Did it seem like it was the same stuff that they were telling you?
The Muslim angle wasn't out when I spoke to the father at that time. Only later, that came out in January of 2016, and I spoke with him in August of 2015.
So everything that they know about all of that is secondhand from the cops, and then everything that they've been telling us is all third hand.
Correct. Siddur is the only one who told me that, just saying, they really requested that be left out. And when we got the police report back, the 94 pages of the Apple Valley Police Report, the items that were redacted in the black marker was all things related to the Muslim writing on the wall, the Quran, the submit to Allah. Now that whole garbage, in addition to some random other things that were redacted.
Yeah, which just seems strange. It seems strange that there's no reason for the cops to hide that from the family. There's no reason the family shouldn't have known from the very start. Do we know if Dan Crowley and Kate Crowley, they should have at least, the police should have told them from the very start, not 2 months later. So I think that's
I believe
That's another question.
I believe, and this is just my opinion, that I think all the family members were told that March, 2 months after the bodies were found.
I mean, but that just shows that there's so many other things that they could not have been told about too.
I agree. I agree that in a case like that, you would think they'd be told everything up front, nothing would be filtered, and then the family having to go through that 2 months later, now finding out that additional information really would be upsetting.
Or even seeking out any alternative theories. Was there any danger to that? Was there any risk to that? So, just another question, I guess.
Good stuff. So it's very, very interesting. I'm looking forward to the documentary to see what angle that's on, that will portray. Then that is for the viewers out there, that's a 93-minute documentary that'll be premiering, I think, April 23rd at the Tribeca Film Festival. You can go on the Tribeca.com and look at the film listing. There's 80 some films, I think, being premiered or being shown over the next couple of weeks when that begins. But Gray State is under the Spotlight Documentary category. Eric Nelson is the director. Werner Herzog is the executive producer, I believe. So that'll be interesting. Once again, what we've been hearing about that documentary is it should answer the questions. It should silence the critics, the theorists. So I don't think it'll do that, but we'll see here when that comes out at the end of the month. Any other final thoughts here, Greg?
Nope. I think that kind of wraps it up for that tale there. I know you have some new information. Can you give us a little teaser?
Yes, I did receive the 2 different FOIAs here recently. One from the Minnesota BCA, that's the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension. Asked for the files, the public-related files, everything about the case, and I did receive that. I'm going to be going through, and some of that's the same, some of that is new information that we can help with the putting the timeline together with the additional information and things like that. And then the Hennepin County Examiner, medical examiner's report, we did get the official medical examiner's report on the 3 bodies as far as that goes, and then the additional photos from the BCA that we didn't get with the Apple Valley Police FOIA, and that amounts to about 200 additional photos that we haven't seen before, and were for some reason, I guess, suppressed or filtered.
That's a lot.
So there's a lot of new photos out there, and I'm still not sure why. I know the law enforcement, when they get FOIA requests like this for public to be released to the public, they can take some. They can go through and filter out at their discretion photos that'll be gruesome or inappropriate to show, things like that, and they have the right to withhold those. And so that makes sense. We didn't get anything that was gruesome or body pictures and things like that. I did receive, like I said, 200 additional photos. Most of that's blood spatter, additional pictures of the house, pictures of the floor, the different rooms, pictures we didn't get before, pictures of the weapon, a picture of the knife that was at the scene. That was news to us. I still don't know why David Crowley had a knife at the scene. So new things like that. None, I repeat, none were gruesome or disgusting or should have been withheld from the first time. So I'm not sure who makes that decision or who decides those types of things, but plenty of new photos, and we'll be going over those pertinent ones as well.
Were there any ones that kind of stuck out to you?
I would say there's maybe of the 200, there may be a dozen that were interesting as far as items that we could use as far as pertinent photos that there was one of the rooms in the house that were released that we never had pictures of when the crime scene photographers went through that house. That back room near the rear slider, all the pictures relating to that back room were never released in the first 400 photos. Now, There's probably 25 pictures of that back dining room, the back room leading to the garage, in front of the rear slider window. There's nothing in there. Nothing took place in that room. So did the officers,